You are clearly one of the strongest people in the tower, yet you have silently performed missions for 50 years. To hide your identity, you specifically wore a mask that cost only a single penny. But after death, you accidentally discover that you have reincarnated into a worthless individual 20 years into the future. What's more, the people here worship you like a god. To understand why, we must return to the day the 8th floor of the tower was conquered. The scene at the tower's 8th floor became utterly chaotic. Dead lands, frantic, heavy footsteps that seemed to urge every breath, and soldiers following Kazuki in strict formation. Suddenly, he stopped, raising his hand to signal everyone. Kazuki's face grew serious as he announced, "Today we are here to do something unprecedented, to conquer the guardian of the 8th floor. Do not be sluggish just because this is an alliance raid. If we cannot clear this place, the 9th floor will remain an eternal mystery." Suddenly, the soldiers stepped aside to create a private path. His eyes narrowed for a moment. Look who was coming. Seeing the group arriving, Kazuki perceptively recognized them. It was Blue Eyes. One man among them wore a mask. He walked up with a hospitable smile to start a conversation. "Subaru." You politely replied, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." Kazuki smiled and shook your hand. "Waiting, you're the first one here." Subaru was curious. "I heard even the martial arts team is participating today," he remarked. "Well, since Narukami Subaru is the leader, they probably just want to pick up whatever scraps you leave behind." At that moment, you gripped the hilt of your sword and spoke. "If they only want to pick up scraps," Subaru said suggestively, "then I have something right here." And then you dropped a glowing object into his hand. A status board suddenly appeared. Archangel's Blessing. Kazuki wondered, "This is..." Subaru explained, "I intended to complete this raid perfectly, but just in case, keep this with you." He hesitated, "But you need this much more than I do." You interrupted and asked, "Besides, after this battle, do you want to return to Blue Eyes?" Subaru emphasized, "At that time, you can give it back to me." At that exact moment, Kazuki lowered his eyes, a feeling of sadness rising in his heart. You patted his shoulder and spoke reassuringly. "Well, if you don't want to return it, you can keep it forever." In that instant, a loud sound erupted, making both of them jump and look toward the source. Subaru warned, "It's here." Kazuki was surprised. It revealed itself this early. At the moment of preparation for the historic battle, everyone gathered together, the guardian of the 8th floor. He hurriedly shouted an order, "Brace for impact." The poison dragon sea monster appeared with its eerie heads and began attacking everyone. You looked up to observe, then sighed and remarked, "What a grotesque monster." Subaru's hands were filled with dark energy. "It makes my skin itch." The system announced, "Lightning is coursing through Subaru's entire body." Your voice was cold as you announced, "Today will be the day you die." The poison dragon sea monster's eyes flickered towards Subaru. Immediately after, they all began to roar, gathering into a blue orb of energy. Kazuki frantically shouted directions. "It's preparing to release its breath. Everyone fall back." But Subaru stood up to stop them. "No need." Looking at the rampaging monsters, he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The poison dragon sea monster combined its power, its roar echoing through the space. In that moment, you reached out and decisively drew your sword. Finally, Subaru delivered a slash into the air, carrying dark power. Two massive sources of power, good and evil, clashed directly. Kazuki watched and remarked, "Subaru, you never change." Chino ran up playfully and praised, "That was amazing, Subaru. Your training sessions really worked." Shigeru touched his neck and complained, "Damn it, I was a step too slow. I wanted to land the first blow." Rina looked up and asked, "Hey, what did you just give Kazuki?" Your voice was cryptic. "You'll find out soon enough." Subaru looked up and asked, "Is everyone ready? We are going to kill this oversized lizard and pass the 8th floor." Immediately, everyone charged forward to attack the monster. Only Kazuki stood alone, watching. He remarked indifferently, "Look at how united they are." At that moment, someone approached from behind and said, "Just as planned, the hidden soldiers are in position." Kazuki turned around and smiled coldly. "Excellent. Then let's begin right now." Someone accepted, understood. The mysterious figure added, "I hope luck favors you." Kazuki turned back to look at the battle before him with an expressionless face. Her back was slender, her hair fluttering in the storm. And then they all charged together to attack the monster at once. The poison dragon monster opened its glowing red eyes wide and gaped its giant mouth to discharge lightning. Its face was vicious, filled with razor-sharp teeth. Rina approached it, and Shigeru shouted a warning. "Hey, don't just slash without saying anything." In that moment, she glanced back and saw the cold blade. Rina remarked, "Are you seriously still not used to the way I work?" "But still," he shouted back, "you need to be a little more careful." Meanwhile, Isaac charged up to challenge. "Tashiya, want to see who can deal the most damage?" A red light flooded the space, along with the roar of a savage beast. Each of them attacked from a different side. He said resentfully, "If that's the case, then." Isaac reminded him, "The loser has to buy dinner." He flashed a confident smile, just as he unleashed a fierce sword strike. Watching the monster fall, Isaac called out, "Sorry, Chino." She focused, radiating power as she replied, "Don't worry about me, keep attacking." Chino focused on creating a giant shield. "Leave the defense to me." Just then Kazuki walked up from behind and called her, startling her, "Chino, do you think you can defend against even this?" Immediately after, she was attacked unexpectedly before she could prepare her defenses. Kazuki's cold voice rang out, "Seriously, this is the price for being too arrogant." Realizing something was wrong, Subaru turned his head when he heard a broken voice call out, "Subaru." Chino's body stumbled and then collapsed to the ground. Furthermore, he saw with his own eyes that man standing there with a cold smile. Subaru's eyes immediately bulged with terrifying veins, showing the resentment in his mind. Kazuki spoke provocatively, "Subaru, there's no time to look elsewhere." In that exact moment, the poisoned dragon monster drew near him. Subaru's voice rang out in pain as he questioned, "Kazuki, why?" In the dark space, the system board appeared. "You have been chosen by the tower. Climb the tower and prepare for the beginning that will soon take place." A message was sent to all players, the first message from the tower. Was it a challenge or perhaps a blessing? Even now, the true purpose of that message remains a mystery. We do not know who left it or for what purpose. We simply followed that irresistible command, and just like that, we aimed for the top of the tower, a place no one had ever reached before. Earth, Murim, Runeterra, Elflad, Lucan. People from different dimensions, each carrying their own heavy responsibilities, continue to climb the tower today. The sky was no longer blue, but covered in layers of smoke and dust. The poisoned dragon monsters lay, scattered across the cold ground. When the battle ended, it was also the moment heroes sacrificed themselves. Subaru panted in exhaustion within the freezing space. At the 8th floor boss, the Hydra, your voice rang out with sorrow and reproach. "I told you all to run, but you didn't listen." They had finally taken down the monster rumored to be indestructible. Subaru looked at his fallen comrades and muttered resentfully, "I don't recall giving you permission to die. The people who once stood side by side were all gone. You curse it in pain, you idiots." The system sounds continuously echoed. "You are poisoned. Natural recovery is disabled. Fatigue level 94. If you could go back." Subaru knew exactly what they would say. It asked, "You will die if your fatigue level reaches 100. Truly Narukami Subaru, the Lightning King." However, you looked at the mastermind and asked softly, "You, why did you do this?" Looking at his smile, Subaru screamed in rage, "Answer me, Kazuki Kyoja." Kazuki stood up and sat down in front of you. "It's been 10 years, Subaru. I've been running toward today for 10 long years. Everyone, you have to understand. This was the only way I could defeat you. If I hadn't caught your attention, your precious Blue Eyes Guild would have stood in the way, wouldn't it? You have no idea how much the things you gave me tortured me, so I chose the world over you." His voice spoke with restraint. "That's all it could be. It's a pity I had to do this, but I finally see the end. That's right, I guess I don't need to return this anymore. After all, Blue Eyes will disappear along with." "Don't be so sad. Even when you die, you will be remembered as a hero. You won't be able to verify that anyway." Subaru's voice rang out low. "Until the very end, you only hear what you want to hear." Trying to restrain his emotions, your hands gripped the earth tightly. Subaru glanced at the scene before him and fell into thought. At this rate, his eyes became tense. "I won't survive. But that doesn't mean I will die pointlessly like this." Right then, Kazuki turned around, his eyes full of terror. He screamed, "No way." In that moment, the system board appeared. Aeolus, legendary grade. Subaru charged forward with determination and barked, "It still works. It still has uses left. I won't tell you, you piece of trash." System remaining uses, 4. You told yourself, I can use it 4 more times. Subaru assessed that there were 4 Blue Eyes members still alive. You attacked while hopping. At least everyone can return. Kazuki shouted in anger, "Follow them, hurry, don't let anyone survive." One of them quickly gestured an order, "Move now." The space was vast. In the center was a large magic fan. With blood still on his lips, Subaru hurriedly screamed, "No." You raised your hand high, radiating energy. "All of you, stay here with me." A status window appeared, showing that his fatigue level was extremely high. His fatigue had skyrocketed to 95, severely limiting the Thunder King's endurance. And then Subaru chose to unleash his true power, the descent of the Thunder King. He spoke with irritation. "Subaru, you really are a stubborn one, aren't you?" His body had nearly reached its limit, as his fatigue level climbed to 96. His voice rang out like ice. I don't know what Kyojo promised you all to make you do this, but I hope you're prepared to pay with your lives. From this moment on, no one leaves without my permission." The hostile faction grew tense at the sight. At this rate, things were looking grim, and then they decided to charge, going all in for a do-or-die gamble. Swords were raised high, ready to be brought down as the battle commenced. Subaru told himself, "Normally, I wouldn't lose to people like this." He gripped his weapon tightly and spun it a few times, but if Kazuki were to make a move, it would be a completely different story. Dealing with the others was already exhausting. The real problem was his fatigue level. Subaru felt drained, his mind in a whirl. I can't drag this out any longer. In a moment of distraction, he was ambushed from directly behind. Subaru's face contorted in pain as blood sprayed uncontrollably from his mouth. The status window flashed a warning. Fatigue had risen to 98. Straining with every ounce of strength, Subaru turned back to counterattack. It was a chaotic scene filled with massive, jagged wounds. Light slowly began to illuminate the sorrowful space. His feet felt heavy, and his sword fell right beside him. Kazuki shouted with joy, "We did it. We've killed Subaru Narukami." But Subaru appeared right beside him, asking coldly, Who did you say you killed?" His body quickly discharged a massive amount of lightning. The enemy's body was instantly scorched, his eyes rolling back into his head. Once the lightning dissipated, he collapsed instantly to the ground. Meanwhile, Subaru gripped the blade embedded in his own body tight. Subaru had finally reached his absolute limit and began to collapse. People called out, "He's down, did we get him?" Kazuki stood hidden in the crowd, observing the fallen monster. Subaru never expected his era would end so simply. The system warned incessantly, "Fatigue has reached 99. Danger, fatigue is extremely high. You will die if your fatigue reaches 100. In his mind, Subaru mused, "Kazuki, you should know better than anyone." As his legs finally gave way, that in the end. Suddenly Subaru screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ready your blades, I will be the winner." His eyes were clouded with the darkness of deep-seated hatred. While the other thought, "My condolences, system, blessing of the Archangel, I'll survive with." At that moment, Kazuki's eyes filled with horror, bulging out. Subaru's blade appeared before him in a split second, leaving him dazed. "Impossible." Subaru declared, "In the end, I am the winner," uttering such cool words while looking utterly pathetic. "Kazuki, at least I want to see him die before I go. That last lightning strike must have hit, but it's strange to be thinking of this on the brink of death. Will I be stuck in this state forever? This in itself is torture. Wait, what is this scent? A smell I can smell, could it be?" In a junkyard, a lid fell with a loud, metallic bang. Subaru was sitting inside a foul-smelling dumpster. He glanced around, asking in a daze, "Is this hell?" A status window appeared before him. Name, Subaru Haas. Affiliation, Earth. He fell into a state of bewilderment. Subaru Haas. What the hell? What is this trashy status window? Subaru roared in anger. The name doesn't suit this face at all. And from Earth, nothing but a bunch of trash. People nearby whispered, "What are you doing here? Just here to make us look better." He realized, exactly, Subaru Narukami was an anomaly, trying to reach even half of what I was 20 years ago. Subaru Narukami died 20 years ago. Then this body is. Subaru climbed out of the dumpster in a daze. "Are you kidding me? Is this a dream?" At that moment, he fell to the ground with a painful thud. Subaru stared blankly at the item in front of him, a feeling of doubt rising. He picked it up, a player's tool. "Right, if I use this." Subaru quickly operated it, searching for Blue Eye. The information appeared. Blue District, the heir to the Blue Eye lacks power. The secret behind the name Blue District. Blue District continues to grow, inheriting the spirit of Subaru Narukami and the Blue Eye today. Guild leader Kyojo says, "We will win the next tournament." Discussing the heroic spirit of the Blue Eye from that day 20 years ago, he couldn't believe it. No way. Subaru looked at the face in the image and was confused. He's not dead. The person in the screen was familiar to him. Kazuki Kyojo. From the start, they weren't enemies. Subaru remembered their conversation then. "What's up, calling me out at this hour?" He replied, "Subaru, I'm considering leaving the Blue Eye." He wondered, "Wait, what? So sudden?" Kazuki requested, "I want you to tell the others for me." Friends, at least Subaru once thought Kazuki was one. He said, "Eventually, you'll understand the reason. Don't worry, even if I leave, I'll still be your shadow." A few years later, Kazuki had formed a guild and appeared before him again, using a name they once joked about. Blue District, that was the name of the shadow he spoke of. But he's still on the 9th floor. Does that mean he's achieved nothing in 20 years? Suddenly, Subaru's eyes turned to stone in shock. The news feed was bustling with people attending a memorial service. Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall, memories that haven't faded even after 20 years. He started a memorial hall for me. Subaru stood before the entrance of the Subaru Narukami Memorial Hall, stunned. I can't believe this. Subaru evaluated. This building is more impressive than I thought. A mask was placed in a position of honor. Everyone present was staring with intense focus. Subaru, in a daze, asked himself, why commemorate me like this? He walked with heavy, confused steps, his eyes darting everywhere. Subaru wondered who did this and for what purpose. Why go through all this trouble? A voice rang out, giving Subaru a headache. He was a role model for all of us at all times. The hero of the Blue Eye Guild, the man who created the undefeated legend, the man closest to the peak of the tower, Subaru Narukami, along with all my teammates to forever remember him. His eyes filled with horror. Are you kidding me? Kazuki's voice echoed. We established this memorial hall. Subaru's neck veins bulged with rage as he thought, you, Kazuki. He said Subaru Narukami, and the Blue Eye are no more. However, Blue District is the only guild remaining, inheriting their noble spirit. His hand clenched into a fist as he barked, shut up, stop talking nonsense. Was killing me not enough? If that's the case, I'll have to meet your expectation. He continued his sermon. Narukami and the Blue Eye will never return. Subaru fumed. Just you wait. Kazuki wore a hypocritical look. We will never forget them. His mind rebelled. I'll rewrite that memory from the very beginning. Subaru looked up at the sky and mused. I won't let him pull that kind of stunt. Ever L letter 1EA7N, N letter 1EA. I won't let this second chance be wasted. Suddenly in that moment, his leg was gripped tightly by someone. Subaru supported the weak body of the person to their feet. He shook them and called out, hey. As soon as the person looked up, Subaru was horrified. It was his own mask. Two people suddenly ran up saying, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Minato, are you okay? Don't worry, we just bumped into each other. Are you sure you aren't hurt? He fell into confusion. Even these people. Subaru turned to look around him and was struck with terror. What the? In a panic, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Subaru's eyes went wide with horror. What the hell is this? Everyone around him was wearing his mask from his past life. What on earth is going on? Kazuki's cold voice rang out. It's a shame things turned out this way. Don't be so sad. Even when you die, you will be regarded as a historical hero. Subaru suddenly realized, was this his intention? His eyes became sharp with intense hatred. Kyojo. Subaru marched straight toward the crowd. In front of him was his own memorial photo, placed amidst fresh flowers. Subaru pondered, was all of this just a way for him to claim the glory of the Blue Eye for himself? Suddenly his gaze shifted from hatred to shock. Before him were pure white chrysanthemums, radiating a blue light. Subaru's eyes mirrored the scene in wide-eyed shock. He was jostled violently by the crowd trying to move away. People shouted indignantly, hey, watch where you're going, wait your turn. Subaru, like a man who had lost his soul, walked straight toward his own memorial photo. He reached out his hand and touched the light directly. Subaru asked in a daze, is it you, Shigeru Sajiri? Shifting scene, on a rooftop, someone stood looking down at the city. Shigeru spoke, we managed to survive this year's accident as well. The woman behind him replied, speaking of their freedom, if we had been even a little later, we would have run into Blue District. Besides, is doing this for every anniversary really necessary? Leaving chrysanthemums should be enough. He gently removed his hat and responded, you never know what might happen. Subaru might recognize the flowers we bring. She wondered, do you really think that kid is still alive? Shigeru replied, I haven't confirmed it with my own eyes yet. Rina reminded them, instead of us looking for Subaru, it might be faster for Kazuki to find our location. Furthermore, if Subaru were truly alive, we wouldn't have had to stand by and watch everything for the past 20 years, you idiot. The sunset sky was filled with soaring birds. Subaru, in a corner, was weeping uncontrollably like a child. His feet felt tense. She's really. Subaru sank into thought. Is she truly still alive? He gripped the flower in his hand and called her name, Shigeru. This was the room Subaru Hasa had used. It turned out he was poor. His searches for Blue Eye had yielded no results at all. Subaru dropped the computer onto the bed. But Shigeru is definitely still alive. She's still here, yet she's forced to hide. Is Kyojo the source of all this? Based on his personality, he wouldn't let anyone be at peace if they knew the truth. Did Shigeru really survive alone? I'm not sure all four of them were blown away then. But as long as Kyojo is alive and well, contacting each other now is no different from committing suicide. Besides, I'm powerless now. Pushing myself only makes me an easy target. He looked at the mask and the flower on the table and told himself, first. Subaru looked at his hands. I need to get my strength back. Then he gripped his sword tightly. According to Subaru Hasa's memory, in 2 days, the instructions to become a player will begin. He stroked the sword and fell into deep thought. If I can survive. Subaru's gaze became resolute. As long as we survive, we can meet again at any time. The scene shifts to the tutorial check-in hall. Huger stood with arms crossed, looking extremely strict. His gaze was stern. A person who had just undergone training, their body soaked in fatigue. He approached and said coldly, "You passed, however. Do you want to continue with the next part?" The other person replied with a stammer, the next part. He became tense, staring intently at the system board. "The system board, do you wish to continue with the next challenge?" He shouted. "Never, I'm not doing that. Are you crazy? There's no way I can beat 3 of them at once." Huger barked back, "Keep it down. I have a headache. I'm going to fail you." The moment he began to fade away, he hurriedly asked, "But I still passed, didn't I?" He grumbled that the kid could only make it that far in the tutorial, expressing disbelief that he actually had to let such a weakling through. He noted that with the exception of Isaac, Reinhardt's son, who cleared stage 20, none of the candidates here looked even remotely promising. Suddenly, he lamented that the standards for this tutorial were pathetic, and that the quality of recruits had officially hit rock bottom. Suddenly, his eyes became glued to the monitor. Someone stepped forward, dragging a sword along the ground. Huger reminded himself that it was a name destined to carry a heavy burden. "Well, of course, that only matters if you actually pass," he added. "All right then," Subaru muttered with a stone-cold face, waiting for the system to respond. The notification announced the spawning of 2 goblins. "Eliminate the goblins." He urged him on, telling him to start the test immediately. Before Huger could even finish his sentence, Subaru charged forward as fast as the wind. He looked up in a daze, wondering if something had just flown past. Before Huger could react, he saw that Subaru had already dispatched the monster. Subaru smiled to himself, thinking that spending 2 days testing the limits of this body was the right move. He realized the body he had woken up in was actually quite incredible. The system asked, "Do you wish to proceed to the next challenge?" And he accepted, saying, "Of course, I have no time to waste, so let's speed this up as much as possible." He let out a soft cry of utter astonishment at the sight before him. Right at Huger's feet lay the severed head of a monster. He was horrified by what was unfolding, wondering what the hell was actually happening. Huger stood perfectly still, silently observing Subaru's every move. His eyes widened in shock. The boy wasn't just swinging his sword aimlessly. He was predicting his opponent's moves too. No, 3 steps ahead. Subaru's hand gripped the sword so tightly that his knuckles protruded. Huger assessed that this wasn't just the mark of a good swordsman. He realized that even he himself couldn't move with that kind of precision. Unless he is the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami, he thought. The sword in the boy's hand struck down the monsters with powerful, decisive blows. Subaru's gaze remained icy as he glanced at the fallen creature. The system announced, "You have completed stage 49. Do you wish to challenge the final boss?" He let out a long sigh and urged, "Right now, let's go." The space began to tremble once again right where Subaru stood. The ground started to crack, revealing strange white veins beneath the surface. A massive hand emerged from the earth. He screamed in worry, "Hey, you idiot, wait. You're not Narukami. If you value your life, stop right here." The monster let out a roar. It was the Goblin King. The system board appeared. Sacrifice detected at stage 49. The Goblin King has been enraged. Huger shouted at the top of his lungs, "Give it up before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King is too risky. This is a suicide mission. Don't be greedy. No matter how skilled you are, you can't bridge the stat gap." But Subaru's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve as he thought, "I know that. With my current stats, I can barely deal a single point of damage to him." He gripped the sword in his hand and added, "Even so." Then he declared flatly, "I refuse." In one swift motion, Subaru threw his sword to the ground. Huger clutched his head and screamed, "Why did he drop his weapon? Is he insane? I knew there was something wrong with him from the start." But by then, the Goblin King was already lunging toward him. An arrow shot out true, embedding itself in its leg. The monster's expression suddenly twisted in shock. Meanwhile, Subaru dropped into a low crouch. His hands were tightly gripping several poison arrows. "Surprise," he muttered. The Goblin King saw this, but it still didn't comprehend what was happening. Subaru continued, "Let's place a bet. Will you take me down first, or will I turn you into a honeycomb?" Without another word, Subaru charged forward once more. The Goblin King let out a savage roar, as if demanding an answer. It also rushed toward the boy with blinding speed. Its legs moved frantically as it closed the distance. It swung its axe high, intending to execute the boy where he stood. The two collided. With his agile movements, Subaru quickly maneuvered and dodged the monster's strike. He recalled the moments he spent training previously. Subaru continuously launched projectiles at the beast. However, they failed to hit a vital spot. At that moment, a girl walked up and said, "You shouldn't throw them like that." It was Renat. "Anything can become a weapon if you find its center of gravity. Rena said as she stepped in to demonstrate for Subaru. While throwing the projectiles, she continued her instruction. It can become a hidden weapon, she said, and with a flick of her wrist, the projectile hit the target perfectly. Rena's throw landed right in the center. Now, using the technique Rena had taught him, Subaru threw a projectile that struck the monster right in the throat. Dozens of other projectiles followed, peppering the monster's body. Subaru said triumphantly, "Power is proportional to the rotational force, and accuracy is inversely proportional to hesitation. That's what Rena taught me." Huger stood by, thinking to himself that the goblin's corpse and the poison needles wouldn't disappear until the challenge ended. "I never thought I'd use a mechanic I looked down on like this. Not just swordsmanship to cut them down, but throwing techniques to pierce the opponent with hidden weapons." Having finished his thought, he spoke aloud. "He's a genius." Genius? No, does a word like that even cover it? The Goblin King was now covered in countless wounds. It lost all its combat capability and collapsed to its knees. At that moment, Subaru quickly snatched up his sword. He spoke quietly, "I have no grudge against you." With those words, he delivered a fatal blow to the beast. Finally, the system board appeared. "You have defeated the Goblin King. You have completed the tutorial stage 50 for the first time." It was still just a tutorial. Don't go hacking a monster like that during the practice phase, he thought. Level up, reputation gained, achievement points earned, tutorial shop unlocked. Note, this shop is only available during this phase. What can I buy with these points? Current achievement points, 2,425. He was constantly jumping from one surprise to another. I've never even seen this shop before. Open tutorial shop. It looks like prices range from 5 to 200 points. I'm going to have a lot of points left over. As soon as he pressed the button, Subaru's eyes widened. He whispered, I can actually buy items like this. Sword of the Nameless Demon. Price 1,000 achievement points. Category sword. Type weapon. Consumes the user's HP and mental energy to increase slashing power and physical capabilities. A failed work by the Master Blacksmith Kindred. It has no name. I didn't expect to find a kindred artifact here. It's extremely tempting, but to use a thunder type that drains life force. Sword of Miranda. Price 1,400 achievement points. Category sword. Type weapon. Reduces user fatigue accumulation and increases combat duration. A mithril sword blessed by the Holy Cathedral. Looking at the holy sword, Subaru couldn't help but hesitate. I don't need a demon sword, but a holy sword. Should I prioritize raw power and choose the demon sword, or prioritize safety and go with the holy sword? He weighed his options silently. Both are good. How should I use these initial points? I need to choose carefully here. But then an idea struck him, and he decided to check again. Can I still exchange it? The system board appeared. Thaman. Price 1,400 achievement points. Rank F. Type skill, level 1 effect. Neutralizes the side effects of skills and items used by the user. Rank and level can be upgraded. Required amount, 10,000 C. Subaru's eyes were wide with shock. I've never seen a skill with an effect like this. Perhaps with the demon sword. No, it could even neutralize the disadvantages of the thunder attribute. The system continued to flash. Purchased skill, Thaman, minus 1,400 points. Purchased sword of the Nameless Demon, minus 1,000 points. He was incredibly satisfied with this. Well worth it. He held the sword and gave it a few test swings. As expected, this skill and the demon sword are a perfect match. Instead of struggling with just one skill, using the demon sword from the start. Wait, you chose the demon sword. Huger walked up to him. Good choice. That skill and item are very compatible. However, as a proctor, I don't understand it. I am Huger. Why did you choose that skill? I don't know if it'll be useful, and you couldn't have been sure it would be effective. Hearing this, Subaru countered. Do you want me to explain every little detail? Suddenly, Huger flew into a rage. Explain it. Is that what you want to ask? Being polite is really hard. I suppose you're exhausted after the test, so I'll let it slide this time. It's not like there's a special reason or anything. Huger. At this point, he thought to himself, so that snot-nosed kid actually became a proctor. He recalled a younger man from years ago. I'm a fan. Can I have your autograph? An autograph? I don't have one. Then just write your name. My name is Hiroto. After the memory, he began to ramble. In my day, to become a player, learning etiquette was the first step. Compared to that, the young people today, just because they have a bit of skill, become arrogant. I don't know what kind of education they're getting, but they hate losing out, only demand their rights, and instead of respecting their elders, they call us old-fashioned. Times have changed, just like the amount of hair on your head. Subaru responded, regardless, I have no intention of answering, so keep the test results a secret. There it is again, talking back with shallow knowledge picked up on the internet. Hearing this, Huger said triumphantly, fine, fine. If that's how it is, I'll personally train you in the manners you're lacking from scratch. How about this? Do you have any intention of joining the Knights Guild? I don't. Hey, it's rare for a proctor to personally scout someone. Off to the second floor then, move out. Wait, hold on, stop, hey, even so. Subaru decisively left anyway, and finally, Subaru disappeared. Huger let out a weary sigh. Good grief, I'm so disappointed in you. After a while, Subaru landed in a different location. The surrounding voices were a cacophony. Second floor, how about some fresh deep-sea fish from Runeterra? Special jerky. Come give it a try, beginner's zone. We have everything from Murim-made silk to leather jackets from Earth. I've returned to this place. I've grasped an opportunity that no one else has. A second effort because I've already experienced it once. I have to handle things better than before. For the teammates waiting for me, and to avenge the horrific end we faced. A private training room for self-practice, learning how to use new skills, testing equipment durability, etc. As soon as he arrived, an old man asked, "What floor did you come from?" Subaru quickly replied, "I just came up, a place where all players frequently visit." He pointed the way for him. "In that case, you should use training room number 1. There's a straw man in there." Hearing that, Subaru was also a bit curious. "I will use number 5. Number 5. The old man suddenly became cranky and irritable. "I'll be honest, don't do that. It's a huge waste of money. Just use number 1. I appreciate your concern, but just give me 30 minutes. He was acting like a protagonist in a Korean drama. "Whatever, it's up to you, but I'm not giving a refund if you leave halfway through." The system window appeared. "You have used 50 credits. Remaining credits, 10,050 C. The higher the number, the harder the training room, and that was certainly the case here. For a player without any proper equipment, being underestimated was simply par for the course. Nevertheless, he courageously stepped inside. "All right then, let's get started." The time had come. Subaru was ready. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. A surge of red light appeared along with a system notification. Nameless Magic Sword has recognized its master. All skills were temporarily boosted, absorbing the HP and MP of the user. Gluttony Rank 1 has rejected the violent reaction of the Nameless Magic Sword. A small amount of HP and MP has been restored. Gluttony Rank 1 has temporarily failed to reject the sword's reaction. Fatigue is gradually increasing. As expected, Rank 1 was still too weak, but just a little bit more. The Nameless Magic Sword has absorbed the user's HP. Stats increase in proportion to the decrease in HP. The more the system read, the stronger the sword became. It emitted an incredibly brilliant red light. But Subaru couldn't control it. "Is this my limit?" It was still within his expectation. "You have spent 10,000 credits. Skill level of Gluttony Rank 1 has increased." He plunged the sword into the ground. His mouth was gasping incessantly for breath. The system window appeared. Gluttony Rank E, Skill Category, Rank 2, prevents side effects of item skills used by the user. Credits required for next level. 20,000 C. Gluttony Rank 2 is resisting the sword's backlash. Gluttony Rank 2, resisting the sword's backlash. It was partially successful. The Nameless Magic Sword has absorbed HP, and its power increased even further. It worked. At this point, Subaru's expression became even more resolute, his eyes bloodshot. Subaru determinedly charged forward. It was time to test his newfound strength. Back at the old man's place, he looked bored and let out a sigh as he saw Subaru's silhouette flash past. Am I still dreaming, or am I hallucinating? Seeing the image of Subaru walking by, covered in blood, the man couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't that the kid who entered room 5 just now? It feels like it hasn't even been 10 minutes. Then he knocked on the door and called out, "Hey, dreamy kid, are you still in there?" Receiving no response, he peeked his head inside, and the sight before him left his jaw dropped in shock. What on earth happened here? The scene before him was one of total devastation. Shifting scene to Subaru. He was stretching as he woke up. "How long have I been asleep? My body is still stiff." He sat up and mused. "If I had a normal cursed sword, I would have cleared that room much more easily. My physical stats have definitely increased, and I've successfully managed to unleash the sword's power. Normally with these stats name, Subaru Haas, Origin, Earth, Level 10, Strength 17, Agility 17, Stamina 16, Concentration 18, Magic 8, Fatigue 61. I shouldn't even be able to lift a magic sword, let alone use it." He recalled the battle and thought, the harmony between Gluttony and the sword was perfect. This meant a combination with his lightning attribute might be possible, but the next issue was the skill level. The system window appeared. Gluttony Rank F, Skill Category Rank 2, credits required for upgrade, 20,000 C. Remaining credits, 50 C. Am I always going to be this poor? Looking at the system window, Subaru looked dejected. "I'm actually having trouble controlling my credits now. I'm really at a dead end. I mean, I did die, so this is understandable. Hey everyone, what's going on?" Suddenly, a blonde-haired man walked up and started talking to Subaru. "I'm here to explore the second floor, bringing back memories of when I was a rookie here. Today's topic is, how much do items that keep up with youth trends cost? Let's go. Alexander has donated 1,000 commemorative credits. Received 1,000 credits from Alexander. Then he poured a cup of water over his own head and screamed, "That hurts, thank you so much." Subaru looked down, completely baffled. What's wrong with that guy? Is he insane? His gaze became skeptical. He picked up a phone and checked the news. How to earn points. Now is the era of PvP. 1 in 3 players are live streaming. A fair credit lottery era to earn millions of credits. Live streaming. While watching, Subaru muttered to himself, broadcasting real-time video and collecting donations. So that's what that guy was doing. Suddenly Isaac walked up and asked, "So you've arrived too? I didn't expect to see you here. Do you live nearby?" Looking at him, Subaru turned pale. "No, my body is reacting negatively on its own. We probably didn't have a very good relationship." The man continued, "Hey, your friend is talking to you. Don't ignore people. I feel like I'm talking to myself here." This made him sink into thought. No, it's not just discomfort, it's... Then he stammered, unable to find the words. I've arrived." "Oh, that's surprising." The man sat down and said sarcastically, "I didn't think a weakling like you could pass the tutorial. I thought a goblin would have killed you. Oh, I remember now." At this point, Subaru recalled the moment he had pleaded with the man. "Isaac, why did you do this?" Why? Don't try to calm me down with that serious face. Your name pisses me off. You couldn't even follow basic instructions. You couldn't even do what you were told. You're trying to show everyone that you were never raised by parents and that you have an empty head, huh? That matter, the credits you gave me weren't enough, so..." Seeing Subaru's pathetic state, Isaac kicked him hard in the stomach and sneered, "Don't talk back, you bastard. This suits you. Listen up, from now on, this box is your home. No matter what happens, don't you dare come out. If I find out you stepped outside even once, you know what'll happen." Remembering that, Subaru's expression hardened. What kind of idiot just takes a beating like that? So that's why you were in that box. The man continued rambling to Subaru. "I've cleared up to the 20th part, even breaking my father's record. The supervisor Huger even showered me with praise, saying I'm truly Reinhardt's son. I even learned a skill as a completion reward. It's rank B, the highest you can get from that tutorial. I'm thirsty, I think I'll have a drink." "Suit yourself, I'm leaving." "Oh, is that so? Well, when you come back, buy me a coffee. Anything cheap is fine, just pick whatever." Hearing this, Subaru asked in surprise, while the man lowered his head, covered his face, and said, seriously, still as disobedient as ever, "What's wrong with you lately? Staring at people and talking back constantly. Did your soul get swapped or something?" Subaru spoke up bluntly, "I don't have any credits. Buy your own coffee." As he saw him about to stand up, the man lowered his voice and said, "Sit down." But Subaru left anyway, thinking to himself, "Look, kid, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to deal with your personal issues. But if that guy gets in the way of my revenge, that's another story." But suddenly, at that moment, Isaac grabbed Subaru's arm and wouldn't let go. His eyes bloodshot, he looked at Subaru and said, "Hey, you really want to see yourself get beaten up, don't you?" But Subaru responded firmly, "Let go, if you value your life at all." Isaac still gripped Subaru's arm tightly, making the atmosphere even more tense. He glared threateningly, "Don't be arrogant, Subaru." His murderous eyes stared intently at him. Subaru thought, I can't cause a scene in front of this crowd. Making a big deal out of this will only make things worse. Suddenly, Isaac burst into a loud laugh that echoed through the area. Seeing Subaru hesitate seemed to give him the wrong idea. "Don't be scared. I was just threatening you a bit like before, right? You're still as timid as you used to be. With your skills, you probably barely scraped through the tutorial. I know you're feeling proud of yourself, but..." Isaac took step after step closer to Subaru, looking with contemptuous eyes. "You piece of trash, do you really think you can beat me? If I wanted to, I could make you disappear. You know who my father is, don't you?" After saying that, he turned away and laughed. "Be careful, my friend." Subaru remained calm, silently watching him leave. Some friend. The system announced, there are 2 main ways for a player to grow. The system displayed the step-by-step guide. First, through the trials. By passing the tower's trials and receiving rewards, a player can naturally grow stronger. To enter the tower's trials, you must pay credits. However, you will be guaranteed safety in a digital space. Since the trials are created within that space, even if you die, all you lose are credits and your progress. The system announced the second way, hunting. By hunting monsters outside the safe zones or clearing dungeons on each floor, you can grow. Doing so will result in faster growth than through the trials, but since hunting takes place in the real world, it is a hair-raising, high-stakes situation. If you die there, you will truly be dead. Right then, a whisper echoed from an orc nest dungeon. That's why players avoid hunting. There's no reason to risk your life. But a slender figure stood with resilience. Subaru sat nonchalantly before the monster he had just slain. The safer it is, the slower it goes. The monster was defeated in a tragic manner. The more dangerous it is, the faster it goes. He slowly took out a thin, lightweight device. He mused over the newly updated sensational news. An image of a mysterious character with a mask appeared. Subaru was surprised. Subaru Narukami, 80,000 viewers. The mysterious figure live-streamed enthusiastically. Is everyone watching? Today I will challenge the third floor of the trial. Subaru Haas was extremely annoyed. The name Subaru Narukami and the mask. How many people are using this name now? The system appeared. Narukami is a fool. Has assigned a 20,000 C mission for each completion. The man continued. Subaru Narukami, I'll play the fool for you. Thank you for the 20,000 credits. Subaru was bewildered. There are missions for 20,000 credits. Many missions were listed. Preference for teasing, lonely wallet. Secure asset has registered a mission. The masked man rejoiced. Thank you everyone. I will finish this trial for you all. Subaru Narukami easily earned money through live streaming, while Subaru had to risk his life fighting monsters. Meanwhile, your remaining credits dropped to a mere 50C, making Subaru feel a bit envious. That guy really earns a lot. You seem to be watching very intently through the screen. Then you slowly stood up and let out a long sigh of relief. Subaru stood up aggressively. All right, so there's one more job to do. A massive, terrifying foot moved forward, causing the ground to shake violently. A pack of monsters appeared, growling with ferocious faces. The system announced, the boss, Orc High General, has appeared. Subaru nonchalantly said that even without the poison needles like last time, he had something even better now. The system flashed. The nameless magic sword has absorbed the user's HP. All stats have increased based on the HP absorbed. Thaman level 2 has resisted the backlash of the nameless magic sword. You angrily pulled out your weapon. I'm very busy, I don't have time for this. The system flashed. Users' HP and mental health are being temporarily restored. Subaru delivered a kick straight to the monster's face. I won't waste my breath on you trap. You somersaulted through the air, unleashing each technique to eliminate them one by one. The monster could only stand below, looking up, paralyzed. Subaru delivered a punch with immense majesty. The system displayed the result. The Orc Nest dungeon has been cleared. You thought for a moment. It seemed you'd have to wear this thing again. Subaru looked at himself in the mirror and muttered, I've finally understood how those streamers make money. If I'm going to do this, I'll do it to the best of my ability with what I'm good at. Then you put on the mask. Well, I'm the real deal anyway. With that, Subaru turned and walked silently out of the room. A voice rang out. Narukami Subaru has started a broadcast. Inside the office, the space was incredibly quiet with not a soul in sight. Only Hatsuka sat there, pondering over something. She suddenly grit her teeth, appearing to be extremely angry. Hatsuka suddenly screamed, what the hell is this? Idiot jerk trash, even 5 people couldn't complete it. What the hell? Seong-hyun walked up and spoke. Remember, if the self-censorship beep sounds first, that's 1,000 points, right? It almost reached the limit just now. So what happened? Who is it this time? Hatsuka replied, Subikichi. He was surprised. Subikichi. Is it Narukami Subaru or an imposter? She shouted in a rage. Who knows? Could be both. Since the original Narukami Subaru hasn't appeared, if things match up, the strongest one will be the real deal. Everyone and their mother is impersonating Narukami Subaru to make money. Has live streaming really died? Seong-hyun stood there and said, don't say such scary things. We're making money thanks to this live streaming service. Hatsuka remained irritable. Isn't it true? Don't even know the rules. Even players risking their lives to climb the tower find it ridiculous. Seong-hyun spoke up worriedly. Hatsuka, then why did you give up on the tower and come to a place like this? She spoke softly, because it was boring. Besides, you gave up too, didn't you? If I were free, I would have found another talent. Now shut up. He was left speechless. No, I quit because I lacked the skill. Seong-hyun stood there and thought. Well, he had climbed the tower just for a chance to meet Narukami Subaru for a day, so if he lost his purpose, he'd lose his passion too, wouldn't he? Hatsuka suddenly screamed, there's an incredible kid right here. He turned and asked, what is it? Did you find another weirdo? She was bewildered, a new Narukami Subaru cosplayer. Seong-hyun was also dazed. This is terrible. Is this supposed to be a talent search? It's a joke. Why are you watching a second-floor broadcast with 0 views anyway? Hatsuka saw something unusual. That's true, but when I see someone wearing this mask, I can't help but keep hopping. And that 1,000 credits I just donated. Seong-hyun heard that and immediately knelt down, pleading, please forgive me. The system issued continuous notifications, starting the second-floor trial. Complete the tutorial dungeon and exit. Completion points will be awarded based on the number of monsters cleared. Subaru thought to himself, the second-floor trial isn't difficult enough to make me break a sweat, but the feeling of someone watching me still puts a bit of pressure on me. Suddenly, someone sent a message. What floor is this? That stranger continued to ask, is it your first time? You muttered, yes, this is my first trial. A series of messages came in. Are you sure? Is it okay to stream like this? If it's your first time, you don't know much about your surroundings. Suddenly, a monster with a ferocious face appeared unexpectedly. Subaru quickly grabbed the monster's head. You threw it, sending the beast flying far away. The system announced, One-Eyed Bat has been defeated, corresponding points earned. Subaru paused and muttered, is there a problem? The system announced, starting the first trial, conquer the beginner dungeon and exit. Achievement points will be awarded based on the number of monsters killed. Comments appeared, your reflexes are insane. Wait, people stream from the second floor now. I see them occasionally, but they quit quickly because their view count doesn't increase. Better not be greedy. Wait for other members to move together. Subaru spoke up slowly. Mr. Love Money, thanks for the advice, but I can't do that. You grinned, I prefer solving things alone. Comments appeared. Alone. How did you do your research? He's toast. Newbies these days. Subaru began moving inside. Just using the name Subaru Narukami brings in viewers without me having to do anything. Suddenly a salamander appeared and moved towards Subaru. Your hand quickly gripped the hilt of the sword. In the blink of an eye, Subaru defeated it easily. Now, I'm going to see how far I can go. The system announced, Mud Sea Monster defeated, 2 achievement points earned. Comments appeared, did anyone see that? I think I saw a mud sea monster, right? In an instant, the one-eyed bats continued to attack Subaru. Your body moved with incredibly graceful speed. It seemed nothing could stand in Subaru's way now. Comments appeared, what was that just now? What's happening? Something just happened. Viewers 10. The system announced, One-Eyed Bat X2 defeated, 2 achievement points earned. Mud Sea Monster X2 defeated, achievement points earned. Subaru spoke up, if you focus on the sound, you'll know from which direction and how many of them are coming. Comments appeared, yeah, I know that. You're lying, you're no newbie. I know that too, I can do that. Mr. Mask, what level are you? You continued, if you already know, then I'll just say what I'm thinking. Comments appeared, usually people can't do that, lol. In the end, a player's talent is everything. Sticking to your content, I get it, lol. Trying to clout chase Subaru Narukami is a bit much, lol. Subaru suddenly thought, it's still not enough. I want to accumulate as many achievement points as possible before getting out of here. Comments appeared, have you been going straight this whole time? A real man moves forward silent. Didn't you do your research? You'll get in trouble if you just keep going straight like that. Suddenly, Subaru's feet stopped inside the cave. Your face slowly turned to look up. Countless one-eyed bats appeared, clinging to the walls. Their eyes gradually opened, glowing a brilliant red. One after another, the others opened their eyes simultaneously. Comments appeared, see, told you so lol, he's finished. See you at the entrance. The system announced, my lonely stream has created a mission. 100 reputation points if you can kill them all. Subaru's state was still one of deep thought. Comments appeared, is this a trap? How rude lol haha. Subaru spoke up, Mr. My Lonely Stream, thanks for the 100 reputation points. A hand slammed onto the table in anger. Seong-hyun screamed in panic. What did I do wrong? I was fine up to the 6th floor and now I'm failing here. Give me back my money. Sorry, was I too loud? My bad. Hatsuko was now staring intently at the glowing phone screen. Seong-hyun tilted his head and asked, what is it? What are you looking at? Her voice dropped low. Something's not right. Seong-hyun was startled. It wasn't that much money, really. I have money to pay you back. If I ever touch gambling again then, Hatsuko interrupted. It's not that. Her tone was a bit surprised. Narukami Subaru. Seong-hyun glanced over. Huh, you're still watching the stream. Suddenly his face twisted as he looked down. No way. Comments appeared, my god, and he's a newbie on the 2nd floor. Are you kidding? I'm starting to feel sorry for the bats lol. This is insane. How many times has it been? Seong-hyun continued. How many did he take down alone? The one-eyed bats lunged frantically to attack. Like this. Subaru's sharp blade easily dispatched them. Comments appeared, your explanation doesn't explain anything. Who said he's a newbie? Step up, something happened. Is that all you can say? I'm currently on an upper floor, but I'm being taught by a 2nd floor newbie. That sentence is like, if you step forward, you can walk. Subaru sighed, communication is really hard. Comments appeared, don't forget to claim your reputation points. You spoke up. Oh right, I forgot. Subaru's finger quickly tapped to claim the reputation points. Comments appeared, what's wrong? Is he lagging? Subaru awkwardly scratched his head. How do I claim this? Comments appeared, aside from his skills, he's definitely a rookie streamer. Click the accept button from the mission at the top of the chat window. Mission completed. Received 100 reputation points from My Lonely Stream. Subaru quickly replied, thank you very much. You continued deeper inside. Well, the next place will be the final one. The system announced, current reputation points, 150. Current achievement points, 118. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from outside the building. Hatsuka said excitedly, "This is bad." All she could do was gasp, "This is bad." Seong-hyun grit his teeth and covered his ears. "You're the one who's the problem." She turned her face. "What? Well, have you ever seen anything like this?" Seong-hyun grimaced and continued, "You're overreacting. It's still only the second floor." Hatsuka stood up with wide eyes. "Yeah, I'm overreacting," he said in a panic. "Sorry." Her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Where are you from?" "Earth. I am Subaru Narukami from Earth. Could this be fate? Could it be the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami? You see it in those manga, the isekai trope." Seong-hyun thought to himself with a grimace. This girl goes crazy whenever Narukami is mentioned. Hatsuka continued, "What should I do? I'm dizzy." Seong-hyun, "If I close my eyes now." He started. "No," she was surprised. "What? I can't." Seong-hyun continued, "It's not that. Are you actually thinking about scouting him?" Hatsuka said loudly, "That's right," he continued. "He has some highlights, but he's still a newbie, lonely streamer." She quickly interrupted, "I know that." Seong-hyun let out an exasperated sigh. "What do you know? If we tell the manager, we'll just get scolded again." Hatsuka was angry. "And just now you were only thinking about betting. Suddenly you're so serious." Her cheeks puffed out in a grimace. "Just wait and see." Hatsuka's eyes returned to watching Subaru intently. Suddenly, everything around you began to shake. Your hand was placed gently on the wall. Here it is, the end of the dungeon. The door suddenly and slowly opened. Subaru's silhouette stood firm and confident, facing whatever was inside. And here, the werewolf was in a sitting sleep state. "You are Werewolf Greg." Comments appeared. "I feel an insane amount of pressure every time I see him. Keep it a secret that I struggled with this guy for 8 attempts. The fact that he wouldn't let me pass on the first try made me think it was a bug." The system announced, "Received recognition from the werewolf. Passing through the gate allows you to continue the trial." Subaru thought to himself, the werewolf isn't a monster created to be hunted. He is the gatekeeper. He assesses the strength of the players conquering the beginner dungeon and judges whether they can proceed. You slowly glanced sideways at the screen. Subaru's expression froze in surprise. 3,000 reputation points. Comments appeared. Another rude guy appeared. Lol. He probably has no intention of giving it. Announcing budget tightening. Besides, this isn't a monster to be killed. Lol. The werewolf's pitch-black pupils were slowly opening. Above his eye, a deep scar was etched into his fur. The system quickly announced, "Werewolf Greg, the second-floor gatekeeper." He let out a long breath and spoke. "A player, huh?" Subaru didn't answer, quickly drawing his sword in front of him. Shigeru praised, "Subaru, you're really good. Even when you changed the direction of your blade midway, your breath and gaze didn't waver." Subaru was puzzled. "Direction of the blade," he continued. "From the start, it looked like you were going to land a hit with a single strike. Were you calculating the enemy's fluid movements and planning your actions long ago?" Subaru didn't answer, just lost in deep thought. "You suddenly pointed to your face and said, 'But I really didn't think much about it.'" Shigeru grimaced. "What an annoying guy." Subaru nonchalantly continued, "Perhaps it would have been better if I couldn't do that." Shigeru gave an awkward laugh. "Normally, you wouldn't be able to." Subaru began to think again. Shigeru also found it strange, didn't she? The most critical part of communication is maintaining eye contact and conveying everything instantly. When taking down a group of one-eyed bats at once, you shouldn't think about targeting each of their eyes individually. One-eyed bats always attack by thrusting their heads forward. Therefore, the more of them there are, the larger the openings they create. The system announced, "Let the werewolf acknowledge you." The werewolf's eyes widened in surprise as it looked at Subaru, alone. It questioned him, "Did you really come here all by yourself?" Subaru replied coldly, "Can't you tell by look?" The werewolf leaned in close to his face. "You truly are an interesting fellow. I smell a great warrior on you." Comments appeared, "The smell of a great warrior, and yet he told me I was stinky. It told me I smelled like a goblin corpse." Subaru's gaze sharpened. The warriors of the wolf tribe can pick up on a very specific scent. It's not just body odor, they can see through a person's true essence. The werewolf spoke up, "You have sufficient aptitude to pass through this place. The trial is over, you may leave now." Comments appeared, "What's up with this guy? Anti-discrimination. So there are actually cases like this." Subaru scratched his head and thought to himself, "Even in my past life, this never happened. What a shame, my target is you." The werewolf tilted its head, "Me, not the door behind me." Subaru nodded quickly, "Yeah, someone told me to commit murder." Suddenly, the werewolf looked up and continued, "As expected of a man who possesses the soul of a great warrior." Meanwhile, in an office bathed in bright sunlight, Hatsuka and Seong-hyun were present in the office. Fingers were clicking away uncontrollably, with a hint of irritation. "This matter." Following the entertainment department, manager John Tail asked, how many viewers does that streamer have? Seong Hyun gave an embarrassed smile and replied, about 20 people. Hatsuka interrupted, no. She smiled radiantly and continued, it's over 30 now. Seong Hyun frowned and thought, I'm not going to remind her, she's an idiot. John suddenly adjusted his glasses and said, are you all kidding me right now? You think I don't know you're gambling during work hours? And then what? I told you to find someone promising, and you bring me someone with 20 viewers. Hatsuka's eyes slowly looked down, 30 people. John interrupted angrily, that's not the point. Hatsuka, why don't you just stream yourself? You have the skills and you definitely have fans. Hatsuka raised her voice, manager. Looking down at the screen, I just checked and it's over 40 people. John scowled, hey, are you even listening to me? At this moment, Subaru remained in his stance before the werewolf. Suddenly, the creature raised its arm, revealing razor-sharp claws. Subaru gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Don't think about anything else. The system announced, Nameless Demon Blade is absorbing the user's mana. All stats increased in proportion to the amount of stamina consumed. Subaru reassured himself, stay calm. The system announced, Rank 2 Gluttony neutralizes the side effects of the Nameless Demon Blade. His eyes suddenly glowed, even if this is your first time. As his train of thought ended, the werewolf lunged forward. Just do it like always. Subaru's blade quickly parried its claws. The werewolf didn't stop there. It raised its claws again. Its arms relentlessly and frantically attacked Subaru. His feet struggled to maintain a firm footing on the ground. Subaru withdrew his sword and panted. He's strong. Trying to defend with pure force is impossible, but the werewolf's eyes looked at Subaru with piercing intensity. Quite a warrior. It quickly turned and continued its assault on him. The werewolf spoke, but you are not on my level. Both of Subaru's palms still gripped the sword's hilt without letting go. Comments appeared, a defensive strategy only used by mercenaries. Probably won't work, but it's still dangerous. He's irrationally strong. Maybe try a second or third time. The guy who assigned this mission is going to regret it. He'll clear it eventually. This is going to be tough. By now, Subaru's back was pinned against the wall. He panted and thought, sometimes there are more effective ways than using force. The werewolf continued, you've piqued my interest, warrior. It raised its claws high, let's end this. The powerful arms swung directly down, with terrifying internal force. Subaru quickly shifted his body and spoke, that's what I should be saying. Your attacks are way too predictable. With that, his blade struck the werewolf directly. Die. Its entire body collapsed in pain, as blood gushed out continuously. Subaru leaped high into the air again, clutching his sword tightly. He easily utilized his skills to defeat the werewolf. Subaru quickly sheathed the sword back at his hip. The werewolf looked up and spoke, exquisite warrior. The system quickly announced, defeated the werewolf. Reached level 12, strength +2, agility +1, concentration +1, mana +2, received 500 achievement points. Comments appeared, wait, did he really beat him? He's dead on his feet. This stream is awesome. Is this really his first try? How is that possible? Subaru panted and gave a slight smile. He's defeated. Comments appeared, solo huh. I tip my hat to the guy who gave the mission, lol. He probably never thought he could do it. Viewers, 56. The system announced, mission complete. Received 3,000 reputation points from Save Asset. Subaru spoke up, I'll put these to good use, Save Asset. The system announced, current reputation points, 3,150. Current achievement points, 618. The gates swung open. Subaru walked slowly inside toward the light. Suddenly his gaze halted, sensing danger. Comments appeared, something is furious. System windows appeared incessantly before Subaru. Comments appeared, 13 choices. Are you kidding? The highest known so far is 16, right? Is this a record? I only got. The system announced, the number of choices is proportional to the player's talent. Will you accept the lightning trial? Comments appeared, that's the spirit. Of course, if he didn't choose lightning here, he should change his name. Subaru hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. I choose it. The system quickly announced, lightning trial selected. Subaru's entire body was now enveloped in powerful electrical energy. Hatsuka remained glued to the screen to follow the progress. Everyone laughed with excitement. There he goes. Hatsuka pointed at the screen. He did it. Viewers are at 60. How about that? Has any streamer's viewership ever grown this fast? And usually, missions only give 2 or 3 choices at most, but he has 13. John said in a low voice, impressive indeed to defeat a werewolf. I heard he'd never been beat. But still, he's just a rookie streamer on the second floor. There's still much to be said. Hatsuka laughed excitedly. Manager, want to bet with me? He was surprised. A bet. She continued, if he fails to receive the lightning, Seong Hyun and I will work for a fixed salary for 5 years. On the other hand, if he succeeds, You'll sign a contract with him without any complaints. Seong Hyun began to wail. What are you saying? Hey, why am I included? Wait, hold on, I don't even know this person. John smirked. Even if he makes it to the trial, do you really think he has a chance? The only player to ever obtain the lightning was Subaru Narukami. Hatsuka remained confident. You'll never know unless you try, right? John crossed his arms and replied, fine, I'll take that bet. Hatsuka quickly covered Seong Hyun's mouth. I don't. The system announced, lightning trial beginning. Subaru muttered under his breath, this is. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, watch out. Someone suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Subaru. A massive explosion suddenly erupted from behind. Falcon panted heavily against the background of a massive piece of debris. What the hell are you dazing off for? Do you want to die? The system announced, defeat the giant fragment. Subaru was shocked. Why is this guy here? Suddenly, the giant fragment gritted its teeth and looked down at them. Comments appeared. What is this situation? Isn't this the lightning trial? Yeah, that's a monster from the giant tribe. Why did it appear like that? Subaru thought to himself, a boss-level monster. It was supposed to appear in the second part of the trial. Something has changed. Is it because I defeated Greg? The giant fragment quickly swung its weapon directly down at the ground. Subaru vanished and reappeared, slowly walking forward. He let out a sigh. However, it's just big. Its structure is far inferior to Greg. It's a good thing I already knew this info. Falcon rushed over and said, and after I got in trouble saving you, hurry up and run. Subaru gripped his sword hilt. I guess I have to settle this quickly before someone interferes. The system announced, Nameless Demon Blade is absorbing the user's blood. All stats increase in proportion to the amount of blood consumed. Rank 2 Gluttony neutralizes the side effects of the Nameless Demon Blade. Subaru stood firm, facing the giant fragment. He shifted into a combat stance. The giant fragment's weapon came down with massive force. Subaru's feet hit the ground at just the right moment. The giant fragment didn't stop, continuing its charge. Falcon looked up at the sky, witnessing Subaru hovering in midair. His body quickly descended toward the creature's head. Without hesitation, he plunged his blade deep inside. With just one strike, the giant fragment let out a howl of agony. Subaru's dark eyes looked at it coldly, too noisy. He gripped the hilt tightly. Be quiet for the rest of your life. The giant fragment's head tilted back as blood sprayed out. Its eyes slowly narrowed, losing all strength to resist. The system announced, you have defeated the giant fragment. You have completed Stage 4. A comment popped up, Stage 4. The system announced, level up, level 1x3. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 1. HP increased by 1. Mana increased by 1. You have received 4,000 achievement points. You have received the item, Giant's Heart. You have received the item, Thunder Roar. Comments flooded in, 4,000 points, giving rewards from Stage 1 to Stage 4 all at once. That's insane generosity. Did he just kill the werewolf and get a perfect clear from stages 1 to 3? Falcon approached Subaru in shock, stammering, you are. A comment appeared, wait, isn't that Falcon? Lol. He immediately switched to formal speech. Anyone would be on guard if a monster like this suddenly showed up at stage 4. Yeah, everyone would be panicking lol. He spoke out in disbelief. Who the hell are you? Subaru replied coldly. Can't you tell just by looking? With pitch-black eyes looking down, he added, I'm here to defeat the giant. At that moment, in an incredibly quiet town, there were only a few scattered residents, along with the guards standing around. Subaru sat alone in the room, staring intently at the screen. Comments appeared, show us the items. Show them now. I bet it's at least magic grade. Not just magic, probably rare. Subaru reached out his hand and said, I'm curious too. Well, let's take a look together, shall we? The system announced, Giant's Heart, grade, rare, type, accessory, HP +2. A ring carved from the heart of a giant, enhancing health and recovery speed. Subaru thought to himself, accessory type equipment is very precious. I like this HP boost effect. He looked down at the floor and thought, I happen to need a set of armor as well. The system announced, Thunder Roar, grade, rare, type, armor, defense +5. Armor infused with the power of lightning. Can use Thunder Roar once per day to neutralize negative status effects. Remaining uses 3. Comments appeared, nice. Even with equipment level restrictions, looks like this can be used up to the 5th floor. No, the Giant's Heart is a lifetime item. Its base value is whatever you ask for. Subaru quickly donned the sturdy set of armor. The system announced, Narukami Koa has registered a mission. 5,000 reputation points if you learn the lightning attribute. Do your best. Subaru replied in a low voice, Thank you, Koa Narukami. The system kept flashing. TM Bald has registered a mission. I'll give 5,000 points for a similar task. Mission Villain registered a mission. 3,000 points for a similar task. Safe Asset registered a mission. faith, and 7,000 reputation points. Subaru spoke up, "Thank you everyone. I will definitely show you what I'm capable of." Are there really this many people waiting for lightning magic? He wondered. Perhaps I might be a more significant existence than I realized. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Come in." A comment appeared, "Perfect timing, lol." Was he eavesdropping behind the door? Can't be wrong, this guy also registered a mission. Before him stood Falcon, and beside him was Peleus. Falcon said with a smile, "Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the village's knight leader, Lord Peleus. Lately, giant attacks have been occurring frequently. We knights have to stay on guard 24 hours a day, fully equipped. For their safety, we have requested that villagers limit unnecessary travel. I didn't expect to meet an outsider at a time like this." Peleus continued, "I heard you protected the village while I was away. On behalf of the villagers, thank you." Subaru interrupted, "No, I only did what was obvious." Peleus. He was the face of this village and a brave knight fighting against the giant tribe. Peleus spoke sternly. "Fortunately, during this scout, we discovered the chieftain of the giants. We planned to risk our lives to corner them, so forgive my rudeness, but I beg of you, please save our village." Subaru didn't answer, simply observing Peleus's current demeanor. Comments appeared, "Peleus, don't die. Peleus. Wait, is he going to die? Stop with the spoiler." Subaru grimaced and thought, "Based on my memories, Peleus is destined to die in the next state." He slowly extended his hand and said, "Please, lift your head." Subaru said with a confident smile, "I understand, I'll cooperate." Peleus smiled and quickly shook his hand. "Thank you so much." The system announced, starting Stage 5, Survival. Everyone began marching together under the light of the setting sun. Subaru was still staring intently down at the screen. He thought to himself, as the viewer count grows, the comments are scrolling faster and faster. It's impossible to interact like this. Suddenly, Peleus halted and raised his hand, shouting, "Stop." Falcon's face darkened as he pointed forward. That is, a monster with a rock-solid physique appeared, the giant chieftain. Peleus spoke up, "I will draw his attention, so you, benefactor, attack him from behind." Suddenly, a hand was quickly placed on his shoulder. "Wait." Peleus grit his teeth and turned to look at Subaru. "That thing." Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Peleus and his comrades were in an absolute panic. Subaru's eyes turned sharp as he stared. "It's not human." At that moment, the chieftain's pupils dilated. Its eyes slowly scanned to the side. Simultaneously, massive fragments appeared all at once. They were charging forward in a state of frenzied excitement. Peleus stared in trembling shock. Why? The massive palm of a giant fragment struck out rapidly. "Stop it." A great danger was now right in front of them. Help. The giant fragment loomed large in their vision. It suddenly gave a sinister grin, its stark white pupils looking utterly terrifying. Everyone began to flee in panic. "Everyone get back to the foot of the mountain. Move." The giant suddenly roared as if in a fit of rage. It slammed its hand down on the one who had already fallen below. One man cried out and tried to charge forward, but was held back by his teammates. "Stop." The monster raised its hand. He wailed and screamed, "Brother, Jo-chan." Peleus, standing as a shield in front, quickly turned around and ordered, "This is an order. Everyone run." He shouted as they looked on anxiously, "Think of your families at home and the village. This isn't the end. We will start again." They immediately turned and ran. Peleus turned back to continue the defense. "I'm leaving Falcon's guidance to you all." As he turned his head to the side, he bumped into a figure. Peleus immediately screamed, "You too, run. Please rebuild the Night Order and avenge us against the giants." Subaru drew his sword and replied, "That's exactly what I was going to say." He stepped forward and asked him, "Aren't you planning to run?" Peleus asked in confusion, "Huh, what do you mean?" Subaru signaled for him to leave. "If you're here, I can't move freely. If you insist on staying, we both die here." Peleus looked like he wanted to scream, but abandoning an outsider and running, "I can't," he immediately snapped, "Don't make me say it twice." Hearing that, he immediately began to run. Peleus even turned his head back to shout, "Then I will go gather the warriors, if you can just hold out until then." Subaru focused on the monsters and replied, "Thanks." Peleus shouted, "Survive this battle. I owe you a life. Take care of yourself." The monsters suddenly gaped their mouths and roared. Subaru lunged toward them without a hint of fear. The sword in his hand was enveloped in a black aura. "I am your opponent." He immediately delivered a slash to the giant's lower leg. Struck by the blow, it lost its balance and nearly toppled over. The others heard the scream of their kin and turned their eyes toward. Subaru reached up to wipe away the sweat. A system notification appeared. Defeated Giant Fragment X2, gained 20 achievement points. With glowing red eyes, he spoke while slashing. Even if this is a test, I'm not used to being left alone. Elsewhere, Peleus was running as fast as he could through the forest. He stopped abruptly, his breathing heavy and labored. Peleus turned his head anxiously back toward the direction he had just fled. He said nothing, simply clenching his teeth together. On Subaru's side, a swarm of comments erupted. Does that look like a fight to you? That's definitely suicide. There are too many of them. You only need to survive, right? Why did you send the others away? The score changes based on the number of surviving warriors, so it's not just about survival. This game is impossible. He caught his breath and thought, including Peleus, who was destined to die. If I do this, I can save everyone. While Subaru was thinking, the giants charged toward him like madmen. Subaru immediately landed a finishing blow on one of them. Defeated Giant Fragment gained 10 achievement points. He spun to the other side and quickly eliminated another one. Defeated Giant Fragment gained 10 achievement points. Subaru mused, the nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana, and all stats increase corresponding to the mana consumed. If I take them down one by one, it won't be difficult. He held the sword firmly in his hand. The problem is how long I can borrow the demon sword's power. Right now, I need to secure my vision and find the boss. Subaru climbed onto the corpse of the giant he had just slain to broaden his field of view. The other giants turned their eyes toward him as they saw him. Subaru glided through the air. Some giants below even gaped their mouths as if waiting for him to fall in. Suddenly one opened its mouth wide and raised its hands high to catch Subaru. He didn't attack, he simply kicked it in the face. Then Subaru used the giant's face as a foothold to launch himself forward. The comments flared up again. One wrong step and it's instant death. Aerial combat is supposed to be Subaru Narukami's specialty. He ignored the comments, focusing instead on Thaman Level 2, neutralizing the side effects of the nameless demon sword. His physical and mental stamina had recovered. There's a change in stamina consumption. Equipment really makes a difference. His eyes widened as if he'd spotted something. I need to find the boss quickly before I hit my limit. Subaru saw the boss from a distance. There he is. It saw him and suddenly let out a loud, delighted laugh. Subaru rushed forward. The giant also prepared to swing the weapon in its hand. He thought as he lunged, if I don't take him down in one hit, I'm finished. The giant, with a serious expression, raised its great club. Although Subaru appeared calm on the outside, he was praying inwardly. Please let this work. He suddenly snapped his fingers, the sound echoing through the air. Subaru was immediately enveloped in a golden light. Activate, thunder roar. Lightning resonated across the battlefield. The giants cried out in pain, clutching their heads and shielding their eyes. They wailed and roared loud. Even the boss dropped its weapon to cover its eyes. It raised its head and opened its eyes toward him, screaming, human. Subaru dove down from above, his blade pointing straight at its head. Nameless demon sword, absorb user's mana. His eyes burned a brilliant red. The sword also flashed with a sharp light. Subaru drove the blade straight down. Struck by the blade, its eyes widened in utter surprise. Subaru held the pose as blood sprayed everywhere. The massive giant looked at him in disbelief, then toppled backward. Its body slowly crashed down. All the others were still clutching their heads, unaware the boss had been killed. Defeated the giant spawn. Immediately a cascade of system boards appeared. Stage 5, survival cleared. Achievement, outstanding. Level up, strength +1, agility +2, stamina +2, mana +1. In the stream, comments were going wild. Has anyone ever defeated him before? No way, how did he even take him down? It wasn't even meant to be that kind of stage from the start. When did the opportunity for a finishing blow even appear? Defeating something that shouldn't be defeated, what a troublemaker. I hate my own weak body. Subaru, out of breath, constantly adjusted his breathing. If this were a story's protagonist, this would be the cool ending. Suddenly the sky turned pitch black, and violent thunder crashed, making the sky flash repeatedly. The giants finally began to calm down, slowly lowering their hands. He raised his sword and looked at it. Thaman Level 2 had failed to neutralize the backlash of the nameless demon sword. Subaru stumbled, struggling to stay upright. That's right. An image flashed through his mind. Even if he finished this stage, the monsters wouldn't disappear until the test was over. I never thought the mechanic I used as an advantage would now be my downfall. A few drops of blood began to drip from his mask. Subaru looked at the massive giants and thought, this is bad. My strength is gone. Suddenly, from the sky, several bolts of lightning struck down unexpectedly. A bolt of golden lightning shot down from the heavens at incredible speed. His entire body was illuminated by the flash of the lightning bolt. Then it struck Subaru directly, creating a massive explosion that forced the giants back in terror. In another forest, the sky was clear and birds were chirping. Golden light shone down, filtering through the tree canopy. Deep in that forest, there was a wooden house built under the leaves. Before the door of the house, a girl was sitting on a chair, doing something. She focused intently on what was in her hands. Shugik opened the door from inside the house and stepped out, his gaze immediately falling upon her. He approached and asked, "What are you doing in a place like this?" She didn't answer but deflected to another topic. "The weather is nice, isn't it? The air is fresh too." Renaz still stared at the device in her hand. "It's something you can only enjoy right now." Shugik walked over and looked up high. "It's almost time, huh?" She thought for a moment then answered, "At most 1 year." He turned to look at Renaz. "It's time to end all of this." This time she didn't respond, making Shigyur sigh helplessly. "You really are strange, being absent-minded while we're talking about serious matter." He leaned down close to the device in Renaz's hand. "What are you watching so intently?" Hearing that, she somewhat hesitantly said, this." Inside that device was an image of Subka, currently known as Subka no Kami. Shigyur shouted, somewhat losing his composure. "Subaru, did you just say Subaru?" Renaz sighed and quickly answered, "Of course not that Subaru. He just stole the name Subaru Narukami, a streamer currently undertaking the second challenge." Comments also appeared on the live stream. "His movements are extraordinary, and this guy is supposedly a noob." Renaz was a little hesitant, but then said clearly, "You know too, right?" She got a little angry and spoke loudly to Shigyur. If Subaru had survived in that situation, Kazuki Kyojo, then he would have been wiped out from this tower long ago. He calmly asked, "What do you mean?" Renaz's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a few pink flushes appearing on her cheeks. "Subaru is dead. You need to accept that fact." Shigyur heard this and immediately turned away. "Don't speak of that issue anymore," she called him with some panic. "Shigyur." Renaz stood up from the chair and shouted, "How long do you plan to hide in that kid's shadow?" He turned annoyedly and retorted, "What about you?" Shigyur snatched the device from her hand. "That's the reason you get involved in things like this." She was about to explain, but he took it and brought it before Renaz's eyes. "I'm just killing time." She looked at the device, the image inside reflected in Renaz's eyes making her shout, "Huh." Shigyur took the device back, asking with a somewhat annoyed expression, "What now?" Just as his eyes fell upon it, Shigyur also froze immediately. "That's..." Subaru stomped his foot heavily on the ground to gain momentum. A large amount of energy erupted around him, making it bright. The giants, crushed by the pressure, couldn't walk at all. A notification board from the system appeared. "Received lightning skill. You have received 2,000 achievement points. 1. Continue challenge. 2. Move to the next week." The people in the comments went wild. "Huh, seriously? This is really crazy. Turns out this is how you get it. The difficulty is totally broken. You ask how to get lightning. Just defeat the giant tribe boss, that's enough. It makes sense why Subaru Narukami didn't say anything. Even if I told you all, you wouldn't be able to do it." He looked down and thought, "No, normally this isn't something I can get." The system board displayed information about lightning again. Grade A+, first-class skill type, consumes stamina and mana to hold the power of thunder, can level up by adding thunder fragments. Subaru looked at the board and sighed, "At least I'm not dead, that's enough. The challenge stopping right at this time really saved me." Another series of notifications appeared. On them was all the information about viewers giving him gifts. Subaru immediately spoke up, "Thank you everyone." He looked at the reputation points and continued, "Reputation points 20,150. I said that when I receive gifts, I will perform a thank you show. The challenge will continue." The giants, able to move again, rushed forward growling. Subaru's sharp eyes swept over them. "I will show everyone that thing." Consumed 20,000 reputation points. Thaman level 2 skill has leveled up. Level 3 skill neutralizes the side effects of lightning. He raised his hand, which was emitting lightning. "Currently I want it to spread throughout the body, but..." Lightning transmitted into his hand. Subaru's hand glowed even more. "All of you." He stood still in defense, while the monsters rushed in like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. Just as they raised their hands, intending to attack Subaru, he smirked, tightly grasping the sword hilt with both hands, transmitting lightning into the nameless demon sword. Subaru's entire body emitted a deadly red light. "Should I slay them all at once, like in the old days?" He swung powerfully downwards, his eyes flashing with light. Wherever the slash went, the giants were split in two right there. Not a single monster could escape Subaru's deadly sword strike. The finishing blow complete, those lights gradually faded from his body. Subaru was somewhat exhausted, breathing heavily. "Damn it. I intended to save energy to turn back." He leaned the sword down on the ground, trying to stand firm. "I misjudged the power." Behind Subaru's back, a group of people was gradually approaching. They saw the scene before their eyes, everyone slightly panicked. Peleus raised his head, his face clearly confused. "Huh." He unexpectedly rushed quickly to Subaru's place, You, our benefactor. He was defending. Hearing the call, also turned his head to look. Subaru's eyes gradually blurred. He tried to breathe normally again. Vision blurring, he saw Peleus running over anxiously. Fool, really. Just as he raised his arm towards him, Subaru had closed his eyes tightly. He really had reached his limit. Inside a room, the device on the table rang. The three people inside the room were all anxious and slightly panicked. Seong-hyun raised his eyes and asked, "Do we really have to go this far?" John also didn't know what to do. "Don't ask me. I don't understand the thoughts of women." Hatsuka sat on the chair, burying her face in her hands, murmuring, "This is bad." Her face was bright red, sweat dripping. "What should I do?" Hatsuka rubbed her hands on her face. "Maybe my way of speaking was too cold. What if it just looks like a work message? I should have added more emojis." He folded his arms and spoke, "Sorry, but to me, it just looks like a work message. Are you one of those crazy fan types?" John also added, "Honestly, I thought you wanted to become a streamer's manager." Hatsuka lowered her hands, her voice a little loud. "But before becoming a manager, I am a passionate fan. How can you blame me?" She unexpectedly stood up, walked towards both of them, and continued, "I said it right, boss." Hatsuka placed her hand on her chest, her voice clear and powerful, lightning that only Subaru Narukami achieved. With this, it has become unique lightning only for Subaru Narukami and his group. Seong-hyun heard this and sighed. "Somehow I have preserved my salary." He put his hand up to rub his chin, smiling. No wonder no one else could get it. Definitely someone worth watching. The device in his hand suddenly received a signal. Hatsuka saw this, her eyes lighting up. "Ah, boss." Seong-hyun's next words made her a little anxious. "It seems like Subaru Narukami has read the message, but..." He had just finished the sentence. Hatsuka immediately turned into a stone statue. He only viewed it. Both looked at her, standing there dazed with bewilderment, frozen solid. At the same time, inside a room filled with anime figures, an excited voice rang out. "Well then." A young man was sitting in a gaming chair, in a modern room with an expensive PC setup. He looked at the large LED screen, unable to hide his excitement. "Shall we begin?" A streamer who specializes in analyzing players' matches. Using sharp vision and knowledge, he has defeated countless opponents and built himself a firm position. A confident smile appeared, Hawkeye. People rumored that he had shown sharp analytical ability when watching clips of different players, among them Kirikoa Amun, who just joined Lamka, Amun, Kirikoa, future Lamka, comprehensive analysis of Kirikoa Amun. Hawkeye pointed towards the screen displaying Amun's image. A dark horse has appeared, climbing the tower at breakneck speed. Some even call him the second Nugcum. It was time for Hawkeye to take action, also including Kazuki Kyojo, a former member of Lam Enhan. Can he become the strongest man? Kazuki Kyojo of Lamku. Hawkeye analyzed. Kazuki Kyojo now is a player representing Earth. The pressure on his shoulders must be very great, but today I want to consider his skills more closely. Of course, the generation-spanning legend Nugcumi Subka was also not an exception. No matter what people say, lightning belongs to this man, Nugcumi Subka. Hawkeye praised. When you all think of a player at a superior level compared to the rest, who is the person that comes to your mind? Most of you right now are probably thinking of this man. Yes, Subka Nugcumi. Hawkeye turned on the live stream. He excitedly introduced. "Hello, I am Hawkeye. Thank you for watching today. Today we will together focus on and dissect the hottest player right now, Narukami Subaru." Comments immediately boiled over. Has Narukami Subaru returned? It's not the original, isn't he still on the second floor? So early. Turns out there are many Subaru Narukamis. A new Subaru, out of ideas lol. Hawkeye has had his day. Most were comments showing suspicion. Hawkeye didn't pay much attention. He moved the mouse. Now then, don't break the atmosphere right from the start. Hawkeye started watching Subaru's battle again. Hawkeye couldn't comment any further but could only marvel. Oh, crazy indeed. The comments section was also excited. What's up with this guy lol and he's a newbie? This is a level far beyond the gacha god. Overrated. What floor are you on? No more comments doubted Subaru's level. Hawkeye was still watching. He hesitated. What's going on? He shuddered when witnessing Subaru's performance so much that he could only utter one word. Peak. Hawkeye began analyzing. What concentration is that? No ordinary person can use a newly achieved skill so well. He didn't spare praise. He controlled the skill and only transmitted exactly what was necessary into his sword, and didn't waste a bit of power. The comments section was also overflowing with praise. Like that but possible. What do you mean? Am I the only one who doesn't understand? I understand. Don't understand. Only one word, God. If this is real, then truly crazy. Hawkeye also felt this issue was truly crazy. Exquisite control ability and concentration technique. Concentration helps make that possible, and judgment ability to use it precisely when necessary. He really didn't make a single mistake in this entire battle. He watched intently. Where did this monster crawl out from? You thought to yourself. I bet half of you don't even understand what you're watching. Before ending the live session, he promised, "This boy will surely be a great character. I intend to continue following him in future Hawkeye broadcasts. Below the comments section was still lively. I thought he was defense. What, you intend to go hunting with him? Isn't that your viewpoint? If he climbs a little more, then combining together would be fun. But truly, he is simply extraordinary. A comment caught Hawkeye's eye. No conclusion today. He thought for a moment. Alright, I forgot to give Hawkeye's one-line comment. He thought for a long while and then decided, stating frankly about the degree of control. He might be even more than Kami at his peak. Scene change, Subaru was fast asleep when suddenly he startled awake. Seemingly something made it impossible for him to continue sleeping. Subaru sat up. System notification sound. Stage 6 is approaching. Fatigue degree has completely decreased. Do you want to postpone the challenge? Subka recalled 2 conditions that must be met to temporarily suspend the challenge. You must complete the previous stage. The next stage has not yet started, and the fatigue degree must be 0. In other words, you must fully recover. Subka scratched his head reflecting. My fatigue degree is 0, but my spirit is still tired. Maybe I should pause the challenge for a bit. He picked up the phone to check, and was surprised to see the views. He spoke the last words before turning off the live. Thank you everyone for watching today. The comments section suddenly became crowded, more than usual. Turning off stream, turns out it's just a go-to-sleep stream more. He also realized the change in viewer count. Since when did my viewer count go so high? Subaru said goodbye to the audience. I'm sorry, but the next stream will start the day after tomorrow. I will take a day off. Just as the system notification, Subka Kami has ended the love strum. A light flashed, opening a gate. Subaru was unexpectedly teleported from his room. The system displayed, Discover Stage. His phone rang notification sound. Subaru wasn't in a hurry to go, but stood back to check. He was dazed when seeing the message sent. It was a letter, important Sound Name Entertainment, to you Subaru Narukami. Thank you for your effort. I am Hatsuka, from the management board of Sound Entertainment. Can you please confirm the message I sent you? Our company fully supports streamers and ensures the highest revenue rate in the industry. Subka suspicious opened mask to read again. Spam mail. Suddenly he realized the sender was Souten Entertainment. Scene change at a small coffee shop. Subaru was still looking intently at the letter just sent to him. Subaru went online to research the company that sent the letter, Souten Entertainment, a large MCN company specializing in managing streamers, one of the rapidly developing companies thanks to strong investment and support for streamers. He thought to himself, the world surely has changed. Now even companies like this exist. Reading the lines of information he just found, Subaru frowned slightly musing. And it's also a large company. Among MCN companies in the entertainment sector, it's at the top. Subaru scrolled hit a post with the title Streamer Hawk, associated with Souten Entertainment, like a shooting star. Subaru has appeared, and just regarding controllability, he perhaps has surpassed the original. Below controversially comments broke out. Hawkeye's next target lol. This guy always talks nonsense. As a commentator you are also in the top. Everyone quickly forgets their roots and starts advertising everywhere. He seriously praised that person. Hawkeye is famous for being extremely strict. Reading the comment lines, Subaru also recalled Hawkeye, so he is also a streamer of Souten, a commentator famous for his straightforward style without hiding. The comments section is very live. Subaru bashful but excited upon knowing Hawkeye had praised his performance. I admit he has a very good eye for people. On the street, a pair of legs walked quickly towards the coffee shop where Subaru was sitting. A large man stopped in front of the shop, checked his phone. This person's phone was replaying Hawkeye's live session. Hawkeye's comment rang out. Regarding control, he might be even more than Narukami at his peak. Isaac angrily turned off the phone after hearing Hawkeye's comment. Don't toy with me. He just reached the 2nd floor. He angrily cursed at the screen. What the F is Hawkeye? Once I climb up there, I will pluck all their eyes out. His anger still didn't subside. Isaac stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Damn it. He walked into the coffee shop with a mood like having been chewed by a dog. Just morning, and already lost all inspiration. Walking into the shop, he froze, sighed, anger increased again. Haha. Subaru was already sitting in the shop beforehand. This made Isaac grumpy. He muttered, is today unlucky or what? Everywhere I go. Subaru still didn't know anything. He was still intently reading the hot news on the screen. Isaac approached Subaru, his face twisted in a silent rage. Taking advantage of a moment when Subaru was distracted, Isaac intentionally knocked over a steaming cup of coffee sitting on the table. The coffee had only just been served and was scalding hot. Subaru jumped up with a start, the heat searing through his clothes. He froze for a split second upon recognizing his harasser, while Isaac offered nothing but a casual, empty apology. Oh, my bad. He feigned surprise, his voice dripping with insincerity. Subaru, is that you? We've been running into each other a lot lately, haven't we? The 2nd floor is a small world indeed. The hostility in his tone was unmistakable. Tired of dealing with trouble so early in the morning, Subaru refused to engage. He intended to ignore the jab and simply sit back down. But Isaac wasn't about to let the opportunity to mock him slip away. "Want me to reimburse you for the coffee? You're always broke, so this must be a tragedy for you." Ignoring the incessant rambling, Subaru simply brushed past him in silence and turned to leave. Cut off mid-sentence, Isaac felt a surge of intense humiliation. His eyes flared with a dangerous, burning anger. He shouted after the retreating figure, "Hey." Intent on starting a fight, he barked, "I'm pretty sure I warned you last time. Is there something wrong with your head?" In a sudden, aggressive move, he reached out and grabbed Subaru by the collar. "You little bastard." Bringing his face inches from Subaru's, he hissed a threat. "Wipe that smug look off your face. You think I'm just going to let this go? If you want a beating that badly, you should have just asked. I'll crush you again, just like in the old days, exactly the way you want." Subaru looked at the hysterical Isaac with an air of profound boredom. He calmly reached up and grasped Isaac's wrist, responding softly, "I'm sorry, but..." Subaru forcefully shoved Isaac's hand away. "I don't have time for this today." Subaru's grip had been far from light. Isaac stared at his rapidly bruising wrist in genuine shock. How is he this strong?" Subaru continued to walk away nonchalantly. "Let's just say that coffee was on you. Thanks for the treat." He left Isaac standing dazed and speechless in the middle of the shop, stuck with the bill. Isaac finally managed a frustrated roar. "Hey, get back here!" But Isaac's shouts did nothing to make Subaru turn around. The coffee shop door slammed shut behind him, a final metaphorical slap to Isaac's face. Isaac let out a sharp, frustrated breath. And I actually intended to climb the tower quietly." He cracked his knuckles, his anger simmering. First it was Subaru Narukami, and now it's this Subaru Haas. Abandoning his coffee, he stormed out of the shop, fuming. "They all just exist to piss me off." Meanwhile, Subaru was strolling down the street when a thought suddenly struck him. Oh, that's right. His fingers tapped out a message on his device to someone. The scene shifts to a quiet bathroom. Hatsuko was relaxing in a tub when her phone pinged with an incoming message notification. The screen displayed, from Subaru Narukami, "Let's meet once." Deep inside the dungeon, a beam of light cut through the gloom, illuminating a grisly scene of monster carcasses strewn everywhere. The battle had only just ended. The sword in Subaru's hand still hummed with a glowing red heat. Subaru stood before the heavy doors leading to the boss room. A system notification appeared, entering the dungeon boss room, the sanctuary of the exiled lizardmen. Another prompt flashed. Rank 3 gluttony has neutralized the side effects of the nameless demon blade. Subka thought seriously before stepping in. "I'm finally getting used to this body, but..." From high above, out of the pitch-black void, a streak of fire began to hurtle toward him. A massive lizard, its entire body wreathed in frenzied flames, lunged downward. The system screen lit up. Boss Salamander has appeared. The beast let out a savage, guttural roar. "Gyaa." Subaru lunged forward without hesitation. As he attacked, he calculated carefully. "To prevent an accident like last time and master my lightning affinity, I need to test exactly how much of my maximum output I can handle." With those words, he and the salamander collided. He channeled his lightning, focusing the discharge into his leg. Powered by the electrical surge in his lower body, Subaru vaulted into the air with ease. As he soared upward, he felt a fleeting sensation of returning to the prime of his past life. The monster unhinged its jaw, preparing to unleash a devastating breath attack. A pillar of flame was projected directly at Subaru. Instantly, he channeled lightning into his blade. The system displayed, lightning infused into the nameless demon blade. Subaru swung the demon blade with immense force. His slash tore through the monster's flames, rending the fire clean in half. System notifications began to spam his vision. Rank 3 gluttony attempting to neutralize lightning side effects. Neutralization failed. Fatigue level is rising. Subaru ignored the warnings entirely. He prepared to swing his sword one more time, pushing his limit. This time, the demon blade's arc cut across the monster's hide in a perfect, lethal curve. Upon his victory, the system announced, "Dungeon conquered, Sanctuary of the Exiled Lizardmen. Level up, Strength +1, Stamina +1, Stamina +1. Subaru stepped out of the dungeon as the sky was beginning to grow dark. He glanced at his stats: fatigue, 61. He mused to himself, "The fatigue reduction effect is better than I expected. I still have plenty of energy left. With this, I can probably increase my output further, but..." He sighed, looking at the system screen. It displayed, Gluttony Rank D, Rank 3 skill, neutralizes side effects of item skills used against the player. Level up cost, Subaru grumbled, doubling the credit requirement for a level up. That's a bit hard. As Subaru stood there lost in his gloomy thoughts, wishing someone would just appear and offer him a good job, a voice called out from the shadows. Out hunting, are we? He turned his head toward the source of the sound. From the distance, a tall silhouette emerged through the darkness of the night. The voice was hauntingly familiar. The figure stepped closer, asking again, "You, out hunting?" A familiar face finally came into the moonlight. It was Isaac. This time he seemed almost pleased to see Subaru. "We've known each other a long time, but this is a real surprise." Annoyed at meeting the one person he didn't want to see right after a fight, Subka sighed. "You really are like a leech." Isaac waved a hand dismissively. "I actually thought about letting it go, you know, but my anger just reached its absolute limit." He continued to close the distance, stepping right into Subaru's space. He provoked him. "Why don't we just settle this right here, right now?" Subaru stared at the man in front of him, thinking with utter disdain, "This guy." The scene shifts to the bustling city at night. Beneath the towering, magnificent buildings, elegant young women strolled through the streets. Hawkeye walked into a small tavern. While he was looking around, a hand waved to catch his attention. "Over here." John was already seated. He smiled brightly when he saw Hawkeye. Hawkeye gave a friendly greeting. "John, long time no see." John replied politely, "Yeah, how's the streaming going?" Smoothly. Hawkeye sat down and casually grabbed a glass from the table. It's all right, I guess. Most of the viewers are the same regulars, so the numbers haven't changed much." John took a sip of water and said measuredly, "Actually, that's better. Things built slowly aren't as easy to knock down." Hawkeye pouted at John's lecturing. He asked, "By the way, why'd you call me out so suddenly? I doubt you brought me here just for tea, so get to it." John complimented him. "Man, you really are as sharp as the name Hawkeye implies." He began, "It's about Subaru Narukami, the one you evaluated yesterday. Were you serious about that?" Hawkeye took a sip of his drink before responding seriously. "Oh, that rookie. Like I said, I think his talent is greater than Subaru Narukami was at his peak. Whether he can actually reach that same height is a different question, though." His eyes grew contemplative as he considered the possibility. Hearing the evaluation, John pondered. "I see, so that's your take." Hawkeye asked curiously, "Why do you ask?" John didn't bother hiding it. "I'm thinking of recruiting him into the company." Hawkeye agreed immediately. "Your instincts are top-notch. Good. But he has too few viewers for Sutton to recruit him right now, doesn't he? His recognition is too low." John toyed with his glass. "You're right, but hearing what you have to say makes me confident in him." He then made a proposal. "Let's do a collaboration between you and Subaru Narukami. Increasing viewership and recognition is our job, after all." Back with Subaru, Isaac was still issuing his challenge. "Right now, it's just the two of us." Subaru just wanted to go home. He replied indifferently, "Yeah, that's right." Isaac continued, "This only happened because you got carried into the dungeon, you know that." He looked at him with contempt. "Look at you, not a single scratch. You probably turned tail and ran the second you got inside. That's why I told you to stay in your place, pal." He spoke incessantly, like a broken machine. With a face full of arrogance, he sneered, "Don't tell me you think you've actually become Subaru Narukami or something. Do you dream of mastering lightning like that streamer?" Isaac placed a hand on Subaru's shoulder. "Subaru Narukami, that piece of trash. If he's dead, he should just stay buried in the graveyard." He looked disgusted. "All of you are an eyesore to me, damn it." He looked at Subaru as if seeking agreement. "Right." Subaru looked at the noisy man in front of him with a sense of helplessness. He sighed. "I didn't expect to see an era so full of Subka no Kami copycats either." Subaru had a question of his own. "I'll ask you one thing too. Why do you see me as such an enemy?" Isaac was surprised by the question. He gave a simple reason. "Because your name has Subaru in it." Subaru was curious. "So why do you hate that name? Everyone else loves it, don't they?" Isaac hesitated at the question. You know who my father is and you still ask that." Subaru grew even more confused. "What does this conversation have to do with your parents? You're an adult. Why do you bring up your parents every time you open your mouth?" Isaac introduced him, Reinhardt, a high-ranking ranker from the 9th floor. The name made Subaru pause in surprise. Reinhardt, don't tell me, the one-strike swordsman. A memory of his past life flashed in Subaru's mind. An urgent, frantic announcement. An unthinkable event has occurred. Subaru Narukami of Blue Eye, who appeared like a comet from Earth, has defeated the 9th floor ranker Reinhardt of the ancient continent in a single strike. Subaru had left Reinhardt lying in the middle of a completely devastated battlefield. The whole fight had lasted less than 30 seconds. Reinhardt lay in a pool of blood, struggling to crawl up. "Wait, I can still fight." Before he could finish the sentence, his arm had gone limp. That was how a high-ranking ranker of the 9th floor was defeated. Back in reality, Subaru's tone sent Isaac into a rage. "You dog, don't you dare speak that name so casually." Subaru interrogated him. "So, the reason you see me as an enemy is because of the one-strike swordsman?" "No. Is it because of your father's nickname?" His brow furrowed as he continued. "Do Do you have any idea what Subaru Haas had to suffer because of that? Isaac didn't want to hear another word. Shut up, if you keep talking trash. He began his attack. As fire enveloped the two of them, Isaac growled, no. Subaru stood his ground, watching to see what the man would do. Isaac's hands began to slowly transform. He declared, no more talk, just die. Isaac condensed a fireball in his hand. He declared once more, I hate Subaru Narukami. I hate him so much it makes me nauseous. He wasn't anything special, but he hogged all the attention and acted all noble because of it. Because of a guild leader like that, those people got arrogant and died right along with him. He spoke with a face full of pure hatred. They got what they deserved. Right now, they're probably rotting somewhere in hell. They got the ending they earned. Isaac smiled with satisfaction. He unleashed his move while continuing to curse. You, having that name is your ultimate misfortune. His strike hurtled towards Subaru, causing a massive explosion. He let out a long breath. He thought he had killed Subaru. Oops, I couldn't control my power. He was a friend after all. What a horrible thing I've done. Isaac continued to wallow in his own delusions of power. Next, I think I'll go kill that masked streamer bastard. Suddenly, Subka's voice rang out from the embers. Masked, you say? Isaac gasped. He couldn't believe Subaru was still alive after a hit like that. Subaru stepped out of the thick smoke, appearing exactly like the streamer Isaac had just mentioned. You mean this? Behind him, the ground was scorched from Isaac's attack and flames still flickered. Isaac couldn't believe his eyes. Subka was not only alive, but he didn't have a single wound on his body. He stammered, you took my flames head on. How? Subka didn't rush. He simply responded to Isaac's rage with a calm voice. Feels bad, doesn't it? With that, he suddenly lunged toward Isaac, having to listen to a spoiled brat like you. A punch was delivered with terrifying force directly into Isaac's stomach, making the man's eyes roll back. Isaac's pupils shook violently. A groan escaped him. Isaac collapsed at Subaru's feet. He screamed in agony. Aarjuate. Blood gushed from Isaac's mouth as he shrieked in pain. Subka looked down at him with contempt. Say it again. Isaac wiped the blood from his mouth, struggling to get the words out. How could you? It's impossible. Subaru questioned him calmly. Today, who exactly is standing in front of you? Is it Subaru Haas, the one you bullied and made cry? Or is it the masked Subaru Narukami? Or is it Subaru Narukami of Blue Eye? He slowly removed his mask, staring directly at the man collapsed before him. Isaac still didn't submit. Cough, don't screw with me. So you really are the streamer Subaru Narukami. He scrambled up, his face full of mockery. What the hell? The lightning wasn't even that big. Even trash like you managed to learn it. He gathered power in his hand and continued arrogantly. You think you can beat me with that level of skill? The fact that a pathetic weakling who isn't fit to tie my shoes learned it. That just means I'm better than Subaru Narukami of Blue Eye, doesn't it? Subaru stood still, listening to the irrational ramble. Isaac roared in anger. Am I right, you bastard? He suddenly attacked. In contrast to the man's frantic movements, Subaru simply made a light gesture. With a single strike, Isaac's arm was severed and sent flying into the air. It all happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that Isaac didn't even understand what had happened. Subaru offered a soft critique. Too bad, wrong answer. I'm amazed you can spout so much nonsense that is completely off topic. Subaru's blade was pointed directly at Isaac's throat. He stammered, hey wait, what do you mean? He fearfully recalled Subaru's question. Do you think Subka suffered because of that? It feels bad, doesn't it? A brat like you bad-mouthing them. At that moment, Isaac finally realized the gravity of the situation. He began to shake uncontrollably. Don't tell me. Subaru watched patiently as Isaac struggled to speak. Your Blue Eye, Narukami. As soon as the words left his mouth, Subaru delivered a fatal blow, and blood erupted like a fountain. He quickly finished Isaac off. Playtime is over. Blood dripped steadily from the man's body onto the ground. He quickly collapsed. Subaru put his mask back on and left. I was too easy on you. Subaru spoke to the memory of Subaru Hase's body. Consider this my thanks for letting me borrow your body. Scene change, the next morning, still at the same familiar coffee shop. But today the staff is suddenly more abuzz than usual, whispering about whether that guy is a Subaru Narukami fanboy or what. Doesn't he have any shame? Someone muttered, nodding that it looked like he was actually streaming right there. Subaru remained seated in the shop, staring intently at the device in his hand and ignoring the gossip behind his back. As a streamer, he intended to stick to Subaru Narukami's policy of not revealing his true face, since it was a huge advantage to keep the enemy in the dark about his appearance. Outside, a female figure walked in and apologized. I'm sorry, I kept you waiting. The person entering was Hatsuka. She blushed shyly and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the one who contacted you. She quickly introduced herself. I'm Hatsuka, the manager. Subaru politely stood up and said, I'm Subarumi. while Hatsuka confusedly shook his hand, saying, "It's truly an honor to meet." She blushed as she looked up at Subaru's appearance, unable to help thinking that they really looked so much alike. She started thinking further, wondering what would happen if Subaru Narukami were actually alive and returned, or if this guy was hiding behind a mask because he was just an imposter. She had been staring at Subaru for so long that he asked if something was wrong, causing Hatsuka to realize she had overstepped and reply embarrassedly, "Yes, Hatsuka recalled John's strict advice that making a good first impression to gain the client's trust was the key, and that she must absolutely not show any attitude that seemed unreliable. She worried that she had messed up from the very start, while Subaru didn't understand why she was suddenly clutching her head in frustration. He spoke up and asked if she was a fan of Subaru Narukami, and at that, Hatsuka's eyes lit up as she replied, "Yes, a very passionate fan." Subaru explained that he wasn't the real deal, so she should calm down, then added, "Manager, I think you're younger than me," but Hatsuka excitedly said, "No, I'm a fan of yours too." She truly was a genuine fan. Once he touched on her favorite subject, she started talking nonstop about how she had followed him since he had 0 viewers, meaning she was his first viewer, and how she was amazed when he defeated the Bat and passed Greg's trial, but then chose the Lightning Challenge to duel him fairly. Subaru didn't expect her to be such a die-hard fan, while Hatsuka continued to ramble about how his quick and skillful movements were so refreshing to watch, and how her hands were sweating when he subdued the monster immediately after encountering the giant fragment. Subaru was stunned listening to her, realizing she really was the first viewer, and remembered more than he did. Behind his mask, Subaru smiled happily and remarked that he had been quite reckless back then, so it was surprising she had been watching. Being recognized made Hatsuka even happier, and she exclaimed that it was amazing and she felt it was destiny, which was why she went straight to the company and begged to be his manager. After expressing her fangirl thoughts, she quickly returned to her professional demeanor and told herself to act like a pro to earn his trust, then noted the contract was ready and she would summarize it since he was likely busy. She placed the contract firmly on the table and explained that they would help create all sorts of added value, commercials, broadcast clips, events, and so on, by using the Narukami brand. Subaru picked up the contract and asked what he had to do, to which Hatsuka replied that he should just continue streaming as usual, as that was all they needed. The task seemed too simple, making Subaru suspicious if being a streamer was really that easy, so Hatsuka flusteredly explained that because he was the first to master lightning, the entire company from the manager down highly valued him, and she silently cheered herself on to do well one last time. She excitedly asked if the terms were satisfactory, but Subaru suddenly asked if all Souten managers were like. Subaru's question killed Hatsuka's smile, and she recoiled in embarrassment, saying that everyone else was much more reliable and professional than her, though she wasn't that bad. But seeing her so flustered, Subaru quickly clarified that wasn't what he meant by the question. Subaru glanced over Hatsuka, silently analyzing the aura she radiated and thinking that she wasn't an ordinary player, so it was strange for someone of her level to only be a manager, while Hatsuka worriedly muttered that they were doomed. Inside his mask, Subaru looked a bit worried, thinking that from now on the opponents he would face would be much stronger and there was no time to rest. He had to keep picking up the pace. Meanwhile, Hatsuka was anxious and pouting, telling herself she had to make a reliable impression and wondering what she would do if he refused or if she should force him to sign. Contrary to her thoughts, Subaru reached out and accepted, saying he clearly understood she was someone he could trust. Hatsuka was surprised he agreed and blurted out, "Huh." Subaru sincerely said, "Please look after me." She was moved to tears and happily shook Subaru's hand, saying she was the one who should say that, and hoped he would help her too. The live screen lit up. Subaru appeared, and this time his session had a fair number of followers. The comments section was excited to see him, with people saying he's here, I've been waiting, and hey newbie, that mask again, same content today. The live screen displayed a viewer count of 703. Subaru was amazed that he had 700 viewers so soon after starting the stream, wondering if it was thanks to Hatsuka's announcement. Previously, Hatsuka had posted a notice regarding the lightning skill distribution tutorial schedule. Not wanting to keep the audience waiting, Subaru began entering the dungeon, saying, "Well, let's get started right away." The system announced, starting stage 6, Legend. The scene shifted to a forest where heavy rain was falling, and an army was currently stationed. Inside a tent, many soldiers were gathered. Everyone was surrounding the leader. Peleus asked Falcon where the benefactor was, and Falcon replied, yes. Another soldier chimed in, saying he found it suspicious and questioned if they should trust someone who wasn't even a knight, while others agreed that it was hard to believe an outsider could suddenly appear and defeat a giant chieftain alone. Unless Peleus witnessed it directly, you might have been tricked. Was that really the giant boss or just a soldier? they argued. Peleus was furious that the soldiers were insulting his benefactor and snapped, "How can you say such things?" When suddenly a loud call came from outside, Lord Peleus. A soldier introduced Subaru, saying, "The benefactor is awake." Peleus quickly ran to him and asked if he was okay, and as Subaru stepped inside, he replied that thanks to him, he could walk normally without help. When Subaru appeared, the soldiers' suspicion grew. They doubted if this was the hero who defeated the giant boss, thinking that although they wanted to be polite, he didn't look strong at all. Naturally, Subaru knew what they were thinking, that they didn't believe or didn't want to believe he had defeated it. Subaru remembered a trick Hatsuka had shown him. By using a pre-saved pose, he could adjust the mic frequency so only the audience could hear his voice. He silently thanked her, thinking it was a useful feature for such a tedious situation. He walked past the soldiers, muttering under his breath, "So brazen." The comments started getting excited, saying, "Don't underestimate him. Did you just smile under that mask? And so confident." "First, thank you." A hand reached out politely. An older soldier introduced himself. "I'm Dale." Subaru politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet him, and Dale expressed that while he cared about protecting the village, everyone was being trampled. Subaru asked for clarification on being trampled, and Dale sadly replied, "Yes, by that guy." Dale's hesitation made Subaru curious if there was someone more dangerous than the boss, and Dale confirmed, yes. He recounted that, as he might know, the true giants who once waged war against the gods had been sealed somewhere and disappeared. Most of the giants here were more like thoughts or traces they left behind. Suddenly, Dale trembled as he mentioned that the giant who appeared after he killed the boss was different. He was close to a legendary giant, and it was unbelievable such an entity still existed. His story excited the live stream comments, with people asking if it was floor 8 level, and others saying no one had gone that far so it couldn't be, and if it were real, there was no way to defeat. Not only were the comments confused, but all the soldiers were also in disarray after hearing Dale's story. Subaru calmly responded, "Then we have no choice but to defeat him." Dale marveled at his lack of fear and remarked he was quite confident, but warned that while they were in a position to beg for help, it was certainly an impossible request. Others continued to jeer that he only said that because he hadn't faced it yet. Peleus spoke up, benefactor. He recounted a legend passed down from ancient times about Millennium Mountain, where at the peak of that high mountain, a lightning fragment was hidden. He paused for a moment and added that the only person who could find it was, "I believe it can only be you, benefactor." At the village, villagers were desperately fleeing, as smoke and fire rose violently everywhere. A group of giants entered the village, but a much larger figure appeared behind them, repeatedly muttering, "Padel." A giant 10 times larger than the others entered the village, muttering strange words about his child. He grabbed a soldier who screamed in panic, Stop." The giant lifted the human high, "I will." Then he crushed the human in his hand like a toy. He growled that he would see his child off with the blood of humanity. All of these scenes were captured by Subaru's eye. From above, Subaru was on a horse looking down at the village, whispering, "That guy." The comments section was triggered by the previous scene, asking if the one defeated before was his son, and nodding how huge he was, wondering if that was a real giant. Subaru pulled the reins to leave, looking back one last time, and remarking that he really was trying to kill everyone. Below, the comments continued, saying the test was trying to kill them, and that impossible things were happening, while one person joked the test was being restrained now. Before leaving, Peleus instructed Subaru that it would take about 3 days for the giant to get there, and if he couldn't find the lightning by then, he should just run away, as it was the only way to save his life. Before Subaru stood Millennium Mountain, a mountain that scraped the sky. He was on his way there. To defeat the giant, the power of lightning was indispensable and might be the key to this trial. A few comments expressed doubt about trying again at least twice, but reading those, Subaru confidently asserted, "No. There is no trial in this tower that I cannot conquer." Suddenly he realized he had slipped up and cursed, "Damn it. I accidentally used a catchphrase." The comments were excited, saying he was so confident and they had heard that phrase before, asking if it was a catchphrase. Suddenly, the system repeatedly announced that Safe Asset had registered a mission to give 3,000 reputation points if he defeated it, along with other missions for an impossible task and a part-time job for a small amount of money. Subaru was glad he wasn't caught and thought it wasn't a bad reaction. Subaru pulled the horse's reins tight. The horse neighed and came to a stop. He had reached his destination and stepped down. Subaru stared inside. A lightning fragment was hidden here. Before Subaru was a massive, towering cliff. He started groping between the rocks, recalling what Peleus had said. The lightning fragment was something from legend. Whether it was a special power, an item, or even a person, there was actually no information about it. Subaru asked if he knew how to get it, and Peleus regretfully said they only knew the mountain's location and the legend. But one thing was for certain, Peleus had affirmed. The one who once held the lightning had destroyed the giants. Scene change, Hatsuka was on the phone, and a voice inside asked what was going on. Hatsuka screamed happily that the contract was completed, and on the other side, John asked in disbelief if she was serious. He said proudly that she had done it, and finally became a decent person. Receiving the praise, she happily threw her bag aside and rushed into the room. Hatsuka was excited that she would be respected now and asked if he was really praising her, to which John replied of course, and that he had met Hawkeye, but there was something he wanted to tell her soon, but without letting him finish, Hatsuka turned off the device. She lay happily on the bed to relax, saying she was done and it was time to watch the stream. She happily turned on Subaru's stream. Watching on the screen and seeing it live was the ultimate joy for an otaku. The stream was just at the part where Subaru confidently affirmed there was no trial in the tower he couldn't conquer. Her eyes, following the live session, suddenly widened. She sat bolt upright with a suspicious look. Hatsuka muttered to herself that a phrase from over 20 years ago had just been uttered so naturally. Meanwhile, on Subka's side, a large rock was shaking violently from a powerful impact. Below, the comments were buzzing about whether he was using his hands and telling others not to despair. A deep dent appeared in the rock. Subaru didn't stop and challenged, which one is harder? He used all his strength to swing his hand again, saying they should fight to the very end. The punch created a large explosion, and the rock shattered into pieces. Rocks and dust fell all around Subaru. Finally, he found what he was looking for. Found it. Strong legs walked upon the large boulders. Subaru clenched his fist and thought that people would naturally wonder, as that feeling couldn't be transmitted through the stream. A massive lightning energy was calling out to his own lightning power. Behind this door, he stepped forward quickly and with determination. The comments noted how huge the door was, looking like something the giants would use, and wondered how to open it without a key, suggesting he use his specialty to break. He gently reached out and touched the door. Inside, rays of golden light slowly revealed themselves. He thought it was a very obvious clue. The system voice rang out, generating lightning. Thaman level 3, neutralizing lightning side effects. In his heart, he knew the real trial would take place inside. A powerful punch was delivered. Subaru leaped up, saying if they called him so enthusiastically. He shouted that he would respond. The golden energy struck and pierced the stone wall. He watched the whole scene, his heart unruffled. The door slowly opened. He walked in slowly. The comments continued that he was moving forward, and a major event was about to happen. Subaru was surprised when he saw something. His footsteps suddenly came to a halt. As if making a decision, he continued forward with a look of resolve. The mechanical voice continued, entering the path where lightning passes. You cannot leave until the stage is cleared. Everyone stood there in silence, each occupied with their own task. Dale frowned and asked, Peleus, do you really think he'll be able to obtain the lightning? Peleus replied with confidence, he can, I'm sure of it. He continued, even though he's an outsider, you've placed a lot of faith in him. He laughed cheerfully. That man has already proven himself. There's no reason to doubt him at all. So what if it's lightning? We're all going to die anyway, a voice said. A trembling voice rose from behind. You don't understand. Hawkeye bit his lip. That giant, the power he possesses, I experienced it firsthand in that village. Peleus sat down beside him. Even so, we can't just give up, right? Let's place our trust in him just once, in that young hero who has done everything for us without asking for anything in return. His eyes welled up with tears. That's easy for you to say. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone suddenly descended into a panic. Everything shook violently as a terrified voice rang out. This isn't good. Someone rushed in, looking frantic. He's here. Everyone was terrified, their mouths agape in utter disbelief. Inside the cold cavern, Subaru looked around at his surroundings with a cold gaze. He stepped inside, thinking to himself, what do you want me to do here? Comments began to flood in. There's nothing here, nothing at all. There's nothing here, maybe the lightning is just too fast to see. His eyes grew pensive. That makes sense. Before a lightning strike, it's just scattered electrical charges in the air. So of course I wouldn't be able to see it. It turns out this isn't a challenge of searching with my eye. The name of this challenge, the path the lightning traverses. And the powerful bolt deep inside is calling to me. It's pull. Suddenly he froze, his pupils constricting violently. He slammed his fist into the ground. Perhaps this challenge is lightning that cannot be seen with the naked eye is scattered throughout the air. And the deeper I go, the stronger it reacts. Suddenly a flash of yellow light sparked, and a rock came flying toward him. They created an explosion. The comments continued. What was that just now? Good Lord, what is going on? In his heart he thought, I must be right. Even knowing this, I still have to move forward. How ironic. It seems like this time, they are testing my endurance. His eyes turned sharp and cold. Basically, if you can't endure it, you die. A mechanical voice rang out. Air Allergy has donated 100 fame points. What are you afraid of? It continued, as many people were donating fame points to him. He strode forward aggressively, looking determined. With a cold gaze, he said, "Quest rewards. Thank you all very much." A pot of soup was boiling, with steam rising from it. Shigeru sat quietly on a chair. He sighed, his eyes deep in thought. Rina opened the door forcefully, causing him to jump in surprise. He hurried to cover something with his hands, as she watched in shock. She sighed in relief and teased him. "What are you hiding? You're watching something perverted, aren't you?" He stammered, "I'm not hiding anything. My eyes are tired, that's all." She sat down next to him with a playful smile. "I heard your hair grows faster when you, well, you know." He felt helpless. "Don't say such weird things. I already told you that's not it." She continued, "Since you said that, I stopped watching the stream, but oh well." He hesitated. "I see. So what are you planning to do here?" She ate a piece of cake, looking unbothered. "What's with that reaction? You mean I can't just relax on the sofa?" He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. "No, it's not like that. If that's the case, I'll just endure it and try my best." He shouted in frustration. "You really didn't have to put it that way." She covered her ears, annoyed. "Hey, my eardrums are about to burst. Don't just scream out of nowhere like that." He kept yelling, "Just rest however you want, don't mind me." His hands trembled and sweat poured off him as he held his phone. He opened his mouth to speak. "You're always stubborn and never listen to anyone." She frowned. "What a weird guy." She stood up irritably. "This is so annoying." He asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "You know, you could stay longer. You could eat some bread or even lie down if you want." Seeing her enter the room and slam the door, he let out a sigh of relief. He lifted his phone. "That was close. I almost got caught. If she knew I was watching the stream, she'd definitely make a huge scene again. I don't even want to imagine." He looked worried as he thought, "Even if our positions were reversed, Subaru wouldn't forget us." A voice drifted from the phone. "Basically, if you can't endure it, you die." Shigeru was lost in thought. His personality and the way he talks are exactly like Subaru. "Thanks for the quest rewards. However, you're nothing like Subaru when it comes to desperately grinding for fame points." He wondered what was happening. Suddenly, a hand was placed gently on his shoulder, and a low, raspy voice said, "You should ask yourself that question." Rina placed her hand on his shoulder. His face turned pale as she spoke with a dangerous tone. "You really think I didn't notice? Trying to trick me, you're still a bit green for that." A mechanical voice rang out, "Create the path of lightning." Tears began to fall slowly. Subaru remained silent, feeling that everything was far too fleeting. He walked slowly, looking as though he had no strength left at all. Suddenly, sources of yellow light surrounded him, and the system voice announced, "Progress, 2.3%. His arms became hypersensitive, shaking uncontrollably. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. "When it comes to lightning, I've faced it more times than I can count." His gaze turned sharp and determined. The system voice spoke urgently, "Progress, 2.3%. He thought there was still a long road ahead. He continued to walk, feeling quite hesitant in his heart, but he told himself the goal was very close. Comments popped up. "Why isn't he running? Wouldn't it be better if you ran? Hurry up, please." He looked coldly toward the comment section. "I might not read the chat from now on. To be honest, just run. It looks like he's too badly injured to read the chat. He's just afraid of dying." He thought to himself, reaching the goal is a given. But if possible, I want to aim for even more than that. Subaru's face appeared on the computer screen. Hawkeye grew pensive, staring intently at the live stream. He thought back to John's words, "You and Subaru Nakurami should cooperate." Thinking of that, he said coldly, "How long has it been since John personally handled a project?" John set a glass of water down and spoke up. "I've always told you right. In the world of entertainment streaming, you can only do half the work. Understand that this is part of the evaluation." He continued slowly, "Who my family is and which players exist in this era are what determine popularity." He gave an appreciative smile. "Exactly. Subaru Nakurami's stream isn't about interacting with fans. It's more like a veteran player's vlog. Subaru might be a rookie streamer, but you just need to keep up your usual commentary style." His voice was slow. "This might be a real opportunity. Ride the comet and become a star that can shine alongside." Hearing this, Hawkeye felt motivated. He clenched his fists as if he had made up his mind. His eyes flashed and his pupils constricted sharply. Then he broke into a smile. "You could run away here because you aren't confident about climbing the tower, right? I want to be greater than anyone else, too, you know." He looked up at the sky in silence, feeling calm. He sat in the chair, lazily resting his hands on the back of his neck. A star. He reached out to touch a distant star. "Can I really become like them?" Returning to reality, He was startled to find himself actually reaching out for something. His voice sounded helpless. What on earth am I doing while I'm supposed to be working? He looked closely at the screen and suddenly shouted, "Hey, are you crazy?" On the screen, the live broadcast was still going on. Subaru stood there, struggling against the yellow energy. His entire body was severely injured, yet he still tried to resist and move forward. His footsteps were shaky, but he stubbornly pushed on with unwavering determination. Subaru was panting continuously from the pain. In his heart, he thought, the stronger the lightning gets, the deeper it penetrates my body. He looked down at his hands and thought, this should be enough. He continued, as even the smallest meridians throughout his body, including the Ren and Du vessels, began to be filled with light. A mechanical voice rang out, "Progress, 20.7%. The clearing of minor meridians is underway." The lightning was stabilizing within his body. Magic power +1. He thought, I have to control this no matter what. The Ren and Du vessels are the central pathways of the body. The minor meridians refer to the vessels connecting the entire body. If the minor meridians are cleared, it means internal energy has reached every corner of the body. He seemed quite worried. Subaru didn't have to go through the minor meridian purification process. In other words, I'm taking a shortcut. The system voice was cold. Negative status, electrocution beginning. Drops of fresh blood trickled down. Subaru thought, normally, people would do this with their own mana. Relying on external lightning makes it easier, but it brings unimaginable pain. Subaru slowly closed his eyes in resignation. Blood dripped down. With every step he took, staining the ground red. Hatsuka sat on the bed, holding a phone. She was watching Subaru's live stream. She looked anxious, large drops of sweat rolling down. He's already cleared the minor meridians in his heart. Are you planning to do that here? It moves through your body without relying on your mana or internal energy, but on external force. The pain must be indescribable. Most people wouldn't be able to stand it and would definitely lose consciousness. Even if dying in a challenge doesn't affect reality. She stared at Subaru's image on the screen. The pain is still exactly like it is in real life. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling. So why? Her eyes filled with tears. Why go this far? Subaru continued to walk amidst the roaring mechanical sound. Progress 50.3%. The clearing of minor meridians is underway. Lightning is stabilizing within the body. Magic power +1. His body was covered in wounds as he collapsed to the ground. It's all my fault. He was filled with utter disappointment. It's like I'm the one who killed them. Seong-hyun stared at his phone screen and spoke up. I've always said this, haven't I? There is no challenge that cannot be conquered. He asserted confidently, don't worry. He spoke to the joy of everyone around him. In the end, I am the winner. Subaru's voice was weak, as if he had no strength left. He seemed to be driven to madness. If I hadn't been so careless, if I hadn't pushed them with my overconfidence. His eyes were clouded as tears streamed down. Then no one would have had to die. Kazuki, his face stained with blood, spoke up, honestly. He let out a scornful laugh. You guys failed because you were way too arrogant. Subaru went wild, running forward as fast as he could. Every step he took left a trail of fresh blood behind him. He blamed himself repeatedly. It's because of me. Helpless, he collapsed onto the ground. Seemingly devoid of any strength, he gasped for air, his wounded hands reaching out as if trying to grasp one final ray of hope. The scene shifted to a prairie with endless stretches of green grass. Subaru glanced at the leaves blowing around him and muttered, where am I? He suddenly noticed a group of people sitting around a campfire up ahead. Subaru froze for a moment, his entire body suddenly tensing up. His pupils dilated to their limit as he gasped, everyone. Shuhei, Soya-ke, Lori, even Shigeru and Renat. Subaru rushed toward them, wondering, was it all just a dream? Before long, he had almost reached their backs. With tears in his eyes, Subka smiled faintly. Of course, that's how it should be, right? God, what a disgusting nightmare. Hey, at least listen to what I dreamed about. Just then, a voice rang out, Subaru. You really led us to our deaths. I didn't want to die. These words left Subaru in shock. Shuhei, Soya. Chino, sitting to one side, interjected. You always talked about such grand things, and then. There was now a hole in the middle of her stomach. Her tone was full of resentment. Why didn't you protect us? His eyes went wide as he could only call out her name, Chino. Immediately after, a bright red fire erupted right in the center. Drenched in sweat, Subaru stammered, unable to find the words. He could do nothing as the fire consumed them all. Subaru stretched out his arm and screamed, wait. He let out a helpless cry amidst the sea of fire. Everyone, don't go, just wait a second. Subaru squeezed his eyes shut in agony, enduring the crushing weight of this loss. He collapsed, his mouth never ceasing to mumble, please. But those flames flared up more violently, creating a blinding, dazzling flash of light. That light pulled Subaru back to reality. He dropped to one knee and thought to himself, so this was just a vision that happens while clearing the meridians. I almost suffered a chi deviation. The system immediately notified. Progress 97.87%, currently clearing minor meridian. Lightning is stabilizing within your body. Magic power +1. Subaru's face darkened as he wondered, who the hell came up with such a crazy challenge? He stood up straight before the glowing golden lightning and thought, thank you for reminding me why I'm still alive. Kazuki's face gradually appeared in Subka's mind. The scene shifts to a place of chaos, where villagers are standing behind a line of knights. Everyone held weapons in their hands, gripped by absolute terror. A giant beast suddenly appeared right outside the fence. They could only wait for the moment to charge. Suddenly it bared its teeth in a grin, acting completely defiant. Seeing this, the knights turned to each other and gossiped. Are you kidding me? Is that thing really the boss? So that masked guy really did abandon us. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, making the two of them turn their heads. Our benefactor will definitely return. Peleus walked up and stated firmly, you trusted the fate of this village to a stranger whose name you don't even know, and now you dare to doubt him. They hesitated and done at it. We didn't. He frowned in disdain. How pathetic. And you call yourselves knights. Suddenly, a hand patted Peleus on the shoulder. You're right. Dale added, before blaming others, we should remember that protecting the village is our duty. A second later, he drew his sword. Dale pointed his sword forward and declared, knights are not the ones who are protected, they are the ones who protect others. With those words, he dashed forward at the speed of light. Dale raised his sword to inspire the crowd behind to follow him. Today, let us die like true knights. Meanwhile, back with Subaru, the system notified, progress 99%. A magic circle and a glowing golden elixir immediately appeared. He stared at it in confusion, wondering, what is that? But based on the progress, that must be the goal. Suddenly it displayed, fatigue has reached 97. This made Subaru freeze for a moment, only 4. Each stream of golden spiritual energy began to pierce through his body. Subaru ran toward the source of that energy, telling himself, just one more step. The system warned, you must reduce your fatigue. Going any further will be extremely dangerous. Even so, he still lifted one foot. Then at that exact same time, a foot stomped heavily onto the ground. It turned out that Dale had built up momentum to spring upward. He swung his sharp sword to the side. Dale used every ounce of his strength to deliver a decisive slash to the beast. Blood immediately sprayed out from its body. The beast looked up and let out a blood-curdling scream. It hunched over and threw a punch at Dale, but it missed. Meanwhile, Peleus was charging in with his sword in hand. He shouted loudly, leave the rest to me. Peleus quickly planted his foot on a nearby rock. He used his strength to leap in front of the beast. It was momentarily caught off guard and looked up at Peleus, who was lunging toward it. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his face filled with murderous intent. A second later, Peleus delivered a slash right down the center of the beast's face. It gritted its teeth, growling uncomfortably. Then the beast leaned back as chunks of flesh were torn away. Its entire body slammed into the ground, just as Peleus landed to the side. Seeing this, the other knights cheered joyfully. We did it. Sir Peleus and Sir Dale finally took it down. Die, just die already. Stomping around here like you own the place, you filthy monster. This is all thanks to Mr. Dale. Peleus remarked, the most dangerous one you warned us about is dead. We can finally rest. Dale hunched over, panting, and replied, no. Dale looked up and continued, that's not the one I was talking about. Those men flipped their attitudes faster than a pancake. Turns out it wasn't that big of a deal. It's just that Sir Dale and Sir Peleus are too strong. Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants, and before he could finish his sentence, he was crushed under a giant foot. Dale looked at the newcomer in panic and confirmed, that's the one. Peleus screamed in terror, this guy is on a completely different level. The scene shifts back to Subaru, reaching his hand out toward that circle while the notification pings. Progress 99.99%. Subaru gripped it tight and muttered, I'll make you apologize in hell. Then the system displayed, progress 100%. His pupils glowed intensely, his voice dripping with killing intent. Kazuki, I'm going to take your head as a souvenir. Meanwhile, radiant golden energy sources were radiating all around Sub. A second later, all the lightning bolts converged into his body. Subka turned his back, thinking to himself, finally. He let out a long sigh and lamented, it's finally over. Suddenly, long black streaks began to appear in the whites of Subaru's eye. His whole body leaned back as he absorbed that source of energy. The system continuously notified, minor meridian clearing complete. Magic amplification rate increased by 20%. Casting speed for all skills increased by 20%. All stats +2. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured. if you still had enough strength to throw one more attack. Then at least you should have given me a heads up first. After that, he lay sprawled out on the shattered ground. The system displayed, Legendary Stage 6 complete. The scene shifts to John, sitting thoughtfully in front of his computer screen. He looked at the comments. That difficulty is insane. He fainted again. I wonder when he'll wake up this time. Then he mumbled, you can only be reckless up to a certain point. Oh, it seems like he's just not cut out for streaming. Right then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call from Hawkeye. He picked up and said, I'm currently watching Subaru Narukami's stream. The other guy let out an exclamation. You too, John. It's crazy, right? John offered a solution. Calm down and explain it so everyone can understand. Hawkeye grinned and said, this guy is really going to be a star. As both a player and a streamer, John wondered, you think so? Actually, I think it'll be hard for him. He's clearly more of a player than a streamer. The guy scratched his head in agreement. True, that's the core content people watch this stream for. A Subka no Kami who is almost like the original. Subaru Narukami isn't a streamer, he's a player. In other words, we are witnessing the birth of the man, Subaru Narukami. John frowned and interjected, in real time. Just then, Subaru's arm appeared on the screen, gradually starting to move. He struggled to stand up, making the commentators excited. He woke up early this time, so glad to see he's still alive. Finally awake, huh? Subaru slowly opened his eyes, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He clutched his head and cursed under his breath. Damn it, what's my fatigue level? The system immediately displayed 81. Subaru judged internally, good, it's lower than last time. I guess the higher stats worked. I didn't see that last lightning strike coming, but the result isn't bad. A series of information was transmitted. Quest complete. Reputation points received. Current reputation points, 20,420. He remarked, I've saved up a significant amount. An icon appeared. Rank D, skill type. Increases the skill limit of items and skills used by the player. Subaru summoned his lightning orb into his hand and thought, but it's still not enough to upgrade the skill quality. If I defeat that giant, it might be enough. And this is the key to taking it down. The orb's information appeared. Lightning spear untradeable. Weapon type. Gear grade, solid, an ancient spear carved from pure lightning. A single throw will deliver a devastating, decisive blow. Remaining uses, 1. The comment section went wild. What a beast. One throw, that dropped here. Are you kidding? By the way, that's because of his account. Subaru panted and thought, even though it's a one-time use item, you wouldn't normally find this even on the 8th floor, let alone this early. Then he spoke up, exactly. Doesn't look like a spear, does it? A second later, he reached out his finger and pressed a button. Subaru then stretched his muscles and muttered, high-level items can change shape based on certain conditions. Everyone immediately commented, how do you even know about that? Dude's talking like a total pro already. Subaru headed into the cave alone. Alright, let's go take that thing out. The crowd cheered through the small screens, blow it up with lightning, take him down. The scene shifts to Peleus, his face showing clear signs of fear. He and Dale stared blankly at the massive eye right in front of them. Just the way the giant pulled itself up was enough to terrify everyone. It tossed its long silver hair back behind it. The beast let out a blood-curdling scream, its mouth dripping with saliva. The system displayed. The giant seed has devoured the record of the giant. A knight suddenly ran toward it, causing Peleus to shout, hey, what do you think you're doing? The guy laughed helplessly with tears streaming down his face. I told you, didn't I? You people don't know anything. Oh gods, I am not like those foolish people. He dropped to his knees and begged, please, have mercy on me. The giant looked down from above and spoke, God, don't lump me in with those cowardly, filthy creatures. Dale rushed over to advise him, what are you doing? Get up. Peleus, hurry, take the villagers as far away as possible. Run. Suddenly, something made him free. The man behind him screamed in a panic, Dale. A loud crash rang out, as the two of them were sent to meet their maker right before Peleus's eyes. He looked at the surrounding dust and thought, there's no way to win this. Peleus looked back, searching for a way out and the escape route. He looked at the giants behind the village and realized it's already blocked. Peleus's eyes widened to their limit, sweat pouring down incessantly. He gritted his teeth hard. Calming himself down, a second later, Peleus screamed, I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it. The giant immediately spoke. The one who killed the boy is. It leaned down, its voice full of murderous intent. Who? He pulled out his sword and said hesitatingly, it was. Peleus pointed the tip of his sword in one direction, over there. The one who killed your son went that way, gathering strength to kill you and your race. Having finished, he prayed silently, please take the bait, go that way. The giant remained pensive, looking in the direction Peleus pointed. It then turned around and roared, lies, your words are tainted with lies. So the one who killed my son isn't here. Or did you just point that pathetic sword of yours at a random spot? If you don't answer right now, suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed from the mountain range, making it freeze. The beast was utterly astonished at the sight. Peleus was no less shocked. On the other side, a lightning vortex was exploding atop the mountain peak. He gasped, sweat trickling down as he questioned the benefactor. At this moment, Subaru stood on the mountain peak, gazing down. The system displayed that the 7th stage of lightning would now begin. He muttered, "Good, this is the final stage." A flood of comments appeared. "It's getting bigger again, right, it's still growing." Subaru thought to himself, if something stronger than this appears, this challenge shouldn't be called second floor content anymore. The comment section was in an uproar. "This is some kind of twisted preservation of misery. Even if I gathered everyone, do you really plan to fight that thing? Shouldn't you just run away?" Subaru, with countless scratches all over his body, spoke up. "It's okay. No need to overthink it. I only need to land one hit." He summoned the lightning spear, thinking, right now, he's not an opponent I can take head-on. I have to take him down before he charges. A second later, Subaru raised it high. The system announced, activating lightning spear. A bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky. It displayed, initializing lightning spear. Activation rate 10.1%. Then hundreds, thousands of lightning spears shot upward. They swirled together like an endless tornado. Subaru stood there, channeling energy into the sky. The system suddenly reported, fatigue level has reached 84. His hands still refused to lower. Fatigue level has reached 85. Then Subaru curled his fingers, as if gripping a weapon in his hand. A spear instantly appeared in his grasp. The information flashed. Activation rate 33.1%. Subaru gripped it tightly in his hand. The system reported, Thamnarm is neutralizing the side effects of the lightning spear. Neutralization failed. Compatibility is extremely low. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, inwardly lamenting. As expected, my skill level is still too low to use a legendary item. Even so, this body had to endure. Warning sounds rang out. Fatigue level has reached 88. Activation rate 50%. A series of comments appeared upon seeing Subaru's cold expression. Since learning lightning, he's had to endure so much. Maybe he's starting to enjoy it. At this rate, he's a total masochist. Subaru was momentarily startled when he saw the giant looking at him. So they noticed, huh? The commentators confirmed. How could they not? Even my grandma could see that. He pointed his weapon forward and exclaimed, "True. After creating a scene this big, it would be weird if no one noticed." The system announced, activation rate 78.5%. The giant looked at the streak of light in front of him and muttered, "Lightning." He stepped toward it, his tone full of hatred. "So you're the one who killed my son." The beast muttered while running, "It was you." Seeing this, Peleus shouted, "Where are you going? I'm your opponent." He suddenly glanced to his side. At that moment, several giants charged through the sea of fire. The beast narrowed his eyes at the mountain range, erupting with lightning strikes, and muttered, "My son, Padel." His face darkened as he continued, "You must have suffered." The beast continued moving, whispering, "I will return that suffering." The thundering sound of his footsteps grew increasingly violent. The beast couldn't hold back and sprinted forward. He threw a punch forward and roared, "With interest, for all of you." The giant used his full strength to spring towards Subaru and attack. He opened his wide mouth and let out a roar. He gripped the lightning spear tightly. The system panel announced, initializing lightning spear. Activation rate 88.5%. He thought to himself, the odds are 50-50. Hit or miss, that's it. In the chat, everyone was talking. How are you going to land that blow? No joke, it's way too fast. If you miss, are you dead instantly? Subaru's eyes glared intensely. Don't take your eyes off. Cupton's image appeared as he advised. Don't look away. No matter what happens, keep your eyes on the target. That's where a spear is launched from. Forget about throwing it straight or creating a perfect arc. Get all those useless thoughts out of your head. Predicting his movement, you don't need to do that. Trajectory, screw it. Forget the weight and shape of the spear. You aren't like other spear users, because you are. Subaru Narukami. Hearing Captain say that, Subaru gripped the spear, a slight smile curling on his face. Back to the present, the system announced, initializing lightning spear. Activation rate 95.2%. Subaru asked himself, so what should I do? He sighed. After all, it wasn't like he was about to throw an ordinary spear. He smirked. In that case, it's simple. Don't throw it, fire it. The giant closed in on him, but he was still holding the lightning spear tight. The chat went into a panic. What are you doing? Throw it already. You're gonna die before you finish hesitating. Subaru stared intently at the giant. Just a little more. It stared right at him and charged, getting faster and faster. Its feet stomped hard on the ground to gather power, cracking the earth. He launched forward like an arrow, pulling back a fist to swing. The giant leaped high, soaring over Subaru's head. Lightning from his attack shot out in all directions, creating powerful destructive force. He settled into an attacking stance. The notification sound rang out. Activation rate, 100%. Initialization successful. His hand gripped tight. Pulling the spear back, Subaru was determined. There's only one chance, no matter what. The giant beast roared, reaching a hand toward him as it dove down. He thought, I'll finish him in one blow. With that thought, he used every ounce of his strength and threw the lightning spear in his hand. The spear soared and struck the giant beast. It created an earth-shattering explosion. The giant beast cried out as tears streamed down. Before dying, it still muttered, "Patal," before its body disintegrated. Amidst the smoke and dust, Subaru's feet stepped out safely. He walked away looking incredibly cool. The chat exploded. He actually hit it. Insane, that's so strong. Watching this was not a waste of my life. A notification appeared. The seed of lightning consumption has been defeated. Completed the 7th stage of lightning. Following that was a string of notifications. Level up, strength +2, agility +2, health +3, focus +1, magic +1, received 5,000 achievement points. Received item, Heart of Lightning. A glowing stone appeared in front of him. Subka reached out. Heart of Lightning, is this it? When his hand touched the stone, it glowed. The blinding light forced him to close his eyes. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes in daze. What? Subaru looked around. He was standing in a land that was entirely purple. Where am I? Suddenly, a giant figure appeared in the sky, staring down at him. He was startled. The pressure emanating from it caused Subaru pain. What is going on? I can't talk. He dropped to his knees. My body won't move. Countless figures looked at him. Notifications appeared rapidly. A mysterious being is watching you. 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 Subaru's eyes widened. Are you trying to say something to me? The heart of lightning in his hand glowed, the light piercing through his fingers. The darkness was dispelled by the heart of lightning. A fresh, new sky appeared. A notification panel popped up. The main stage of lightning will now begin. Through the heart of lightning, you can search for clues in the village. Subaru escaped that strange place and only then noticed the chat. Why did he sit down when it was over? Subaru Narukami has ended the live stream. He's about to faint again. He lifted his head. Wait, so that wasn't a cutscene. Sorry. I fainted for a moment. Seeing him stand up, the chat cheered. How can you faint so many times in just one test? Classic Subaru, the shadow of Subaru. That really was a legendary level test. Subaru grabbed the chat panel. Oh right, if I don't accept the fame points then. A notification appeared. Quest completed for safety asset. Received 3,000 fame points. Quest completed for War God Kawa. Received 3,000 fame points. Current fame points, 40,120. The chat was buzzing. You're rich now, huh? Alright, let's head back to the village. Show us that heart of lightning. He sighed, I'm a bit tired so. Hearing this, everyone got annoyed. At a time like this, you're making this hard for me, money-grubbing jerk. Goodbye then, see you all later. After that, Subaru disconnected. Subaru Narukami has ended the livestream. Scene change at a shop, Hatsuka's voice rang out. Seriously, you did great in that challenge. Subaru wondered, not really. Was that kind of stream okay? She reassured him. Yes, absolutely perfect. Yesterday, the peak viewership was even over 3,000. You didn't notice, did you? He was stunned. Over 3,000. Sorry, I was focused on the challenge so I didn't notice. She was taken aback. Oh no, that was a compliment, don't you get it? Over 3,000 for a new streamer is extraordinary. The timing of when you ended the stream was perfect, too. In a way, your fatigue worked out in your favor. Subaru confirmed, that's right. It was exactly the part people were most curious about. It's like wanting to see the next episode of a movie. Hatsuka wondered, did you plan it that way? He replied, I plan to check the rewards with the viewers in the next stream. That way my reaction will be genuine, not acting. Her mouth hung open. For real. So you do understand. Guess that old man was worried for nothing. Actually, I prepared a gift for you today. He was surprised. A gift. She crossed her legs. Something you won't be able to refuse. She flashed a mysterious smile. A very special gift. Hatsuka blushed and said, please search for the stream of someone named Hawkeye. Hearing that, Subaru started searching just as she asked. All right. A blonde man appeared on the screen, chatting away. Okay, like the title says, today's topic is this. Or wait, should I use a different topic for today? Anyway, no more messing around. Everyone just take a look first. The second Narukami, or perhaps the one who will become the original. The viewers were buzzing with excitement. Hello, more Narukami content. An otaku, huh? That challenge was seriously insane. He continued, I'll explain every little detail one by one. A long while later, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the cracks in the door. He was still talking. In a challenge where you have to endure. This guy, in other words, he set an extra challenge for himself while taking the exam. Hatsuka sat opposite him, silently watching Subaru with a flushed face. Hawkeye then held up a finger. Oh, sorry, let me wrap this up. I don't need to say much more on this point, so I'll summarize it in one sentence. Subaru listened to him in silence. He is Subaru Narukami himself. His voice was full of arrogance. No further explanation is needed. Subaru looked over at Hatsuka. Perhaps the manager thinks so too. Suddenly she leaned forward. Can I ask you something? He replied calmly, go ahead. She stammered, I know it's strange for a manager to ask this, and I know it's rude, but... Her cheeks flushed red for a moment, as sweat trickled down her face. Hatsuka mustered all her courage. Why are you streaming, Narukami? She looked up. It's not just for the money, right? Subaru crossed his arms and remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Hatsuka watched him think with her mouth slightly open, feeling a bit restless. His answer was very straightforward. No, it's for the money. There's no other reason. Her face turned beet red from embarrassment, and steam practically rose from her head. Huh. She sat back down in shame. Money really is important. Sorry for asking something so weird. Subaru replied, it's fine. Then she opened her bag. That's right, the gift. Let's talk about the gift. The Hawkeye you were just watching is affiliated with Souten, and he's a reliable streamer with a 6-year contract. His analytical streaming style is his selling point, and he has a massive fan base. His eye for talent is very good. And take this, Hawkeye's stream from earlier, and all future stream revenue from related content will be split 50-50. He was skeptical, split with whom? Hatsuka explained, with you of course, since the content is derived from your material, ads, donations, archives, everything. Subaru accepted the thick stack of documents. Really, since signing with the management company, it's been one good thing after another. She got embarrassed again, hearing him say that. She lowered her eyes to the table and scratched her cheek. You think so? He replied. Yes, this is an unexpected gift. Hatsuka brushed her hair. So, this might sound a bit sudden, but as a gesture of goodwill, would you like to collaborate with Hawkeye? Time passed quickly, and Subaru had now returned to his home. He took off his mask. When meeting outside, I probably don't need the mask. And I don't need to emphasize the money matter like that either. He stood before the mirror looking at himself. The more relationships I have, the harder it gets to know how much I should hide. He looked over at the system board. Currently level 3, Tham-Nem has leveled up. Tham-Nem rank C skill category level 4. When used, nullifies the side effects of skills and items, can upgrade the rank and level of skills. Reputation points required, 80,000. Subaru was doubtful. Rank C and it needs 80,000 reputation points, and my balance is. Current reputation points, 120. He was disappointed. Emphasis or not, money is still the top priority. At least the collaboration with Hawkeye is the day after tomorrow. I'll be able to earn a decent amount. He reached his hand into the system space, and perhaps he pulled out a flower. I need to do a few things first. The scene shifts back to Hatsuka, lying face down on her pillow. Her face was still red, and both of her hands were red too. Hatsuka remembered Subaru's face, as handsome as a god. Is it really? For the money. She punched the pillow hard and screamed, that's right. Her thoughts wandered further. Behind that stylish mask, an extraordinary mystery is hidden. If I dig deeper, I'll end up hurting Hatsuka. She kept thumping the pillow. I won't ask, I'm curious, but I'm not a meddler. Subaru had pointed at her, saying, since meeting you, Hatsuka, it's been one good thing after another. Hatsuka's face grew redder by the second. She threw a punch. Me too. That punch was so strong the pillow tore, exposing the stuffing inside as feathers flew all over the room. She was infatuated. Subaru Narukami, a man with secrets no one knows. Meeting him in real life only makes him seem more wonderful. The scene now moves to the 7th floor, Nox Bella, a place with buildings that were both majestic and radiated an aura of dread. In a glowing room within the main castle, someone was working out while watching TV. The screen was replaying Hawkeye's broadcast. I don't need to say more about this matter, so I'll summarize it in one sentence. The person's fist was drenched in sweat. A creaking sound echoed in the room. He spoke while doing pull-ups. I don't like. Pick one, casual or formal address. And who the hell is this guy? Lemon replied, a streamer named Hawkeye. He boasts an average viewership of 8,000. He's from the Blue District, Kurikawa Ammon. Ammon let go of the bar. A streamer, I'll go experience it for myself a bit. He stepped closer. But right now, more than Hawkeye, I want you to focus on Subaru Narukami in that stream. He was surprised. Oh, did that fake learn those lightning moves? The screen was broadcasting Subaru's previous battle. Ammon remarked, truly impressive. Lemon spoke up, you think so? He replied, Sako Shuhei, the Knight of the Blue Spear, once said that not taking your eyes off the opponent while throwing is the most important thing. He was amazed. Wait, Ammon, you even remember ordinary remarks like that. He looked up. I've trained hard to absorb everything about them. Their breathing, everything. They were players who once stood at the peak. But everyone has overlooked one important thing. The blue people didn't just have Subaru Narukami. Every member was the strongest. And there are suspicious things surrounding their death. At that moment, Hawkeye's voice rang out. He is Subaru Narukami himself. No further explanation is needed. Hearing that, Ammon was dissatisfied. What right does that flashy brat have to be so smug, and even talk about them so disrespectfully? Lemon replied, that's the biggest problem with streamers, isn't it? They're willing to give up faith and pride in an instant just to get attention. Unable to take it anymore, he used the remote to turn off the TV. He turned to him, frustrated. I'm so annoyed. Why did you even make me watch this? He stammered. It wasn't me. Guild leader Kyojo asked me to show you. Hearing that, Ammon was surprised. Kazuki. He ordered his subordinates. Lightning is the symbol of the blue people, and the blue people were the predecessors of our blue district. A cart was pushed forward. We've learned that this streamer is very fond of money. Lemon yanked away the cloth covering it. Golden light shone out, and his eyes were filled with utter shock at what he saw. Under that cloth were numerous gold bars. He continued, we've secured enough of a budget. We must bring him back at any cost. Ammon's voice held a sense of wonder. Are you kidding me? He stroked his chin and muttered, he's a money grubber, huh? In the village, everyone was working hard on repairs. The system notification arrived. The second stage of the challenge is about to begin. Peleus waved his hand, directing everyone's work. Gather all the injured in one place. Treat those in critical condition first. Hand out medicine to those with minor injuries as soon as possible. Suddenly, the sound of familiar footsteps caught his attention. Peleus instinctively broke into a relieved smile, as if meeting a saint. He joyfully called out his name, Benefactor. You're finally awake. How are you feeling? You collapsed right outside the village. We were so worried. If you hadn't woken up, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Subaru rotated his arm to stretch and replied, still a bit dizzy. Peleus nodded to clarify for him. Yes, it only happened yesterday, so that's to be expected. Not to dwell on that, he suggested. Can we talk at the inn later? I have a few questions. He immediately bowed in agreement. Of course, ask whatever you like. With that, Peleus placed a hand over his heart in farewell. See you later. Subaru watched him from a distance and judged, Peleus really is a good person. In the comments, some people agreed. Maybe it's time to end his misery. Happy wedding. A while later, when he returned to the small wooden house, the first thing he did was open the system board. Let's check the rewards first. Subaru held a shiny gem in his hand and read the description. Lightning Heart, bound, unique, no level requirement, 30% lightning resistance, 20% lightning strike, strong resistance to electric shock. He was so surprised he blurted out, no way, seriously. Some people were curious hearing him say that. No way, is it good or bad? Disappointment or excitement? Maybe both. What they wondered about was only clear in Subaru's heart. The stats are perfect for a lightning user. No one knew that behind the mask was a radiant smile. This thing is too high quality. While he was celebrating his new treasure, a knock at the door interrupted him. Here, please accept this. Someone carrying a large fruit basket opened the door and walked in. Both the netizens and Subaru were quite surprised. Huh, fruit. Peleus poked his head in to greet him. Did you sleep well? The others teased him. Is the boyfriend visiting? Someone missed you a lot. Why fruit? A moment later, the two were sitting at the table opposite each other. Talk. After thinking for a while, Subaru spoke up. So the legend is true. Peleus, though misunderstanding his point, chimed in excitedly. Yes, I saw that light too. You saved the whole village. Then Subaru took the item off his shoulder and said, this dropped from the giant's corpse. It's called a lightning heart. Even Peleus couldn't hide his emotions. Wait, no way. Seeing his reaction, Subaru asked hopefully, do you know what it is? Contrary to his expectations, Peleus said, no, it looks very strange. The answer was like a bucket of cold water splashed on Subaru's face. The netizens were buzzing. Oh right, he probably knows. This guy knows everything. Peleus sheepishly bowed his head in shame. Sorry, I only know the ancient legends. I don't even know if they're real or what happened afterward. Subaru helplessly let it go. It's fine, just tell me whatever you know. Hearing that, Peleus began to recount. I only know 2 legends. Subaru curiously repeated, 2. He recalled an image he had once seen. The first says that lightning was used to kill giants. It seems you are the one who obtained it, Benefactor. And the second says that the gods and giants fought over the lightning. Hearing this, Subaru immediately asked, fought over it? Peleus confirmed with a nod, yes. This is basically the legend of legends. The gods and giants went to war to gain control of lightning. the giants lost. Then this gem, someone intentionally created it. Subaru touched it and spun it around, wondering, who could it be? Even if the legend doesn't say, the reason is too clear. Peleus spoke up to answer the doubt, so that humanity could use lightning, and the reason humanity needs to use it. His expression changed completely as he said, "It is because of the gods and the giant gods." Thinking of them, Peleus was certain. They are already too strong compared to humanity. He thought of the day when every human would possess a lightning stone for themselves. Looking at the stone, Peleus affirmed, this thing was created so that humanity could face them and win. After he finished telling the story, the system notification arrived. All forgotten legends of humanity have been brought to light. Lightning challenge complete. Skill level increased. Achievement points, 17,050. Attained lightning level 3 from level 1. Before anything else, the system whisked Subaru away right before Peleus's eyes, moving to the 3rd floor. He called out in a panic, "Benefactor, what's happening?" The light quickly faded, and Subaru went with it, leaving Peleus confused. This magnificent and grand palace is the 3rd floor, Ortonarl. The destination circle lit up right in the center of the big city. Subaru appeared like a descending god, yet the netizens raced to put words in his mouth. Finally, the 3rd floor. Finally, it was time, wasn't it? The people around there were sick of the sight. Another fake Narukami. When will this trend ever end, for heaven's sake? Before entering the game, the system asked him. Subaru Narukami Love has donated 1,000 fame points. Congratulations on reaching the 3rd floor. How are you feeling right now? Interviewed so abruptly, Subaru didn't know how to answer yet. Failings. He quietly thought back to some of his past in this very place. I'm finally here. Back then, a woman had asked Subaru, "Excuse me," and he had turned around instinctively, quite surprised. Yes. Remembering it now, Subaru felt a bit nostalgic. Ms. Rena back then, she seemed extremely unapproachable. The girl explained shyly at first, "I just got separated from my team." Rena reached out her hand to describe a height similar to Subaru's. "Have you seen a guy about this tall?" Hearing her description, he rubbed his chin and thought about it. "He's a head taller than me." As if remembering something, Subaru told her, "Yes, I've seen him." Rena exclaimed joyfully, "Really?" He pointed his finger into the void. "He went that way." Rena, believing him, followed. "Thank you so much." She ran off toward that spot like a naive child. She stood there, turning around as if searching for someone. After spinning around a few times, Rena's eyes stopped on Subaru. Finally, Subaru had no choice but to lead the way. "Let's go together. I'm heading this way anyway." That day, Rena was overjoyed, shouting, "Wait, for real? Are you sure?" He nodded and walked ahead. "Yeah, I don't have anything else to do today." If Subaru had just given her directions and left. She immediately ran after him to strike up a conversation. "That makes things much easier. This place is so confusing. I'm Kyoka Rena. What's your name?" Back then, he replied, "Narukami Subaru." Subaru still wondered if the people from that time were still alive. Back to the present, the system panel still displayed the question about his feeling. Subaru's gaze became harder and more determined. Staring into the void, he replied, "It feels like I've lost something important." The brainless netizens teased him one after another. What's with the sudden talk? Is it because he left Peleus behind, so emotional out of nowhere? To avoid being disturbed in the next stage, Subaru decided to turn off the broadcast. He said goodbye to everyone as usual. The next stream will be a collaboration with Hawkeye. They felt a bit regretful. "Wait, is it over already? That was too short, buddy. Use the chat history, okay?" Finally, the system concluded. Subaru Narukami has ended the livestream. In a large and luxurious room, a chandelier sparkled brilliant. A hand was suddenly placed on the table where Subaru was sitting. "Sorry to keep you waiting." John stood opposite him, looking down. "Hatsuka is on her way here right now. Unlike climbing through challenges, moving between floors takes time." He smiled brightly and reached out for a handshake. "Nice to meet you. I'm John Tail from Souten Entertainment." Subaru complained a bit inwardly, then remembered what she had once said. "So much babbling, what a talkative boss." John didn't hear clearly and asked with a puzzled look, "Huh?" He shook his hand and replied, "No, I've heard my manager mention you. Nice to meet you." John smiled and sat down in the opposite chair. "Normally, I'd have Hatsuka relay the message, but I wanted to meet you in person. She's only praised a high-level player like that exactly twice, so I got curious." Subaru was a bit surprised to hear that. Twice. He also spoke up to explain. The first time goes without saying. John mentioned that person's name, which immediately stunned him. Narukami Subaru of Blue Eye. He crossed his arms and bowed his head slightly. "It surprised me. That harsh judge took notice of you, the one who carries the same name, Narukami Subaru." He scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. "I'm not sure about that. May I ask something personal?" Without letting Subaru speak, John spoke first and cut him off. Are you interested in the guild named Blue Eye? Subaru was astonished, his eyes wide as he stared at it. Seeing that reaction, John reached into his pocket for something. That reaction. It seems you aren't exactly uninterested. He asked with some curiosity. Why ask that all of a sudden? He took out a device and looked down at it. Actually, that's part of the reason I wanted to meet you. John held the device in front of Subaru. 5 days from now, this will be the grand prize of a tournament held on the 3rd floor. The light from the screen reflected onto Subaru's face. Are you joking? His hand under the table suddenly emitted small sparks of lightning. This is. Rina held the device displaying the notification and grew pensive. Narukami Subaru has ended the live broadcast. She sighed and spoke up. It's over. Rina turned and walked into the forest. I wonder if the other one has ended too. The sound of high heels hitting the grass made a rustling noise. She stepped onto a patch of grass covered by a layer of white snow. The further she went, the more snow there was, becoming thick and dense. Rina walked up behind Shigeru and asked, "Is it over?" He turned his head, his breath turning into white mist. It ended a long time ago. She was a bit confused and reproached him. Then what were you doing just now? Shigeru turned his head away sharply. I was considering. Before him were people in attacking stances who had been frozen solid. Further away, there was another group of people frozen in the exact same way. Should I kill them or let them go? Rina stated her opinion decisively. Just kill them. We know who sent them. He still hesitated and refused. We can't be certain yet, that's why I'm considering. Shigeru lowered his head slightly. If it were Kyojo, if he had sent them, he wouldn't have used such small fry. Hearing him say that, she could only sigh. But even if you let them go, problems will arise. While Shigeru was rambling, a glow emanated around Rina's body. If our location is exposed because of... Beneath the snow, sharp daggers began to sprout up. She raised her arm high, controlling them to fly into the air. Rina kept her hands still, and the daggers remained motionless too. She flicked her fingers forward, and the upright daggers immediately pointed in the direction she indicated. With an expressionless face, she stared intently at the group in front of her. Seeing that scene, Shigeru shouted in a panic, "Hey!" He turned his whole body to look at her. "Stop!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a barrage of daggers lunged forward, piercing straight through the frozen people. Their bodies were punctured and slashed. No one could escape that rain of daggers. When the scene stopped, only a chaotic mess remained on the ground. Shigeru asked loudly with a worried face, "What are you doing?" Rina still kept a firm expression as she looked at him. "Whether Kyojo sent them or not, if we just let them go like that, they will know we are still alive. Your hesitation is really not good at all. You need to be more ruthless." He turned his face away to avoid her gaze. "You're right, I'm sorry." Suddenly, the device in Shigeru's pocket made a sound. He reached out to take it and check. Shigeru held the screen in front of Rina and spoke up, "Look at this." She grabbed the device angrily and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Rina was shaking with rage, her eyes turning a bright red. "These bastards." Shuggy calmly crossed his arms. "Looks pretty irritating, doesn't it?" Her hands trembled as she replied, "Of course it's irritating." Rina looked at the boots on the screen again and shouted, "Because those are Soya's boots." He reached out to take the device from her hands. "This is bait, a trap to lure us in." Hearing that, her veins popped in anger. He's realized it, that we are still alive somewhere. But that doesn't mean we sit idly by. We have to get those items back. Rina turned away somewhat sadly. "I know what you're going to say." His eyebrows lowered slightly. "I'm not good at covert operations, but you've always been good at things like that, haven't you?" She immediately turned and walked away. "You're stating the obvious. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to take action myself." Shigeru quickly grabbed Rina's arm. "Wait." He quickly stopped her. "I didn't say you should rush in recklessly. Wait until the winner is decided before making a move. That's the safest method." Back in the room, John held up the photo of the boots and said happily, "The relic of a Blue Eye member, the Teleria item. This is the reward Blue Sector is offering for this tournament." He was about to extend an invitation. "Are you interested in?" Subaru quickly interrupted John. "I am." The atmosphere around him became extremely suffocating. He smiled but looked a bit awkward. "It's good to hear that. I didn't expect you to be this interested. This plan completely depends on whether you agree or not, Narukami." He heard that and paused slightly. "Plan." John then returned to his initial calm state and explained, "Given the broadcast under the name Narukami Subaru, I believe a storyline revolving around the pursuit of Blue Eye relics will create compelling content." After hearing him, his face behind the mask was filled with rage. "How dare you?" Subaru's hands clenched so tightly they shook, and power began to emanate from him, using Soya's relic as a promotional gimmick. John noticed his state and asked worriedly, "Is something wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Subaru said nothing, his voice cold as he replied, "Let's do that." Although he was still a bit worried, he showed a flash of joy. Really, that's great. He stood up and pulled his chair back. Then I'll take my leave first. John sat in his chair and looked up at him. Yes, I look forward to working with you. As Subaru walked further away, he still tried to speak loudly so he could hear. I've always been rooting for you from behind my screen. Despite that, he didn't hear a thing. Rage and fury had occupied Subaru's mind. I won't let anyone else have it. Absolutely not. Back in his room, he lay across the bed, staring up at the ceiling. Subaru frowned slightly in thought. I wonder what format the tournament will be held in. Then he turned over to face the wall. I'd appreciate it more if it were a solo competition. Seems like I'm not in a position to be picky. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. It's Hatsuka. Hearing that, Subaru quickly sat up from the bed. He glanced toward the mask on the table. Subaru's eyes showed clear signs of contemplation and difficulty in choosing. Then he went over to open the door. Greeting him was Hatsuka's gentle and graceful appearance. Hatsuka looked shyly at Subaru's face. It turned out in that moment of hesitation, he still chose to wear the mask, making Hatsuka think, you wear a mask even in your own room. And then Subaru invited her in, come in. Hearing that, her face turned bright red as she stammered, yes, you mean I should come inside. Subaru had no idea how easily his words could be misunderstood, so he answered innocently, if you'd like, we can talk in the hallway too, I don't mind. Hatsuka was equally flustered, oh no. But she still boldly chose to step in. Then please excuse the intrusion. Inside the room, the atmosphere was strangely stifling. Neither had made a move to speak first. Hatsuka's eyes darted around, looking at the surroundings. She had to think to herself about the room. It's so empty. After observing for a while, she finally looked directly at Subaru. He had been staring intently at Hatsuka this whole time, thinking, the depth of her magic power is truly unpredictable. Clearly, she isn't someone who should just be a manager. Being stared at like that by a man, Hatsuka felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly adjusted her clothes and asked, is something wrong? Is there something on my face? Subaru explained, no, it's just that you weren't saying anything. I heard you have reference materials for the tournament. Hatsuka almost forgot the main point, so she hurriedly pulled out a file of papers. Oh, sorry. Then she handed them to him while saying, this tournament uses a battle royale format. It's a simple system where everyone fights to claim the grand prize. Thousands of people will have to fight each other ruthlessly. The outcome could be victory, but one could also return to Mother Earth at any moment. Subaru skimmed through it. He remarked, so it's a solo competition. Hatsuka replied, that's right, since there's only one prize, it naturally turns out that way. She excitedly added, the location will be a virtual training field. The entry requirement is to be a third-floor player. The registration fee is 1,000 fame points, and there is no limit on the number of participants. I'll send the documents from previous Battle Royale tournaments to your device. Narukami, you just need to glance through them to get the general idea. While she was talking, Subaru's phone vibrated again. The notifications sent were compilation of Narukami Subaru's Divine Battle Royale scenes, Narukami Subaru's undefeated Battle Royale route, Narukami Subaru's Battle Royale matches ending in 10 seconds, Narukami Subaru himself, how to become Narukami Subaru in a Battle Royale. After reading, he thought to himself, it's all about. Returning to the conversation, he set the papers aside and said, I'll use these as reference. Thanks for your hard work. Hatsuka scratched her head and replied politely, don't mention it, this is my job. Then she asked about another matter. Also, have you heard anything from the leader? Subaru didn't understand, so he asked back, heard what? Hatsuka replied, actually, we received a message. As soon as she said 4 words, from the blue sector. Subaru was momentarily shocked. He suddenly remembered that man named Kazuki. Before long, his whole body radiated an angry, murderous intent. He asked once more, did you say it's from the blue sector? Hatsuka explained that he wanted to meet Subaru in person. Since they had no way to contact him directly, they had sent an email to the management. Hearing that, Subaru was taken aback. They've already started reaching out. She stammered slightly. Perhaps he intends to negotiate face-to-face, offering a higher salary than we do, better benefits, and many other conditions. Subaru clenched his hand into a fist and said, just ignore it. Hatsuka replied hastily, yes, I understand. Wait, ignore it. Subaru was blunt. I have no intention of joining the Blue District. The same goes for any other guilds. Startled, Hatsuka jumped to her feet and raised her hands in celebration. Yay, yes, what a relief. She laughed happily. I was so torn about whether to tell you or not, but I'm so glad I did. As she spoke, Hatsuka gently walked to the door. Well then, enjoy your time until the collaboration session. Seeing her leave in such a state, Subaru mumbled, she's celebrating as if it were her own achievement. He took off his mask and said with amusement, for an ordinary employee to be this dedicated to her company's work. She truly is an extraordinary person. The scene shifts to a stadium where 2 figures are talking. It's John and Hawkeye, Both are whispering as if discussing a plan. John opened the conversation first. So today's project is this: a talent comparison test between the old and new versions of Subaru Narukami. Hawkeye asked, "Well, sounds interesting, right?" John replied calmly. "Going head-to-head against your own claims, it's a bold approach. But if you lose, it'll be a massive blow to you. You get that, right?" Hawkeye seemed largely unconcerned. He even showed that he welcomed it. "I'll take whatever result comes. I have to accept whatever happens to win the viewer's trust." Then Hawkeye's eyes lit up as he asked confidently, "But have I ever fought a match I've lost?" John laughed. "That's pretty arrogant. In the end, everything depends on Narukami." Hawkeye scratched his head. "I guess so." Suddenly, a pair of high heels entered, cutting the conversation short. Leader. It was Hatsuka and Subaru. She walked up with a smile and said, "Great job today." John responded warmly, "Ah, hello." Meeting Subaru made Hawkeye feel extremely excited, thinking, an opportunity to become a rising star in the sky. "I finally get to meet you." Subaru looked around, thinking to himself, "This place is huge. Did you rent it out privately?" Hawkeye reached out his hand and said, "Hey there." He then introduced himself with a smile. "I'm the streamer Hawkeye." Subaru extended his hand. "I'm Subaru Narukami. I look forward to working with you." The other guy scratched his head sheepishly. "Wow, it feels like meeting the real Subaru Narukami in person. Meeting today's protagonist is so moving. I'm a fan, a huge fan." Subaru quickly explained, I'm still just a rookie streamer. I can't compare to you, Hawkeye." John stepped in and interjected, all right. Save the introductions for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get to know each other." Hawkeye suggested, "Then let's continue this on the stream." The system board immediately appeared. "Hawkeye has started a live broadcast." He looked at the screen and waved with a smile. "Hello everyone, Hawkeye here. Thanks for tuning in today." Right then, status boards appeared one after another. In Hawkeye's mind, a wicked thought emerged. "I heard the collab announcement was trending, but we already have 12,000 viewers at the start." He spoke up. "Today is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I've invited that person here." Subaru's feet immediately appeared on the arena floor. Hawkeye introduced, "Tada, it's Subaru Narukami." He replied, "Hello everyone, Subaru Narukami here." Information boards continuously displayed notifications as he responded to comments. "No, I've never seen his face either. I heard even his manager hasn't seen it. Narukami, are you hiding a secret?" Subaru scratched his face and replied, "It's not like that. Besides, I'm handsome." Hawkeye was also surprised by the massive interaction from the online community towards Subaru. He thought, "This is becoming even more lively than my own streams." As expected, his influence far exceeds my predictions. Subaru still enthusiastically chatted with viewers, saying, "Sorry, but I won't lose to any of you. It's not a fight, just a friendly exchange." Hawkeye silently admired. "His conversational skills are even better than I thought." Over here, Subaru continued to answer, "A girlfriend? I don't have one. No friends either. Seriously." Hatsuka, hearing this important news, breathed a sigh of relief in pure bliss, leaving John feeling helpless. Later, Hawkeye spoke up. All right, let's stop teasing our important guest. Let's get to the main event." As he finished speaking, the system announced, "The challenge will begin now." Suddenly, the lights were instantly turned on. The golem monsters were gradually activated. Looking at the thousands, tens of thousands of golems waiting to rush into battle, Hawkeye presented calmly, "Why did I choose this challenge? I'll explain." On one side, their feet slowly started moving. On the other, he began to answer, "There are two reasons. First, it's entirely to measure control ability." Then he teased, "And the second reason is, I can prove that I'm right here, right now." On this side, Subaru received a notification. "Kekek has sent 100 reputation points. Do you seriously think you can win?" But Subaru replied calmly, "If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the offer in the first place." The screen quickly showed the participants preparing to compete. Comments appeared. "I can even feel his confidence. Haha, is he really planning to break the record in one go?" Comments appeared, "Maybe so, I'm so nervous." Subaru's palm instinctively clenched as he stood in the center. The system notified, "Mucho Spicy has assigned you a quest. If you get 43 plus kills in one run, reward 10,000 reputation points. If you lose, show your face on camera." Subaru hesitated and raised his hand. No. It's too early to risk taking off the mask." The system notified, "Mask Fetish has assigned a quest. I want to see your face too, so I'm sending 2,000 points." Mouth Stinking Toilet gifted 3,000 reputation points. Lava Beast added 3,000 points to make it interesting. Cash Bath has assigned a quest. Subaru raised a finger. "Thanks for the gifts. I promise to show my face if I fail." A comment appeared, "You weren't going to refuse from the start, were you?" Oh my god, only the rookie has to take the penalty, yet he still shares the quest rewards. Hawkeye grinned, "Yeah, that's right. With this quest, all reputation points will go to Narukami." He quickly started the timer. Alright, let's get started. The finger finally pressed the button. Showtime. The screen immediately started the countdown as well. The golems quickly flew into the air, preparing to attack. Subaru's eyes suddenly became sharp, without a hint of fear. Activating lightning. His body quickly dashed toward the golems. Subaru's arm was enveloped in a powerful current. His palm immediately grabbed a golem's face. In the blink of an eye, he easily took one down. Kill count 1. A comment appeared, just one hit. He hasn't even used the demon sword yet. Too easy. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe he was witnessing direct lightning combat. Subaru's sturdy hand quickly gripped the sword hilt. In a single motion, he easily knocked down countless golems. The system announced the time, 02:39. A comment appeared, this guy is too fast. Theoretically, at this speed, he'll reach 70 kills. But it's only going to get harder. Countless golems with sharp eyes stared intently. They began to rush in frantically and violently. Subaru's foot quickly kicked a golem straight in the face. The system still displayed the time, 02:03. His body was now floating in midair. A comment appeared, oh my god, a legendary scene is being recreated. Is this a circus? Aerial combat is OG Subaru's specialty. The golems simultaneously looked upward. Subaru's palm quickly spun the sword hilt with mastery. Finally, he gripped the hilt tight and raised it high. In an instant, Subaru quickly plunged it straight into the ground. With a powerful passive, it created currents of electricity radiating outward. 122 kills 26. The tip of the sword was enveloped in electricity. A comment appeared, too good. Everyone nearby was watching the match intently. A comment appeared, he'll definitely take second place. He might even actually do it. Condolences to everyone who assigned him the quest. Hawkeye's eyes suddenly froze at the sight before him. The timeline was still shortening on the glowing screen. Subaru was still fighting frantically and uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, a golem's body was split in half. 122 kills 42. Subaru tried to stand firm, panting heavily. 0005. He finally returned to his initial state with sharp eyes. 0003. Before him appeared countless golems, holding weapons in their hands. Subaru's feet gained momentum to run forward at full speed. 0002. The two sword tips instantly pierced through a golem's neck. 0001. The time on the glowing screen was steadily running out. The final number finally returned to the starting position. The system announced, the challenge has ended. Total kills 43. The record has been updated. The system announced with long text. First place, Narukami Subaru. A comment appeared, 43. An insane achievement. No way, I never expected this. He's only one short. Oh my god, this is a historic moment. Hawkeye rushed over, 43. He tied with the original Subaru Narukami. This match is a tie. It was so close. What do you all think? A comment appeared, that gave me goosebumps. I thought it was just luck that he climbed to second place. I also thought second was hard enough. I figured he was just some random guy. Rumbling has gifted you 100 reputation points. I'm so scared I practically peed myself. I've subscribed to the channel. Hawkeye laughed. Thanks for the 100 reputation points. Feet Wiper Hawkeyes has gifted 200 points. I flatter you for a reason. Hawkeye replied, is it you again, Feet Wiper Hawkeyes? For the 100th time, please change your username. Anyway, thanks for the reputation points. A comment appeared. Mushroom Village has gifted you 1,000 reputation points. Hawkeye scratched his head. You're asking if this is Subaru Narukami's livestream. No, it isn't. A comment appeared. Reinhardt has gifted you 10,000 reputation points. Suddenly Hawkeye's gaze froze at the name that appeared. Reinhardt. Comments appeared. Seriously, is it Reinhardt? Must be a fake. The /swordsman is here. What if it's real? It really is him. A big name entered the chat. At most middle tier, doesn't matter. Hawkeye scratched his head sheepishly. Reinhardt, thanks for the 10,000 reputation points. I can't believe a high ranker is watching this stream. Subaru thought to himself, the /swordsman. Suddenly, an image of Dale flashed through his mind. A comment appeared. Reinhardt has gifted you 1,000 reputation points. I always watch your streams. Subaru Narukami's run inspired me. Oh my god, Hawkeye really did it. Hawkeye grinned. Really? I'm so honored. Subaru glanced to the side. Why is he watching this stream? Does he already know what I did to Isaac? A comment appeared. Reinhardt has gifted you 100. I always watch your streams. Subaru Narukami. Will you collaborate with me? Suddenly his gaze froze, looking up at the screen. A comment appeared. This new guy is really rising. I knew he'd be famous. Subaru didn't answer. He just scratched his head shyly. Both John and Hatsuka signaled their approval to him at the same time. Subaru hesitated and said, I have to focus on the challenges first, so I'll have to decline. John and Hatsuka's eyes widened in shock. Subaru then bowed, sorry, I used up too much energy. Hawkeye, can I ask you to finish this up? The guy was flustered. Huh, what? Hawkeye watched Subaru's departing figure. No, wait, Narukami. John hurriedly said, Narukami, why did you turn him down? That was a massive opportunity to boost your streaming career. Hatsuka added, I'm shocked too. Subaru asked nonchalantly, is that so important? John was stunned. A collaboration with a ranker, especially a high ranker, almost never happens. He replied blankly, is that all? If becoming a ranker is that important, then I'll just become a ranker myself. After speaking, Subaru just stood there looking at Hatsuka and John. Suddenly, Hawkeye spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Narukami, as expected, that performance was brilliant. When the revenue comes in, I'll send you your share. By the way, since the stream has ended, can I ask you something? When you were fighting earlier, you gave me a completely different feeling, as if you weren't in your best state. Are you injured or something? Subaru thought to himself, so Hawkeye noticed it too. I thought I hit it pretty well, but it seems he isn't called Hawkeye for nothing. Whether I win or lose, it'll just cause trouble for me. Hawkeye grinned, cause trouble for you, Subaru said in a low voice. The highlight of the stream was whether I could surpass Subaru Narukami. That's where growth is shown. If I didn't win today, I'd get a temporary boost, but the hype surrounding that confrontation would plummet. And if I lost, people would just say he's no match for the real Subaru Narukami anyway. So in this test, I needed a result where both characters were on equal footing. That's why it was a tie. It was the only optimal solution. Hawkeye was flustered. So you mean, if you wanted to, you could have surpassed him already? Subaru's foot shifted to the side. Who knows? We can't change the result now anyway. It all depends on how people interpret it. Elsewhere, a hand filled with rage was slamming a fist down. A flag with a lion symbol gradually appeared. A man had punched the table clean in half. That character was none other than rank 121, the Golden Lion Guild leader, Reinhardt. He spoke spitefully, insolent brat. A dropped phone also showed a notification. Viewers have left the live stream. At that moment, Kang He heard the noise from outside and hurriedly ran into the room. Sir Reinhardt. He gave a forced smile. Is something wrong? Hearing this, Reinhardt's blood boiled even more. He gritted his teeth. It's that Subaru Narukami guy you mentioned. Kang He asked the streamer right, Reinhardt replied. Yeah, that Subaru Narukami. That brat refused my offer. Kang He flattery became confused. It's so arrogant of him to refuse an offer from you, sir. Before he could finish, Reinhardt continued. I was going to crush him in front of everyone and silence those annoying rumors, but now everything is ruined. I don't care about the reputation points I spent. What irritates me is that a nameless rookie dared to damage my pride. Kang He didn't reply. He just quietly went to pick up the phone from the floor. Then he respectfully presented it to Reinhardt. Your phone, sir. The man snatched the phone back and asked, How is the matter I asked you about going? He scratched his head and answered vaguely. If you mean Isaac, we are still searching as hard as we can. But disappearing for a few days at his age is not something that has never happened before. Before he could finish his sentence, Kang He's throat was squeezed tight by an invisible hand. He was hoisted into the air, his face turning purple with agony. Reinhardt questioned him coldly. Did you intend to insult me as well? Kang He struggled to respond. Really, but he couldn't continue. The air was being drained from his lungs as tears and mucus smeared across his face. Then, with a flick of Reinhardt's hand, Kang He's body moved in sync. He was hurled aside, slamming into the wall with enough force to make it crack. Kang He's vision blurred, and before he could even regain his bearings, Reinhardt stepped toward him and asked, Since when did you start scrutinizing my orders? Seeing that murderous aura, Kang He folded his hands and knelt, pleading, Please forgive me. I will resume the search immediately. The scene shifts. A phone is ringing with an incoming call from the boss. Hatsuka looked at it with a haggard face, looking far too bored to answer. However, when she picked up, she sounded cheerful. Yes, hello, good evening, manager. John's voice came from the other end, full of reproach. Is my call really that annoying to you? Where is your energy? What's with that tired voice? At least talk to me the way you talk to Subaru Narukami. She thought to herself, here we go again. John continued, we've built trust over many years, even if it's just business now. Back then, we were. Hatsuka suddenly cut him off. Didn't you call to suggest a collaboration with Reinhardt? John replied, yeah, damn it, exactly. We can't let an opportunity like this slip away. Hatsuka felt gloomy, but what can we do? John reassured her. I know, but he's still a streamer. He knows this is a huge chance. Why don't you try to convince him again as his manager? After listening, she stated seriously, Subaru Narukami is more interested in climbing the tower than collaborating. To be honest, as a player, that's the right mindset. On the other end, John was both annoyed and reproachful. You only get excited when you're arguing with. A moment later, Hatsuka announced, I'm hanging up now. John only managed to plead, "Hey, wait." But she ignored him and hung up immediately. Hatsuka pondered, even though I talked big, this really would be a great opportunity for him. So she boldly knocked on Subaru Narukami's door, encouraging herself in her heart, maybe I'll try just one more time. Suddenly the door swung open, startling her. Subaru Narukami spoke up, "Hatsuka." She saw he was still wearing his mask and asked, "Do you always wear that?" Subaru Narukami replied, "For now, yes. It makes me feel more comfortable." And then he asked, "Are you curious about my real face too?" Caught off guard, Hatsuka stammered, "Yes, I mean no." Then she tried to fix it. "Well, the mask does make viewers associate you with Subaru Narukami. I mean, obviously, you are Subaru Narukami, but one day you might have to reveal your face." Suddenly he said, "Why are people so obsessed with Subaru Narukami anyway?" Hatsuka thought seriously and explained, "I can think of a few reasons. For example, he's an earthling with bad stats, or the fact that his mere existence is cool. But most importantly, Subaru Narukami is our hope." He still looked dazed, not understanding, so he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Hatsuka recalled old memories and said, "You might not know this, but when I first came to the tower, there was almost nothing there. Monsters were everywhere, there was nothing to eat and no way to make money. Stability was an illusion. There was only one way to survive, and that was to climb. If you climbed, you earned fame points. With fame points, you could settle down and prosper. And bit by bit, people began to believe that this world could actually be ours. At that time, the greatest players left us with hope that this tower could be conquered, that we could make a home in this world. And the one standing above them all was Subaru Narukami. His achievements weren't just about climbing the tower. He was the first person to prove that it was possible." Returning to reality, Subaru Narukami asked skeptically, "Do you really think so too?" Hatsuka leaned in playfully and gave an ambiguous answer, "That's a secret, just like the face behind your mask. Maybe I'll tell you one day." So he changed the subject, opening the door and politely inviting Hatsuka. "Anyway, you came here for a reason, right? Sorry for bombing you with questions. Let's talk inside." Hatsuka blushed and waved her hands dismissively. "It's nothing big. I'm leaving now. Good night." With that, she turned and left. Subaru Narukami stood there watching her disappear. On the other side, Hatsuka breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, after all that rambling, I don't even want to convince him anymore. Why does he keep trying to invite me inside? It makes my heart race. Subaru Narukami still stood at the door, muttering to himself, "Hope, huh." Scene change, a white room. A system voice rang out, "Good to see you again, Subaru Narukami love. Thank you for the 1,000 fame points." He replied, "I hope we win today too, mission villain." The system displayed information. Golden Lion has donated 500 fame points. Do you really not intend to collaborate with Lord Reinhardt? Yggdrasil 3 has donated 5,000 fame points. Good to meet you. I am Mondo from the Yggdrasil Guild. I have something important to discuss. Are you free? On the livestream screen, Subaru Narukami sighed. Viewers were also constantly commenting, asking about his upcoming decision. Which side do you plan to join on the third floor? Or are you going solo again? In his heart, he thought that collaboration is insane. Viewers and donations are flooding in. At this rate, I want to give people what they want, and they give me fame points. As he was thinking, the system popped up, announcing the initialization of the third floor challenge. A panel appeared with two choices for Subaru Narukami to click: the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conard Kingdom. Faction changes are almost everything in this floor's challenge. They hate each other, so Subaru Narukami's missions will change depending on which side he joins. Finally, the system displayed Subaru Narukami's choice. You have chosen the Conard Kingdom. Only about 3% of players choose Conard, and there's a reason for that. Third floor, Conard Kingdom, the resting place of mercenaries. As soon as he entered, a man noticed him. The Vulture channel was full of excitement. A newbie, perfect timing, I'm bored out of my mind. So he stepped closer, clearly with ill intention. Just as the two passed each other, Vulture shoved Subaru Narukami's shoulder hard. To his surprise, the boy didn't fall. Instead, he shoved right back. It forced Vulture to pivot his feet to keep his balance on the floor. Afterwards, Subaru Narukami brushed past like a breeze, not even acknowledging Vulture's stunned look. Vulture barked, "Do you even know how to watch where you're going?" But in his heart, he was impressed by Subaru. He's so strong. Seeing the boy turn his head to look back, Vulture doubled down, shouting, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Subka replied calmly and concisely, "You're the one with the problem. You bumped into me on purpose." Hearing this, Vulture's pride was wounded. He lunged forward, grabbing Subaru by the collar and cursing, "You little brat, you're clearly just a mediocre E rank. How dare you talk back to a B rank?" People nearby turned toward them to catch the drama. Huh, a fight. Who's the newbie? Ken's bullying an E rank again. Subaru Narukami remained indifferent. B rank. Great, let me test something. Vulture was confused, test wa, before he could finish. Lightning gathered around Subaru's leg. He immediately drove his knee upward, delivering a vicious strike to his opponent's lower jaw, giving Vulture a unique set of stock market teeth. After that, he went limp, left to fly through the air from the force of the kick. The result, he lay flattened on the floor, leaving everyone in shock. Whoa, what just happened? He flew back. Did I just see a flash of light? Maybe he's sick. Even if he's sick, you don't fly backward like that. In the noisy crowd, one man kept his eye on Subaru, while others rushed forward aggressively, intending to handle him. No, he kicked Vulture. I saw it. How can an E-rank show off like that? You bastard! I'm going to rip that mask off your face, along with your skin. In no time, Subaru was surrounded by a group of people. One savage-looking man said, "This will be your grave, noob." He remained silent, his eyes observing them intently. After a brief struggle, the result was the entire gang being beaten black and blue. Their initial bravado was replaced by fear. What the hell is he? He's not human. Just then, a man approached to strike up a conversation. Young man, you are strong. He reached out a hand to introduce himself. My name is Raymond. I am an appraiser. Just then, a man approached to strike up a conversation. Young man, you are strong. He reached out a hand to introduce himself. My name is Raymond. I am a high-ranking judge. I've never seen you around. Which missions have you completed? Subaru replied. As you know, third-floor mercenaries can only take limited jobs. At the same time, the chat began to grumble. What a waste of time. Give us a different topic. Is he making a scene just to get more work? That B-rank name is being used. Furthermore, the gate for the third floor involves doing many mercenary jobs and earning 10,000 points. The total reward for E-rank mercenaries is 50 points at most. That's why many players underestimate it and get stuck here for about a year. Subaru looked back at his battlefield and thought, I need to take a shortcut. I can't waste time in my current situation. I can't just level up leisurely like this. Raymond also said, a shortcut. Come to think of it, are you a new player? Usually you don't see those people around here. Even so, I can't give you special treatment. Everything must be done in the proper order. Subaru replied, there must be a way to minimize that process. Raymond heard this and waved his hand. Do you really think special treatment for players who are going to leave anyway is useful? At this point, Subaru became a bit contemplative. There is only one way to complete the third floor immediately. He spoke up, I will make your dream come true. His words left Raymond confused, asking back, what do you mean by that? His words left Raymond confused, asking back, what do you mean by that? Immediately, Raymond became extremely surprised. He gasped and exclaimed, wait, do you mean you're going to conquer that place? Only A-rank mercenaries can go there. More importantly, the real issue is. Before he could finish, Subaru interrupted. I know that the battle of pride between Osman and Connard at a dungeon can't be resolved. The Thunder Cave is a special dungeon on the third floor. No player, mercenary, or knight has ever completed it in history. Between the kingdoms of Connard and Osman, there exists an enormous mountain pass that is impossible to cross. The thing both nations have fought to seize, conquering the Thunder Cave, is what would allow them to easily traverse those mountains. It has long been their shared ambition to prevent invasions and achieve military superiority. Subaru continued, if you give me an A-rank certification, I will complete it. I promise not to abuse it. Raymond fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Subaru thought, if he refuses me right here, things will get messy. I'll have to defeat him if it comes to that. This thought immediately caused the chat to explode. Good grief, run old man. You'll end up just like the previous guy. However, his answer was the opposite of what he expected. Raymond gave a meaningful smile and said, then I will write you a letter of recommendation so you can join a raid. Raid teams are always short on manpower. At this, the chat breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he escaped. He doesn't even know he just passed through death's door. Raymond turned to walk away and said, the raid team departs in 5 days. I'll bring the recommendation letter right away. Wait a moment. At the same time, the system announced, Mission Villain has assigned you a mission. Solo the dungeon to earn 20,000 fame points. Safety Asset has assigned you a mission. This is safety money, right? 10,000 for the same mission. Complete 10 layers has assigned you a mission. 5000 for the same thing, don't get cocky. At this point, Subaru told himself. 5 days later is exactly the day the third gate ends. Did Blue Sector plan this? Raymond returned. He spoke up. Complete the Thunder Cave. Honestly, I'm a bit skeptical. I challenged that cave myself when I was young, and I lost half my team that day. Subaru took the letter from his hand and replied, this time that won't happen. His confidence left the man puzzled. What, then why do you want a recommendation letter? Subaru replied firmly, because I plan to go in alone. Hearing this, the chat seemed ready to explode. Comments immediately popped up. Is he really doing that? I mean, he cleared the second floor alone too, but anyone can clear that. This is a much tougher territory. Raymond immediately cried out in shock. Are you crazy? The Thunder Cave is a mission that requires 20 people to handle. You're saying you'll go there alone? Subaru immediately replied. I heard Connard is much shorter on manpower than Osman. Whether they can even gather 20 people is the real question. To be honest, that's also difficult. I'll just assume you have companions. However, he didn't hesitate to reply. I don't, or at least not right now. Meanwhile, on a treacherous mountain peak, someone was walking on wooden planks while watching Subaru's stream. The person marveled with a bit of surprise. Impressive. He intends to handle it alone. He's exactly like Subaru. I wish this weren't a live broadcast. At the same time, Subaru said in the stream, you guys are asking if I'm not doing the other gates. Yeah, I'm not interested in them at all. And with that, I'll be taking a short break from live streaming. The chat was filled with extreme confusion. What the hell? He just started the stream. Rena's face was also full of surprise as she exclaimed, no wait. However, everything was decided. The notification appeared again. Narukami Subaru has ended the live broadcast. At this point, she said with a bit of disappointment, I thought this would help me kill time once I reached the 3rd floor. But immediately after, her expression turned cheerful as she said, he really reminds me of. He always goes his own way, no matter what anyone says. It's as if Subaru is actually live streaming. All right, he's participating in the tournament too, right? Maybe I'll follow and talk to him. But I hope he doesn't win. Back to Subaru. Currently, he was wandering with little Sprout Hatsuka. She exclaimed, as expected. That is exactly how Narukami would act. You really are like the original. Subaru replied, but the viewers don't like me. Hatsuko explained, if you just came here to take normal jobs, your broadcast wouldn't be special. Don't you think so? Subaru was quite surprised by this reasoning. He asked back, is that how you see it? Thanks for the advice. Then Hatsuka asked, so what do you plan to do next? Subaru replied, I'll go hunting until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents will appear, so I think I should level up a bit. He thought to himself, I also need to know how many lightning strikes I can withstand in my current state. I want to test the power of the heart of lightning too. I will never give Soya's keepsake to anyone else. Elsewhere, Jinzaki Naoto, a player from Blue Sector, was walking with an expression of severe constipation. He was constantly grumbling, don't mess with me, damn it. Normally, if Blue Sector calls, you should tuck your tail and run over immediately. How dare he let me come all the way here? I don't care if he's lightning or whatever. Why should I listen to some nameless 3rd floor nobody? As soon as he stepped through the door, he blurted out, hello, I'm here. Nearby, a hand reached out to wave, over here. That person turned out to be old John. A while later, after they had sat down, John finally spoke up. So you're Jinzaki from Blue Sector, huh? I heard you have a matter you want to discuss regarding one of our lives. Nyato replied with an annoyed look. That's right, but where is the guy involved in that? John said. He isn't here right now. He's busy with something. Nyato complained arrogantly. For a newbie to be like that, he's far too conceited. Busy? What's more important than this? John replied with a forced smile. It's a private matter, so we can't answer that. Then he asked Naoto back. More importantly, we've already stated our own wishes. Right, that's why he isn't here. Naoto replied, we intend to speak with him directly about it. However, John made an excuse. That's unfortunate. It will be very difficult for everyone to meet. Naoto became visibly annoyed upon hearing this. He asked in a low voice, is it not because you don't want us to meet him? He also cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I go back and say I couldn't meet Narukami Subaru, I'll be the one disciplined. He immediately slammed the table and shouted, I know your game. You're just planning to keep your golden goose all to yourself. Think about it, shouldn't Narukami Subaru join a large guild instead of constantly live streaming? Don't you think so? John remained very calm and replied, who knows? Famous streamers these days earn almost as much as players do. He leaned back in his chair and continued, it's always the same. You'll always meet players who reject live streaming as a primary profession. I've met your type before. Nyato immediately replied, hey old man, the way you're talking makes it seem like you want to make Blue Sector your enemy. However, John cut him off. Please listen to me until the end. We prioritize the streamer's wishes above other things. Since Narukami's decision is already made, our company will fully support it. Hearing this, Naoto laughed and said, for a middle-aged man like you, Mr. Clay doesn't understand the rules of this world, does he? Do you really think Blue Sector will just let this go? John immediately replied, you're the one who doesn't understand. There are some people in this world who cannot be swayed by threats. So if you're done, you should get lost. At this point, a terrifying aura emanated from John's entire body. It was so scary that Naoto turned pale with fear. He immediately stood up and barked, hey, but in his heart he was constantly wondering, what the hell, what was that overwhelming mana just now? He continued, get lost, who do you think you're talking to? However, John just waved his hand, signaling him to leave. As he left, he turned back and pointed threateningly, I swear you'll pay for this. He talked big, but his mind couldn't shake the recent fear. Damn it, what was that? could it be my imagination? In response to the threat, John just sighed and replied, so scary. 3 days later, at the third-floor dungeon, the celestial snake's nest, a celestial snake, twisted its massive body and flew towards Subaru, its fanged maw wide open. Subaru just calmly waited for it to arrive. His eyes flashed as he entered a combat stance, his arms swinging his sword high. Then he brought it down in a perfect strike, straight into the celestial snake's throat. Fresh blood smeared out of its mouth, and as it screamed, red blood sprayed everywhere. The celestial snake writhed its large body in agony, trying to flee while letting out a shrill scream of pain. Subaru simply stood to the side, resting his blood-stained sword on his shoulder as he waited. He said coldly, "All right, this test run is enough." He immediately accelerated, leaving an explosion in his wake. Charging toward the celestial snake like a bolt of lightning, he muttered to himself, "I guess I should end it here." Every stretch of road he blurred through was left in a cloud of dust. Subaru leaped up fiercely, raising the sword in his hand high as he lunged at the celestial snake with its blood-filled maw. Subaru leaped up fiercely, raising the sword in his hand high as he lunged at the celestial snake with its blood-filled maw. Subaru sat down blankly on the celestial snake's body to rest. He heard the continuous system announcements in his ear. "You have defeated the boss, celestial snake. You have leveled up. Strength +1, stamina +1, focus +1. Meanwhile, he pondered over the treasure he had just acquired. Subaru was calculating under his breath, a celestial snake fang. This should sell for about 10,000 credits, or at least that was the price 20 years ago. Suddenly, the system screen displayed a string of information before his eyes. Name, Haas Subaru. Origin, Earth. Level, 35. Strength, 36. Speed, 33. Stamina, 34 +2. Focus, 30. Magic, 36. Looking at the stats on the screen, he reminded himself, level 35 already. I've gone up 9 levels in just 3 days. This is good enough, don't get too greedy. Saying that, he suddenly looked into the distance, his voice as soft as a breeze. Tashiya is waiting. Hatsuka saw the person approaching and gave a cheerful wave. Receiving her signal, Subaru moved quickly and pulled out the opposite chair to sit down, not forgetting to ask a few questions. What's the good news? Hatsuka's eyes sparkled as she asked him back with an irrepressible smile. Have you seen that yet? Hearing this, Subaru was confused and asked, "Seen what?" Hatsuka couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "You still haven't seen it." Subaru asked again, "What on earth is it?" Mid-question, he suddenly remembered something, scratched his head awkwardly, and explained flusteredly, "The collaboration video. Sorry, I was too busy grinding level." Hatsuka kept smiling, acting as if he didn't need to apologize, and said sincerely, "I'll say it again, Narukami, it's perfectly fine. Even if you didn't do it on purpose, that's just what makes you Narukami Subaru." As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag. Then she placed a document envelope in front of him and simply told him, "But there is one difference between you and the original. Check this out." Subaru didn't understand what was happening and made an involuntary sound of surprise. Hatsuko explained, "This is the revenue statement from your recent collaboration stream with Hawkeye." Opening the document, he thought in amazement, 49,789 credits, more than expected. Suddenly, Hatsuka said seriously, "I could have given you this anytime, but there's actually another reason I wanted to meet you today." Hearing her, Subaru, who was intently reading the document, paused slightly. She said a bit shyly, "I have a friend named Kiyoharu. He's a gambling addict, or rather, a betting enthusiast. Anyway, thanks to him, I found out about something." Meanwhile, she thought awkwardly to herself, "A friend I'm embarrassed to introduce to anyone." Seeing her pause, Subaru spoke up, "And what about that guy?" Hatsuka explained seriously, "There's a type of betting where you bet on the winner and receive a prize. The higher a player's winning percentage, the lower the payout ratio. In other words, less profit, but much more reliable." At this point, she stopped for a few seconds to observe his expression. Then she continued, "Currently, your payout ratio is 6.1 times, but there is a player with a ratio of only 1.2 times. The scales are now completely tilted toward that person. Basically, they are the absolute favorite to win." Hearing this, Subaru asked her calmly, "Who are they?" Based on the information she gathered, Hatsuka stated a name, Omar Schneider. Then she eagerly introduced important information about him to him, a player from the green sector who has stayed on the 3rd floor for 10 years straight. He lives with only one obsession, conquering the Thunder Cave. Because of that crazy persistence, he's very famous even though he isn't a streamer or a rank. At this point, Hatsuka spoke seriously to him, and Schneider is probably planning right now to find a way to meet you. Because to him, the challenge of conquering the Thunder Cave alone that you announced on your stream. Speaking of the climax, she suddenly stopped and hypothetically said with difficulty, "It is basically like spitting on and mocking his 10 years of hard work." Subaru then spoke up to remind her, "Setting that aside, your face is too close." By this time, Hatsuka had been so excited by the conversation that she was sitting on the table. Realizing the embarrassing situation, she immediately flashed a confident smile, following her usual routine. Then she sat down properly, turned her face away in embarrassment, but still didn't forget her duty to warn him. Between the Thunder Cave Challenge, this tournament, and the next challenge, there's a high chance you'll run into him. I just wanted to warn you, please be careful. At the third floor, Ortenarl, night had fallen. The houses clustered together were lit up. A horse-drawn carriage clattered through the empty streets. A few people on the street couldn't help but look curiously at the carriage. Currently, 2 people inside were whispering to each other. Finally, tomorrow is the day. We're about to meet that arrogant bastard who bragged about conquering the Thunder Cave alone. Inside the carriage, the 2 people kept adding to each other's words to flatter one another. What does he think he's doing? He only said those nonsensical things because he doesn't know what the Thunder Cave is really like. Please don't pay any mind to it. Captain Schneider said nothing, just looked distantly out the window, fiddling with a coin. A few seconds later, he spoke with a scornful tone. I don't mind. He has a reputation to boast about. Even so, he said he had to admit one thing. His career was short, but he was the new master of lightning, something they had craved for so long. At this point, he suddenly stopped, fiddling with the coin without saying more. Seeing him so silent, the bald man asked, that might be true, but isn't he being too self-satisfied? The red-haired man next to him also dismissed it, saying, exactly. Just because he mastered lightning, he thinks he's the real Narukami Subaru or something. That's the only explanation. Before he could finish, Schneider barked, stop. He reasonably reminded them, now is not the time for jealousy or envy. Belittling or downplaying his achievements is completely unacceptable. Not understanding his point, the man asked irritably, so you want us to respect him? Schneider stopped fiddling with the coin, instead gripping it tightly in his palm and simply dropped a short sentence, if necessary. Then he switched to a cold voice, saying, I can do that, and a string of small, gold-plated daggers was revealed from his sleeve. Only then were the other 2 startled. They glanced at each other, sharing the same thought. He talks big, but truthfully, the captain's pride is severely wounded. The bald man looked at Schneider's grim face and couldn't help but think to himself, this is bad. That streamer talks too loosely. How does he plan to take responsibility when facing a monster like this? The atmosphere in the carriage turned quiet again. Schneider still had a sullen face, resting his chin on his hand as he looked into the distance. At Subaru's place, the familiar mask and sword that were always with him were placed neatly on the table. Only now did he carefully reread the document Hatsuka had given him, thinking to himself, this guy has a problem. He only started rising 5 years ago and moved into the green sector at the same time. Thinking that, he seriously read the next part of the document. On the document, Schneider's feats were recorded, a late bloomer player taking the stage in the Thunder Cave Challenge. Omar Schneider of the green sector reached the very end of the Thunder Cave, only 1 step away. Reading this, he whispered a piece of information, Omar Schneider of the green sector. Then he dropped a few comments. I thought he looked very confident hosting such a tournament, but if they already have a home team candidate for the championship, then it's easy to understand. Suddenly, Subaru gave a strange, mocking smile and said, anyway, sorry Kyojo, but I've returned to the game. Let's see if everything really goes the way you want. The moon outside lit up the sky, strangely illuminating the mask and sword on the table. The next morning, at the Ortenarl Central Market, it was crowded with people passing by. At one stall, the shopkeeper looked thoughtfully at the cloth on the table and said seriously to a young man, even if the materials are good, there isn't much I can do with this condition. Your hunting method was too sloppy. The hide is all scratched up. Then he gave a number, 1,500 credits. Hearing this, the young man shouted in dissatisfaction, what, is that all? The shopkeeper acted superior, stroking his beard and plainly said, sell it or don't, it's up to you. That's my limit. The young man awkwardly accepted, saying, no, I'll sell it, I'll sell it. After the disappointed young man left, he rolled up the hide, thinking proudly to himself, got lucky today. Red troll hide has self-healing properties, so it's very valuable. There are still far too many people who don't know that. Then Subaru brought the celestial snake Fang to his stall. Looking at the treasure on the table, he exclaimed in shock, this is a celestial snake Fang. Subaru went straight to the point, asking, how much will you pay for this? The shopkeeper pressed his eyes close to the Fang, trying to find a flaw but couldn't find one. He thought irritably, nothing to complain about. This is S+ grade and almost completely undamaged. Even so, he was a cunning old fox, confidently thinking, but he chose the wrong person to negotiate with, whether he's a pro or not. Acting on his thought, he pretended to be regretful and said, the condition is very good. I'd rank it as high B or A, I must say. The hunter who got this is quite skilled. If it weren't for this small scratch, I wouldn't have hesitated to call it S grade. But unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. Recently, the supply of celestial snake fangs has surged, so demand is plummeting. As he spoke, he pulled out a calculator. Then he held up a number for him and acted generous. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a bit of a deal. 8,000. Looking at the price offered, Subaru was thinking in silence. Considering it's been 20 years, this probably isn't too bad, right? Then a voice interjected, in that condition, it's easily worth at least 15,000 credits. Hearing the man's voice, both he and the shopkeeper immediately turned around. Schneider slowly walked up behind Subaru while reminding the shopkeeper, celestial snake fangs are very hard to find, so basically, the seller can ask for any price they want. Having his true intentions exposed by Schneider, the shopkeeper flusteredly shouted back, that is an outright lie. Subaru and Schneider faced each other for the first time. Neither spoke first. Finally, Schneider spoke to him. You are Narukami Subaru, right? Seeing that he knew who he was, Subaru also addressed him directly by name, Schneider. At a maid cafe, the luxurious scene was decorated with trendy items popular with women. Subaru crossed his arms and asked, why don't we get straight to the point? Not far away, a few girls whispered, is that Schneider? Subaru said irritably, our relationship isn't close enough for us to have a leisurely date like this. He thought dejectedly, besides. He looked at the sweet ice cream decorated with pink cookies, then back at Schneider, and wondered if a parfait really suited his image. Then the middle-aged man spoke up. You once declared you would conquer the Thunder Cave. Subaru questioned, so what? And the man immediately replied, you really are an insolent wanderer. Schneider frowned and continued, that's what I thought at first. A guy who just climbed to the 3rd floor suddenly steps out and claims he'll conquer the Thunder Cave. Subaru asked him, does that mean you've changed your mind? Schneider set his spoon down on the table before answering, it's 50-50. The man said, but I acknowledge at least half of who you are, because you have talent, an overflowing talent. Schneider sighed, it's still hard to believe you're being compared to Subaru Narukami. Subco observed the man and assessed him silently. I thought he was just an eccentric, but his eyes are dead serious. He questioned irritably, and then, I assume you didn't block my path just to give me a gold star, did you? Schneider said, I have a proposal. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Withdraw what you said. Schneider commanded, that solo conquest declaration you made the other day. Admit that it was just arrogance born of ignorance. Open your stream and make a sincere apology. Subaru remarked calmly, that doesn't sound much like a proposal. Schneider declared, of course, I'm not forcing you to do it right now. If I defeat you in this tournament, you'll have to admit your immaturity. The man said, that is when you will have to bow your head. Subaru sighed and replied, fine, in exchange if I win. He made a deal, hand over all the information you have about the Thunder Cave. As the one who initiated this, I assume you accept those terms. Schneider stood up and said, no problem, I can't lose anyway. The man frowned and continued, at least not to the current you. Then Schneider walked away. Subaru sat still and muttered to himself. It seems he hasn't spent the last 10 years in vain. At the entertainment company office, a blue-haired guy shouted, 10,000 people. His phone screen showed a notification as he exclaimed, as expected, with that reward, the number of participants is insane. The blue-haired man was Kayaha. He looked at his screen and muttered, if this had been held back when I was on the 3rd floor, I would have participated at least once. The screen showed 2 names, Schneider 1.2, Subaru Narukami 6.1. Kiyoharu chuckled and evaluated, Subaru Narukami, the scale is too large and the risk is too high. On the other hand, Schneider is a blue-chip stock with a proven return rate. He calculated silently, with this many participants and Schneider's odds at 1.2, the answer is obvious. A professional gambler like me prioritizes faith over probability. Kiyoharu tremblingly tapped the screen. All right, all in on Schneider. The calling interface suddenly appeared, and a sound came from inside the phone. Answer me. Kayaha panicked and dropped his phone onto the table, screaming, you scared the life out of me. He stood up, faced the camera, and asked, you are definitely watching me, aren't you? The call connected at 0006, and Hatsuka's voice rang out through the phone. Hey, what are you doing? Kiyoharu picked up the phone and replied flustered, hello. Hatsuka hit the nail on the head. You're gambling again. Kiyoharu froze for a moment, then immediately questioned. I knew it. Hey, where did you hide the bugs? In the office or in my ear? Hatsuka said, what are you talking about? More importantly, teach me how to do what you're doing. He asked in surprise, are you planning to get into gambling? Hatsuka replied, I'm going to try betting on Narukami. Kiyoharu shouted, you idiot, have you no regard for your credits? Hatsuka questioned him as she walked, what you really think Narukami will lose? He immediately explained, no, it's not that I'm looking down on Narukami. I mean you should analyze styles, power stats, and odds to calculate probability. Kiyoharu persuaded, Schneider isn't someone who belongs on the 3rd floor. People say what he's accomplished there exceeds even the authentic Narukami. So, a streamer who just climbed up wanting to beat Schneider, who has honed his skills for 10 years, is just a pipe dream. Hatsuka held the phone away from her ear and thought irritably, so noisy. Hatsuka immediately proposed, so, want to bet like we usually do, entire next month's salary. Kiyoharu closed the deal. Fine, let's do it. When a person in a black cloak suddenly walked past, Hatsuka paused, her eyes widening in shock. Kiyoharu's voice rang out. No complaining later, okay? Hatsuka turned to look at the departing figure in black. She ended the call. Kiyoharu muttered angrily, "This woman, don't just hang up whenever you feel like." He frowned and said, "But why did she suddenly bring up betting? Did something happen?" Elsewhere, Schneider was walking with a man. The man asked, "How is he?" Schneider remarked, "He's no amateur." The bald man cried out in shock, "No way, Captain, is there any chance? You'll lose." Schneider immediately glared at him. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "I only realized it after meeting him in person." He confidently declared, "I cannot possibly lose. Absolutely not." On a high rooftop, someone was watching Schneider. The person muttered, "So, is that the one? The championship candidate, Schneider." She laughed softly and evaluated. "He possesses quite a bit of magic power, doesn't he? It seems I don't need to worry about any upsets." A few days later, blue flags with dragon seals were hung up. On the day of the tournament at the Altanar Arena, citizens and adventurers were milling about everywhere. Subaru walked through a long corridor, illuminated by sunlight. He walked toward the tightly closed doors of the arena. Subaru pushed the doors open and stepped out. The moment he stepped onto the field, the spectators in the stands immediately erupted in cheer. A few people gossiped in amazement. "That mask. It's Subaru Narukami. That streamer guy, he's participating today too. The voting is closed. His betting odds are definitely in second place. So then, who is?" The opposite door opened, and a figure gradually stepped out. Schneider entered the arena carrying a spear. The man focused his gaze intently on Subaru. The audience immediately began chanting, "Schneider, Schneider." The stands were flooded with the sound of his name, Schneider, Schneider, Schneider. Fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling that the match was about to begin. A figure appeared from the air. "Thank you all for waiting." The Blunda girl quickly introduced herself. "I am Muzyaha, a member of the Blue Zone, and I will be your MC for this tournament. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The tournament will be divided into the preliminaries and the finals." Subaru stood with the other candidates and looked up to listen to Mizuha. "Now, let's take a look at the reward. This prize is for the sole winner of the finals. Behold the champion's reward." She raised her hand and a bright red light shone out. Mizuha shouted, "The shoes once used by the god Hermes." The red light grew more dazzling. The MC continued the introduction. "The pride of our Blue Zone, the legacy of the legend Hatsuka Soya of the Blue Eyes." A pair of shoes appeared in the air. Mizuha screamed, "The Teleria boots, and those boots are right here." Subaru stared up at the boots and thought, "Just you wait, Soya." Subaru clenched his fist and said to himself, "Your boots, I will definitely get them back." In the stands, Hatsuka was watching him. She smiled and thought, Narukami is probably about to start his stream. Suddenly, the person sitting next to her muttered, "Those bastards, how dare they?" Hatsuka tilted her head to look at the person next to her and realized, this person is. She looked at the person wearing a black cloak and a mask. Hatsuka remembered, the person I met earlier. A system notification appeared. Subaru stood watching the stream of comments jumping past. "Subaru Narukami has started a live broadcast. Nice, he's live. Hello, aim for the championship. Long time no see." Subaru glanced at each line of comments. "Long time no see, everyone. The channel owner is the one who vanished. I've been here the whole time." "Exactly. Is this the real Lightning Stream channel?" "What is a Lightning Stream?" "Sounds like slang for the rookies pouring in from the highlight videos." "Rookies from Jericho. I'm watching from the stands right now. How are you in the arena and live streaming at the same time?" Subaru frowned at the chat box exploding repeatedly, making him feel like his brain couldn't keep up. The energy is incredible. Just reading the chat is exhausting. The system suddenly showed a new notification. A familiar name appeared and changed the vibe instantly. "Narukami sister Love has registered a quest. I'll support you with 30,000 credits if you win." Seeing the prize money, Subaru immediately switched to battle mode. Placing his hand on the sword hilt behind his back, he replied excitedly, 30,000 credits, thank you very much. Awesome. Win by a landslide. More like lose by a landslide and come in second. I'm only staying to watch him lose." And then MC Mizuha appeared in the air. "Now then." She flicked her hand upward, and fireworks lit up the sky, drawing everyone's attention to her as she shouted, "Let the tournament begin." The stands immediately exploded with cheers so loud they seemed ready to burst. Everyone exclaimed, "So cool. The scale really is on another level." Subaru looked up at the panoramic view of the arena, silently impressed by the investment in the competition. As expected of the Blue Zone, a scale like this isn't something prepared overnight. The arena space turned green, and the players were simultaneously teleported into a forest. They began the first round. entering the preliminaries. From a distance, the entire arena was enclosed by a mysterious, spherical green shield. The system began explaining the rules, its cold mechanical voice echoing through the space. Preliminaries starting. Death is disqualification. Everyone but yourself is an enemy. Ends when the number of survivors reaches 1,000. Subaru stood in the forest with a calm expression, scanning his surroundings as if calculating his moves. Fight and survive until then. Survivors, 10,259. It's a free-for-all melee. He pondered his strategy, appearing completely chill compared to the tense atmosphere around him. Since no one will target me in the preliminaries, I can probably save my strength. The system appeared again, flashing a rapid series of donations from viewers. Clumsy Mouse has registered a quest, a deathmatch. Can't resist, 100 CR for every kill. Pepperoni Pizza has registered a quest. Only a deathmatch is true love. I'm also chipping in 100 CR per person. Mission Villain has registered a quest. 1,000 CR if you take down Doncho. 10,000 CR if you take down Omar Schneider. Subaru tilted his body slightly, sensing danger from behind. His alertness quickly maxed out, and he immediately turned his head. Another player dashed past like the wind, teeth gritted as he ran headlong without looking back. Hey, targeting the Narukami kid right from the start is just cruel. Seeing this, Subaru quickly reached to draw his sword. In an instant, his eyes darkened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc. There goes 200 credits. The system appeared, updating the figures. The battle atmosphere grew increasingly stifling. Survivors, 8,544. A powerful foot stepped forward. Every heavy, decisive step carried invisible pressure. Schneider appeared, walking with his blade in hand, exuding an overbearing aura. Schneider glared straight ahead. Small fry, don't catch my eye. I only have one target. Schneider looked down on everyone, but there was one person he was determined to take down, Subaru Narukami. Schneider suddenly sensed danger. His pupils contracted, and his reflexes were terrifyingly fast. He quickly tilted his body to the side, effortlessly dodging an arrow by a hair's breadth. After dodging the attack, Schneider turned his head to face his attacker, his eyes showing a hint of interest. The archer hiding behind the bushes emerged, his expression one of clear irritation and regret. What a shame. Then other players quickly appeared and gathered to talk. A blonde guy among them prepared to step forward, speaking mockingly, but was immediately stopped by a red-haired guy in a hat. Now then, those who bet on that hit, spit out 100 credits. Don't move, you guys are lucky. A large but cowardly bald guy spoke up worriedly, but was met with sneers from a blonde guy and a brown-haired guy. With a voice full of confidence, they claimed that numbers mean an automatic win. Hey, this isn't good. If we don't finish him with that blow, we won't win. Exactly. He's just some guy stuck on the 3rd floor for 10 years. It's fine. We have the number. Seeing this, Schneider couldn't help but frown, his gaze turning cold. The plan isn't bad, but you chose the wrong opponent. Hearing that, another sword wielder stepped forward confidently, not afraid but laughing in disdain. Look who's talking. Just trying to talk big because you're about to be killed. But before he could celebrate, a flash of light sparked in an instant, and in a blink his head was severed. His whole body collapsed, taken down so cleanly that no one could even see the strike clearly. Witnessing that scene, the group of players around him froze completely, their brains unable to process. Immediately after, panic screams rang out everywhere. What just happened? That's not a spear's range. Schneider didn't care. He spun his blade, a strong gust of wind blowing up. The aura around Schneider was suffocating as he said sternly, I've met countless people like... With those words, Schneider charged straight ahead, swinging his blade without hesitation. His power erupted like a shockwave, rushing toward the group of players opposite. Those standing close were sliced in half. The formation collapsed in an instant. The other players, terrified by Schneider's horrific strength, instinctively backed away, the tension reaching its peak. Schneider continued to spin his blade, stepping closer. Listen carefully, shortcuts don't work in this tower. With that, Schneider walked toward the players while spinning his blade, his eyes dangerous. The only thing that can protect you. This is the end. Seeing this, the players retreated repeatedly in a panic. Schneider's image was broadcasted to the stands. At this point, all the players were fleeing in chaos, but unfortunately, no one could escape. Every swing of his blade cut nearby players in half, the formation disintegrating immediately. However, a few still tried to stay and fight. Hey, don't run, it's just a test, don't be such cowards. Even so, this isn't a fight anymore. In the stands, a woman dressed like Narukami quietly observed the match, her eyes full of calculation. She analyzed Schneider's abilities. If he reaches the higher floors, he'll definitely break into the top rankings. He stands out completely from the rest of the players. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through her train of thought, making her wince. Damn it, speaking of which. She turned to the side and saw Hatsuka glued to her phone. She couldn't help but be curious. Hey, keep fighting. Every single one of them is a total coward. She glanced at Hatsuka's phone screen, and she was surprised to see her watching Narukami's love strum. Hearing the name mentioned, Hatsuka turned her head and asked in surprise, "No Kami, you know him." Hatsuka looked at her mask and suddenly realized, her voice full of excitement, "That mask. You must be a fan of his, right?" "Yeah." Hearing her admit it, Hatsuka blushed shyly and introduced herself in a low voice. "I've been a hardcore fan for 20 years. My name is Hatsuka." Then Hatsuka smiled gently and asked her with a kind gaze, "And you?" The scene shifts back to the forest. A system notification appeared as Subaru walked through the quiet woods. Survivors, 1,342. How many was that just now? 97 kills. No, 98. He killed the runner too, so it's 98. Hearing the system notification, he looked up at the sky with a thoughtful gaze. Is it time to end it yet? Subaru was torn because the prize money was very attractive. His brain switched to calculation mode. 200 credits per person. 200 credits per person. Suddenly an idea flashed through Subaru's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Having finished his thought, Subaru reached to draw his sword, his posture calm but his aura shifting to dangerous mode. Why not just advertise that I'm right here to lure players in? Seeing this, the livestream viewers couldn't help but be curious, wondering what he was up to. The chat box immediately exploded. What is he planning? Is he trying to bait hate to make money? What a reverse way of thinking. Everyone else is hiding, but he's got the vibe of a champ. Then Subka unexpectedly swung his sword at the base of a tree, the force so strong that lightning bolts shot out around it. Around the base of the tree, golden light erupted and enveloped the entire trunk, and the spot where it was struck began to crack open. Finally, only a charred tree stump remained, with smoldering smoke rising up. The massive tree trunk fell with a loud crash, shaking the entire forest. Then the scene ahead was gradually revealed. Schneider stood motionless in front. Stepping closer, Subaru saw hundreds of bodies lying sprawled at Schneider's feet. Hearing movement, Schneider whipped around, his eyes flashing dangerously as if looking at his prey. "Found you." Subka turned and swung his sword lightly, facing Schneider with confidence. Instantly, the chat box exploded with comments. "I think I'm the one who found you. The boss has appeared. WWW. This one is definitely worth 10,000 saa. Schneider, 10,000 saa is barely enough for a snack, isn't it?" The two stood facing each other. Schneider spoke first in an impatient voice. "Perfect timing. Stop stalling and let's end this here." A system quest notification appeared. Seeing the reward amount, Subaru's lips curled up and his spirits visibly lifted. "Mission villain has registered a quest. 1,000 CR if you take down Donchow. And here's 10,000 CR if you take down Omar Schneider. 10,000 credits. Looks like I'll be getting paid sooner than expected." The two stood looking at each other, the tension reaching its peak. Survivors 1,202. As the system voice faded, Subaru was calculating 202 more people until the preliminaries end, when his eyes suddenly widened in shock. A surge of power was flying toward him. Luckily, he dodged it just in time. At that moment, a storm rose, leaves swirling violently. Subaru stood silently on guard, looking at the person in front of him. Schneider looked straight at him and said coldly, "Only 202 people left. I still have plenty of time." Subaru immediately raised his sword into a fighting stance, though internally he was evaluating. That wasn't a skill just now, it was a martial technique. If I take my eyes off that spear tip, it's all over. His spear easily reaches outside the normal range. As he pondered, Schneider was skillfully spinning his blade to gain momentum. Then he struck out powerfully toward him. Seeing the invisible force rushing toward him, Subaru lifted his spirits to meet the challenge, not daring to look away. Once again, the familiar mechanical voice rang out with an announcement. "Nameless demonic sword is absorbing the user's HP. Stats will increase in direct proportion to the amount of HP consumed. Greedy Wedge LV4 is resisting the backlash of the nameless demonic sword." Subaru slightly tightened his grip on the blade. As that surge of power approached, he quickly swung his sword horizontally to block. He exerted all his strength, locked in a struggle for a moment. Finally, Subaru managed to pull off a counterattack. Suddenly, he froze in sheer disbelief. Schneider, fast as lightning, had somehow appeared right in front of him. The sharp tip of his spear was nearly brushing against Subaru's face. As the spear thrust forward, he agilely retreated and dodged to the side. Subaru skidded against the ground to regain his footing and stand firm. Schneider showed no signs of letting up, relentlessly unleashing strike after strike at Subaru, but through several rounds of attacks, he managed to dodge them all cleanly. Now finally fighting back, Subaru raised his sword high in his hand. He delivered a downward slash that knocked Schneider back quite a distance. Thanks to his veteran reflexes, he was able to steady himself and stay on his feet. Both sides stood in silence, staring at each other while simultaneously lowering their weapons. Unexpectedly, Schneider spoke first and asked him, "Why aren't you using lightning flash?" Subaru replied confidently, "Wouldn't it be a huge waste not to use it? Besides, everything is about to end anyway." Hearing these words, Schneider stiffened in disbelief. Feeling insulted, his face clouded over, and he grit his teeth as he asked back, "So you're saying using it on me is a violation?" Just then, the system voice rang out again with an announcement. Number of survivors, 1007. Realizing his intention, Schneider grew even angrier and hissed through his teeth, "No way, are you stalling for time?" As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged towards Subaru with lightning speed. Subaru acted quickly, immediately raising his sword to block the man's spear. Yet he showed no fear, even provoking him further. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you were actually trying just now." The system voice rang out once more. Number of survivors, 1003. Schneider growled, "You little bastard." While the two were still locked in their struggle, the mechanical voice sounded the final bell. Number of survivors, 1000. The preliminary round has ended. Before exiting the game, Schneider scoffed at him. "Next time we meet, you'd better be well prepared." Subaru simply replied nonchalantly, "All right, see you later. I'll hold on to those 10,000 credits for now." After the loading finished, the system announced, "Moving to the waiting room." In front of Subaru, a virtual screen appeared stating clearly, "You have been moved to the waiting room. There will be a 30-minute rest period." At this moment, calming his mind, he looked down at his trembling hand and couldn't help but think to himself, "In those final seconds, I was almost pushed back. If the match had lasted any longer." Meanwhile, comments from viewers kept appearing. "I wish there really wasn't a time limit. I was so focused I forgot to breathe." Looking at the number of people watching, he whispered under his breath, 10,000 viewers, then remembered a previous conversation with Hatsuka. She had once said that according to the manager, it was the wall for streamers. He said that if a streamer could break the 10,000 mark even once, they could survive in this industry. Reflecting on this, Subaru felt a sense of accomplishment. 10,000, huh? I've successfully grabbed everyone's attention as a streamer. Both the stream and the match with Schneider went smoothly. But one thing still worried him. Even so, it's unbelievable that someone of Schneider's caliber couldn't clear the Thunder Cave. Outside, the sky was clear and breezy at a simple wooden house. Looking up at the bright sunlight, the man let out a weary sigh. He muttered dejectedly to himself, "It's not like I'm playing a game of spot the difference here. I wonder what the hell I'm even doing every day." Currently, Schneider still holds the advantage. Why was a guy like him on the third floor in the first place? As he spoke, he yawned and stretched his arm. The device in his hand let out a mechanical response. The deeper you go, the harder it is to close the level gap. If there's one thing Narukami stands out in over Schneider, it's lightning flash. Of course, if he truly has equivalent talent, there could be a spectacular turnaround. At this point, the system hesitated slightly. The man stared intently at the device in his hand. The system voice continued, but based on this, it doesn't seem to be the case. Back with Subaru, the cold system voice kept announcing completions. Mission complete. Digging 2 graves has donated 9,800 credits. Mission complete. Vongole Pasta has donated 9,800 credits. Meanwhile, viewers' comments displayed their admiration. "LOL, he's so quick to hit the claim button. Still grinding for cash even at a time like this. I can't deal with this guy. He's just too greedy." Subaru read a few and interacted with them. "If I can take it, I have to take it. Thank you all very much." A notification bell rang and a virtual screen appeared before Subaru. Report, 80,000 credits spent. Skill level for Greedy Wedge LV4 has increased. Remaining credits 16,029 C. Greedy Wedge B rank skill LV5 suppresses side effects of skills and items used, can be upgraded. Credits required 160,000 C. Seeing the dense text, he calculated B rank hub. If that's the case, then maybe I can use that as well. Subaru was lost in thought for a long time. Seeing no movement, the viewers began chatting. "Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? He's probably strategizing in his head for the main tournament. He's greedy, but he still looks cool as hell." Night had fallen and the full moon hung high at a mysterious location. Mizuha stood dazed, looking at a pair of boots encased in a barrier floating in midair. She spoke in a low, skeptical voice. "Is it true that a thief will appear after this? And his true identity is?" At this point, she sounded uncertain, staring blankly out the window. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, "Mizuha." She turned to look. The person immediately bowed and reported, "Reinforcements from the guild headquarters have arrived." Mizuha asked cautiously, "What again? Who's leading them?" Before the messenger could answer, a man stepped in and said in a deep voice, "It's me." Recognizing the man before her, Mizuha was so shocked that her words became a bit jumbled. "Dubdyuchwa, would you personally come all the way down to the 3rd floor?" "Lord Kurakawa simply stated. "The guild leader isn't in a very good mood right now." Seeing him approach, Mizuha asked, "Is it because of Subaru Narukami?" Kurakawa shoved his hands into his pockets and looked out toward the glass window, saying slowly, "Both Subaru Narukami and Schneider." "Yes. But another problem has also arisen." He glanced downward. The group on the other side of the glass was still laughing and chatting happily. He accidentally noticed a person wearing a mask and thought, someone possessing such an immense amount of magic power. While thinking, he looked over at Hatsuka sitting next to that person. He grew even more suspicious and wondered, why are they in a place like this? The other person suddenly raised a hand to their mask and said hesitantly to the person next to them, Taking off the mask, the girl introduced herself shyly. I'm Tammy. Being called Big Sis makes me feel a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Hatsuka laughed to dispel the awkwardness and gave a sincere compliment. Wow, you definitely have an extraordinary aura. I can tell you've been training for a very long time. Then she asked familiarly, besides that face of yours, Tammy, you're using a disguise technique, aren't you? Tammy flashed a sly little smile. Hearing Hatsuka's words, she thought in disbelief, what's with this girl? I was trying to test how far she could see. Could she be an assassin sent by Kyojo? But her actions were far too bold for an assassin. While Tammy was secretly evaluating her, Hatsuka kept talking. You must have your reasons. The stronger people are, the more they tend to hide themselves. Tammy finally spoke up, saying slowly, however. Before she could finish, Hatsuka cut her off. No longer pretending to probe, she did a complete 180 and asked coldly, I'm saying this just to be sure. You aren't here to interfere with the tournament, are you? Realizing Hatsuka had caught on to her intentions, Tammy didn't hide it and admitted frankly, and what if I am? Hatsuka radiated a murderous intent, her dangerous eyes staring straight at her as she declared firmly, I will stop you, no matter what it takes. A sudden flash of light behind him caused Subaru to jump slightly. The virtual dividing wall gradually vanished as an announcement sounded. The rest period has ended, beginning the final round. The other players were extremely confused after the barrier disappeared. What the hell? We were right next to each other this whole time. I didn't hear a thing. The rules were displayed on the screen. The final round will take the form of territorial occupation. Capture the enemy's territory. Immediately after, the guide girl suddenly appeared to explain the rules. So, what is territorial occupation? When the match starts, each player is assigned a territory. Each territory only allows a maximum of 2 people to enter. Defend, capture, and hold while you take over other players' territories. If you defeat a player, you can seize their territory. Each territory allows a maximum of 2 people, and if you defeat your opponent, that territory belongs to you. When time runs out, the player controlling the most territory will be declared the winner, who will become the new owner of the Teleria. In 2 hours, we will have our answer. The match has officially begun. Right after, the areas where everyone stood changed into different colors. Subaru quietly observed his surroundings. As expected, no one was moving. He narrowed his eyes and calculated. If I fight now, I'll only get 1 territory square at most. But later on, defeating just 1 person could net me a lot of territory. Waiting a bit before acting is the standard play. However, Subaru didn't wait and immediately lunged into battle, taking someone's head in the blink of an eye. He landed softly and let out a sigh. It should be like that, but I'm being paid 300 credits for every head. On another side, a player was also under a fierce attack. The one striking was none other than Schneider. His purple territory quickly began to expand. Schneider immediately turned his gaze toward his next target. The man turned pale with fright. Wait, I haven't even done anything yet. He ignored him and immediately delivered a strike to send the man on his way. His eyes kept darting around, where is Subaru Narukami? Along a straight line lay bodies soaked in blood, all victims of Schneider's blade. He suddenly turned his head, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping in all directions. Only 2 factions seemed to stand out on the battlefield, Schneider's purple and Subaru's yellow. The gruesome slaughter continued, and at that moment, their eyes finally met. Even from a great distance, he could feel the man's cold stare. However, Subaru abruptly turned and walked in a different direction. Seeing this, Schneider roared in anger. Hey, why are you going that way? Are you trying to run? Viewers also commented with confusion. Is this guy out of his mind? What's wrong, lil bro? Need a chat? Just fight already. He only dropped a cold line, not yet. Subaru still had his goal in sight. I need to grind credits first. Hearing this, they were helpless. I'm literally speechless. So greedy. He's grinding for the spotlight. A moment later, another person fell before his blade, hot red blood dripping from the sharp steel. Subka's territory had expanded significantly by now. He thought to himself, the 3rd floor's level is much lower than I anticipated. I didn't expect the gap between them and Schnudda to be this large. Just then, the system suddenly announced, Player Dongchao has entered your territory. There are currently 2 players in the territory. You are forbidden from moving to another territory. As soon as the words were spoken, a man strode forward with bravado. He brandished the spear in his hand as a show of force. You're Subaru Narukami, aren't you? The comment section immediately buzzed. Dongchao from the blue zone. I think he's one of Schneider's subordinates. This is gonna be a good match. Dongchao gave a sneering laugh. I'm gonna get scolded for defeating you here. Subaru cautiously tightened his hold on his sword. blue zone, huh? Dongcho suddenly lunged toward him, shouting, "Sorry about this, Captain." He drove his spear straight into the floor where Subaru was standing. He then used the momentum to vault into the air, spinning his body mid-flight to deliver a kick, but Subaru quickly ducked to avoid. Taking advantage of the opening, he immediately swung his sword and sliced the shaft of the spear clean in half. Losing his leverage, Dongcho flailed. What? He thudded onto the ground in a panic. His weapon had been sliced through like butter. Subaru's sword was pointed directly at Dongchao's face. Just as he was about to thrust downward, the man quickly blurted out, "I take back what I said. Spare me, Captain." Subaru didn't understand a thing and delivered a decisive blow to finish his opponent. He let out a confused huff. What was with that guy? The comment section was busy. Is that really the one/swordsman Dongcho? Swordsman my foot, he's just trash. How did he even get into the blue zone? The system warned once more. Player Schneider has entered your territory. Someone immediately commented, "You're pretty popular, huh? Looks like people are lining up for their turn." A shout rang out, "Narukami." Subaru immediately glared toward the sound behind him. Just as announced, Schneider had suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. "Finally caught you." He thrust his spear toward him, but Subaru reacted in time to block it with his sword. Their weapons ground against each other, causing sparks to fly from the friction. Both pushed off at the same time to create distance. But Schneider immediately followed up with a second slash, threatening, "Use lightning flash. Otherwise you'll die on the next blow." The viewers commented excitedly, "Do you want him dead or alive? Make up your mind." What a gentleman, waiting for him to transform. Subaru was pushed back, but he quickly used his feet to brace himself. For some reason, Subaru suddenly sheathed his sword behind his back. Seeing this, Schneider provoked him. "What, going to run again?" He immediately raised his hand, condensing bolts of lightning flash while declaring, "I'll give you exactly what you want." System, deploying lightning flash. Heart of Lightning is resisting lightning flash. Lightning skill effectiveness increased by 20%. Granted resistance to electrocution status. He didn't stop there. Subaru snapped his fingers. And there's more. System display, Greedy Wedge level 5 is resisting the side effects of lightning flash. Currently, his spear was activated with lightning flash. Running is for the weak. Witnessing the sequence, Schneider was momentarily stunned. He's materializing elemental attributes into a weapon. Is that even possible? Subaru shot back, "Do I look like I'm running now?" He grit his teeth and forced out an answer, "No." Subaru smirked, "Then let me ask you this." He pointed the spear, now enveloped in lightning flash, directly at Schneider. "Are you planning to run now?" The man thought tensely, "If I can break this, I can finally clear it this time." After a moment, Schneider's lips curled into a smile. "No." A few days ago, Dongcho had suddenly asked with curiosity, "Captain, may I ask something a bit rude?" He replied, "Asking that is already rude." He tilted his head. "I'm just wondering why you're so obsessed with the Thunder Cave. With your strength, you could easily reach the 5th or 6th floor." Schneider shrugged. "Who knows?" he explained. "Guys as stubborn as me often forget." Exactly when or why they started. Dongcho was confused. "Come on, what kind of answer is that?" Schneider expressed, "Call it conviction if you're being nice, or an obsession if you're not. But one thing I'm sure of." He asserted, "Whether I clear it or not, it will change my entire life. That is why I never give up." After saying this, Schneider gave a slight smile. Back in the present, he slowly raised his spear, his wrist rotating continuously as the tip traced sharp, cold arc. As the rotational force grew stronger, Schneider looked at his opponent, his voice dropping an octave. "And you, I have a feeling you're about to become my second obsession." After building up power, he finally gripped the shaft tight and lunged forward. His footsteps were rapid, clean, and determined, carrying a will that didn't hesitate. On the opposite side, Subaru dug his feet into the floor, his eyes sharpening. "To acknowledge your 10 years of hard work, I won't hold back." With that, he leaped, his body tearing through the air. The distance between the two rapidly closed. In a flash, their spear tips finally collided. Both roared, pouring every ounce of their strength into their clash, neither willing to back down an inch. The power radiating from the impact was intense, causing the ground beneath their feet to spiderweb with cracks. Thick clouds of dust billowed up, obscuring the entire area. Under that horrific pressure, the entire vicinity exploded. In the stands, Subaru and Tammy stared intently at one another. She remained silent, waiting for the other to speak first. Finally, Hatsuka broke the silence, because she revealed the truth. "I am Subaru Narukami's manager, after all." Before Tammy's bewildered gaze, Hatsuka explained bashfully, "I mean, if the tournament were ruined, it would seriously damage his stream. I couldn't just stand by and watch." Tammy's eyes filled with admiration. "Are you really his manager?" "No way, I can't believe." Hatsuka recounted her hardships with tears in her eyes. "It's the truth. Getting into this position was a total nightmare, you know. I had to overcome all those blind, stupid fools who opposed me and everything else. those clueless idiots. Hey, are you calling me? Tammy grew even more excited. That's amazing. I've been following his stream like crazy, you know. Ever since the battle with the Wolf Warrior. Hatsuka was equally thrilled. You're an OG fan. Wait, that means you were originally a fan of the blue-eyed Subaru Narukami as well. Suddenly, a massive explosion cut their conversation short. An image of a fiery blast flashed across the screen. She hurriedly grabbed her device to check the situation. Hatsuka cried out in shock. No way. The battlefield had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Within the smoke, the silhouettes of two men facing each other gradually appeared. Blood trickled from the corner of Schneider's mouth. A large portion of the middle-aged man's body had been pierced through. Unable to hold on any longer, Schneider collapsed to the ground. Subaru stood in silence, looking down at the man's body for a long time. In his heart, he sighed, "See you again soon, Schneider." As the match ended, the system announced, "You have captured a total of 283 territories. The winner is none other than Subaru Narukami, with 283 territories." The announcement was met with thunderous cheers, celebrating the victory. Hatsuka was so happy that tears began to fall. In stark contrast to the festive atmosphere, Tammy remained pensive. Internally, Tammy was seething with frustration. "I can't believe this," she thought resentfully. In the end, the one receiving the grand prize is. At that moment, Mizuha appeared. "Now, let me declare it once more." She repeated, "The glorious winner of this tournament is." Then she shouted the name, Subaru Narukami. Furthermore, Mizuha signaled, "Next." She announced the prize. The long-awaited reward will now be presented to the winner. Just as she said that, Tammy stood up and walked away. Hatsuka watched her back, feeling confused. On the stage, the reward boots had found their rightful owner. Now they were held firmly in Subka's hands. He asked himself, has it really been 20 years? Subaru's gaze darkened slightly. He recalled the past, remembering a commotion. Oh, come on. Back then, Tashiya was interrogating everyone. "I told you guys not to touch my shoes. Who wore them? Confess right now." Someone tried to stop him. "What's wrong, Tashiya? You having another episode?" A guy in blue grumbled, "Man, you're so cranky. That was great, I'm full now." On the feet of the guy in blue was a pair of shoes stretched to their limit. Tashiya's face turned red with rage. "My shoes." Tashiya rushed forward regardless. "I've warned you a million times not to wear them." The reason Tashiya was so livid was that they would lose their shape. Recalling those memories brought a genuine smile to his face. Returning to the present, many comments were speculating. Subka no Kami is broke and starting to collect gear. He'll probably sell it because he's greedy. That thing definitely has a sky-high resale value. That's a taboo subject, brother. He immediately crushed those speculations. "I'm not selling them. The audience is saying they'd fetch a high price if I put them up for sale." Mizuha also estimated a figure, perhaps several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 credits. Subaru still refused. "No matter how much they are worth, I have no intention of selling." The audience began to bid frantically. "Sell them to me. Name your price. I'll pay anything. If you want items, I have much better stuff in my inventory." They offered staggering amounts. "How about 2 million credits? 2.1 million. I'll give 2.5 plus items. 3 million. No, 4 million. Subka lost his patience. "Get out of my sight." Then a massive surge of electricity appeared. A bolt of lightning struck directly down onto the center of the stage. He intimidated them all. "Let me make this perfectly clear. I will never sell them, not even for 10 million credits." She tremblingly tried to salvage the situation. "There's your answer, ladies and gentlemen." Internally, Mizuha was crying. "Why me too? Why did I get dragged into this?" Having settled the matter, Subaru took his leave. "All right, I'm out of here." With that, he took the boots and quickly left the arena. One night, in a bustling district, two figures stood in a secluded corner. Kurikawa offered sincere praise. "He actually won. This was completely outside my calculation." Hanamaki Hiyori from the Blue Zone disagreed. "Wasn't he amazing? I mean, he went up against Schneider. What do you think? Will he become someone like the real Subaru Narukami?" He wasn't so sure. "Who knows? Lately," she revealed, "people have been saying things like, if the original Subaru could do it, then the new Subaru should be able to do it too." This piqued Kurikawa's curiosity. "Original? New? What's that supposed to mean?" Hiyori explained. "That's what everyone calls them. The blue-eyed Subka no Kami is the original, and the streamer is the new one. Honestly, you really are behind the times." He nonchalantly admitted, "That's stupid. Besides, isn't the order reversed? If anything, it should be. If the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru can do it too." She didn't understand. "Aren't they basically the same?" Kurikawa shook his head. "They aren't the same at all." Internally, Hiyori cursed. "What a pain. This is why those blue-eyed superfans are the absolute worst." He asked irritably, "I've heard you mumbling this whole time." She was eager. Anyway, what do you think will happen next? Isn't it exciting? Kirikoa reminded her, no matter what happens, we still have a mission to account for. Ultimately, he decided, let's go catch the shoe thief. Hayari hurried after him. Wait, are you sulking? Hey, wait for me. As soon as they turned their backs, a group of people appeared behind them. They didn't look like they had good intentions. Meanwhile, comments were still busy critiquing the boots. Don't they look a bit old-fashioned? They look nice to me. Not my style. Is that the famous pair? Bet they'll cost a fortune. That's a forbidden topic, man. Internally, Subka was yearning. Tashaya, even in this situation, I'm glad to see you again. Along with that, he sincerely expressed, thanks for the quests, everyone. Thanks to you, my heart hurts a lot less. The comments were lively. Not your heart, your wallet hurts less, right? You look so calm. I didn't expect you to be so unfazed. Don't underestimate credit-hungry monsters like us. At the same time, a notification appeared. Subaru told the audience, alright, let's see, Teleria unique grade, level requirement 30+, movement speed plus 25%, jump strength plus 15%, shoes of the free thief Hermes, grants the ability cloud step twice daily, remaining uses 2 refreshes daily. They found it hard to believe. That's it, what's the point of jumping high, and only twice a day? Someone even criticized it bluntly. Chat, don't these seem a bit underwhelming? You guys don't understand. Equipment that increases movement speed is very rare. If you were a ranker, you'd go to hell and back to get. Subka received a new message. No Kami-sen, are you still streaming? I just saw someone suspicious. I have a bad feeling about her. He thought to himself, what's going on? Hatsuka warned repeatedly, please be careful. She might be after the reward. That night, the streets were still busy with various activities. Inside the heart of purple-haired Tammy, what on earth am I doing? Standing right in front of Tashia's shoe. Her steps faltered as she thought, if it's come to this, then I have no other choice. Thus, Tammy made a bold decision. To make sure no one recognizes me, I'll have to sever his ankle. Her figure gradually blended into the crowd. The stylish building was bathed in the night under a full moon. Subka walked inside just as Yuka turned to call his name. Yuika was sitting at the bar, waving him over to her spot. She beamed a bright smile, offering congratulations on his resounding victory. Seeing that Subka looked tired, she had already ordered a non-alcoholic drink for him. He sat down and immediately asked about the strange message from earlier. Those were Yuika's warning messages about a suspicious person targeting his reward. Yuika sipped her drink and recounted how she had encountered a very strange person in the stand. A figure in a black cloak, wearing a mask exactly like Subaru's, sitting quietly amidst the frenzied crowd. Subaru was stunned. Yuika confirmed it was a female hunter, hiding her identity behind that mask. At first, she thought it was a villain, but after striking up a conversation, she found the woman was also a hardcore fan of Narukami. However, the moment Subaru won, the girl's expression suddenly changed. Instead of being joyful, she looked as if she had just lost something important and vanished instantly. Yuka tried to give chase but couldn't keep up. The person's stealth skills were truly top tier. Subaru was deep in thought. Someone who could elude even Yuika was certainly not to be underestimated. Yuika added another detail. She had asked if the woman was a fan of the legend Subaru Narukami. Subaru looked quite surprised. The girl's reaction was very strange. Not exactly a denial, but not an admission either. Yuika stirred her cocktail, trying to describe the atmosphere to Subaru. The girl's eyes were full of nostalgia, as if she were seeing an old figure within Subaru. Subaru's eyes suddenly flashed. He seemed to have recognized the other person's identity. The sound of a chair screeching rang out as Subaru abruptly stood up. He dashed out of the bar like the wind, leaving Yuika bewildered behind him. The glass was still on the table as Yuika's voice echoed in the air. The city at night was shimmering with lights, but also full of hidden secrets. On a high rocky ledge overlooking the city, a girl sat quietly. It was Riene. Riene looked up, her face touched with weariness and sorrow. She observed from above, telling herself that Kyojo had become much softer than before. Below, other hunters were lying in wait. Riene wondered if these rookies were skilled enough to face Subaru head-on. She sighed upon seeing that he had finally secured the victory. From afar, she watched Subaru running headlong through the streets, wondering where he was rushing to. With her skills, Riene knew it would only take seconds to snatch everything from his hand. An old image flashed in her mind. She swore she wouldn't let anyone touch Tashia's most precious memento. Riene gripped her head in conflict. She had promised herself to be ruthless. But strangely, when facing Subaru, she couldn't bring herself to lift a hand. That gaze, those actions, everything about the current Subaru reminded her of her fallen teammate. She covered her face, trying to brush away the flooding memories. Riene growled in frustration, declaring that if he dared to step into the blue zone, she would no longer show mercy. Next time they met, her target wouldn't just be his legs, but his head. She turned and walked away, the darkness gradually swallowing her small frame. But deep down, she still yearned to talk to him just once. Riene looked back one last time. She wondered if meeting him in person would feel like meeting the real Subaru again. A flash of light appeared, and the mysterious girl vanished into the night without a trace. Down on the street, Subaru skidded to a halt, breathing heavily. A shocking possibility had just flashed through his mind. Perhaps all of them were still alive. Using the Teleria boots as bait was indeed a risky but calculated move. If Riene was truly there to recover Tashia's memento, then it explained why she had hidden her presence so thoroughly. He suddenly remembered Shiu's mana, then the appearance of someone like Riene today. A staggering thought spiraled through his mind. Could it be that all 4 of his old teammates are still alive? Subaru tried to remain calm, reminding himself not to jump to conclusions without clear evidence. Given Riene's personality, she certainly wouldn't be able to stay still if Tashia's item was right before her eyes. He stood motionless in the middle of the street, his gaze distant and thoughtful. "Hey Narukami, are you okay?" Yuika's voice cut through his thoughts. She was panting, complaining that his sudden dash out of the bar had left her out of breath trying to keep up. Subaru replied that he thought he saw someone he knew, but maybe he was just mistaken. Yuika looked down, hesitating as if about to say something sensitive. He looked curiously at his manager's strange expression. She bluntly added, "By the way, you don't even have any friends, do you?" The fatal remark left Subaru frozen, speechless, and unable to argue back. Yuika added further, "Especially not a girlfriend." Then she urged him to just go home. Seeing his silence, she worriedly asked if she had accidentally said something to upset. The city was submerged in the silent darkness, with only faint lights flickering from the building. At another street corner, under the round moon, the archer girl stretched and complained that she was both hungry and her legs were sore after waiting so long. She asked the spear-wielding senpai if they were really going to let the target escape so easily. The spearman coldly replied curtly that the plan had been canceled. The girl was bewildered, not understanding why the superiors had made such a decision. He held out a device, showing her the command Itsuki had just sent. She jumped up in anger, because the 2 of them had been lying in ambush all day, only for it to be for nothing. The spearman explained that if those people really came, they would never let someone else snatch the reward. The 2 began to withdraw. The spearman thought to himself that perhaps his boss was being too paranoid when setting this trap. Their footsteps echoed steadily on the deserted road late at night. He believed that even if they knew it was a trap, those people would definitely still show up. The archer girl curiously asked about the true identity of the target they were trying to hunt down. Gazing up at the moon, the spearman silently hoped that what he had heard was merely a groundless rumor. However, if Utsuki had to be this cautious, there was a high probability that the rumor was true. It was a cruel rumor. The legend Narukami Subaru had died because he was betrayed by his own blue eyes. Subaru stood in silence, his face sorrowful under the moonlight, as if he were bearing a grievance that reached the heaven. Amidst the quiet night, Haas Subaru stood on the rooftop, casting his gaze down at the city shimmering with light. He stared pensively at the tablet in his hand, wondering if this was the reason why everyone chose to disappear. On the screen were old news reports about the guild's dissolution and rumors surrounding Subaru's death years ago. 20 years had passed. In his eyes, Kyojo was now like a ghost in some distant place that he could not yet reach. Subaru realized that for a rookie like him to catch up to Kyojo, he needed something far more special than this. Just like the lightning spear he had showcased in the recent tournament, even though he had recreated the legendary item Thunder Spear to take down the second-floor monster, and had once been confident that he understood everything about the power of lightning, reality had delivered a cold splash of water to his face. To truly master it, the road ahead was still very long. It was a colossal power that even gods and giants craved to possess. A power that humanity had to risk their lives to seize in order to stand up against fate. Subaru suddenly realized that he hadn't been using lightning correctly at all this whole time. All the secrets lay there in the Thunder Cave. He believed that if he could conquer that dungeon, he would find the answer to everything, including the nature of lightning and the method to become even stronger. Meanwhile, in a luxurious setting, a banquet table filled with pastries and afternoon tea had been set. Yuika sat there with a bored expression, resting her chin on her hand while looking at the communication screen. Pretending not to hear anything, she ignored the rambling from the other side. The man on the screen was kneeling down, apologizing for his self-conceit. Yuika didn't care at all. She coldly replied that the voice of a penniless loser would never reach her ears. The man went crazy, screaming that he had already paid the full amount. He began to plead humbly, calling Yuika big sister, and lamenting about having no money left to pay his electricity bill. The man even barked like a dog to be entertaining, but Yuika only found it disgusting and told him to stop immediately. Yuika pondered for a moment and then came up with another idea. She asked him if he wanted to do her a favor to make up for it. At a shabby tavern, the doorbell rang as a customer entered. Itsuki was sitting alone at the bar with his usual melancholic air. Subaru, still wearing his familiar mask, quietly approached. Subaru drew closer to the bar. He stepped up to sit next to Itsuki and ordered the exact same drink. The bartender served the order immediately as requested by the new guest. Taking a sip, Subaru clicked his tongue and complained that the beer here was too cheap, surprised that a member of a prestigious guild like Itsuki would be this stingy. Itsuki only gave a faint smile, saying that back when the guild was crowded, he was frequently broke because he treated everyone to drinks. He said he had grown used to the taste of cheap beer now. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't know how to face them. Itsuki's gaze lowered as he mentioned how they had all joined him in the selfish decision to conquer the Thunder Cave. He reminisced about the time when everyone was poor, with no guilds to support them, and hunting to level up was the only way. The two clinked their glasses, a moment of silence amidst painful memory. Back then, even the entry fee was a major issue. If they failed midway, players would lose everything and fall into an even worse state. On that fateful day, the whole group had gone hunting together to earn some extra money for the exam fee, or at least to raise their levels a bit. It was a day that Itsuki would never be able to forget. He recounted it with a choked-up voice. They had encountered a massive sky serpent. 7 inexperienced players had absolutely no chance of survival against that monster. The chaotic scene unfolded as his teammates scrambled to flee in desperation. Subaru looked into the ashes of memory. Itsuki bitterly asked if he could guess the conclusion of that day. 4 people stayed behind forever. Those teammates, no, rather, his best friends, could never return. The blood-stained face of a friend from Utsuki's memory resurfaced, eyes burning with pain. Itsuki felt a lump in his throat as he thought. Those were the closest friends he had ever had. Back to reality, Subaru listened in silence, and then softly asked if they hated Itsuki for what happened. Itsuki sighed and admitted that their resentment was only natural, as he was the only one who came back unscathed. He bowed his head wearily, the reproaches from years ago still echoing endlessly in his mind. Subaru quietly watched the poor man, who had lived in torment for the past 20 years. In the memory, a teammate grabbed their hair, crying and asking why that Thunder Cave was so important. They screamed that it was all because of Itsuki's stubbornness, that things had turned out this way. Distorted faces in the darkness screamed incessantly, asking why only he was left alive. Subaru was stunned into silence by the cruelty of the accusations that Itsuki had to endure. He told Itsuki to stop, but Itsuki only gave a hollow laugh and asked if he was pitying him. He said anyone would have given up after that, but he couldn't because he was the one who dragged them to their deaths. Subaru listened in silence to the bitter confession of his senior. Itsuki slumped his head on the bar table, admitting he had been obsessed with this dungeon for all these years. But then he looked up at Subaru with a completely different look in his eyes, saying that thanks to him, he had found hope. Subaru was slightly surprised to hear the word hope come out of Itsuki's mouth. Itsuki decided he would tell Subaru the true nature of what kind of place the Thunder Cave really was. The scene shifts to an isolated villa in the middle of a quiet night forest. Heavy footsteps echoed on the wooden floor inside the house. Faint traces of lightning energy surrounded the feet of the strange man who was walking. Unknown, the Frost user was clenching his fists and calculating, wondering if Kyojo had truly seen through his plan. He checked his communication device, astonished to see that someone had seen through Riene's stealth technique. Anger began to rise. The Frost user clutched his head in frustration because things were going off track. His eyes flashed with a cold, murderous blue light in the darkness. He muttered the names of Koja and Utsuki with utter contempt written all over his face. A surge of extreme cold erupted, freezing the entire room as he swore he wouldn't let them die easily. In the middle of his rage, he suddenly paused when he saw a new notification appear on the tablet. It was an apology message from Riene, but sent with an incredibly flippant attitude. She said she couldn't get the boots back, and even joked that it probably didn't matter. Reading those lines, the Frost user shouted in anger at the uselessness of his teammate. His scream of "Are you kidding me?" echoed throughout the silent forest. Meanwhile, at the magnificent dungeon hall, Subaru's livestream officially began. The viewership skyrocketed. Fans eagerly asked if he planned to clear this dungeon today. Subaru greeted the audience, confirming that he was streaming so everyone could watch him conquer the dungeon. While busy interacting with the chat, he suddenly noticed someone calling him from behind. A stylish young man approached and asked if he was indeed the streamer Narukami Subaru. The young man smiled warmly, saying it was quite a coincidence because his group was also planning to conquer this place. He pointed toward his teammates and suggested that Subka form a party with them to support each other. Subaru looked at his tablet screen, beginning to feel that something was not quite right. Just then, a message from Yuika appeared, warning that they were just people trying to clout chase off of. Raymond stepped forward and invited Haas Subaru to form a team to conquer the Thunder Cave together. In the comments section, people were buzzing with excitement at seeing Subaru in the flesh. Subaru turned and asked for clarification, as if saying, "What did you just say?" The red-haired girl standing nearby also interjected, saying that they were headed there anyway and would definitely be useful rather than just tagging along. Subaru remained silent for a long while, making the atmosphere suddenly awkward, while Raymond just scratched his head and waited. He let out a sigh, likely weighing whether or not he should go with this group. Finally, Subaru agreed, but stated flatly that they were only traveling the same path and were not allies. Raymond beamed with joy upon hearing this. He explained that since he had already accepted the request, he couldn't back out. The system rules were set, so he had to deal with it. After speaking, Subaru decisively turned and walked away. He glared a warning, saying he wasn't in the mood to show mercy to anyone if they got in his way. Raymond stared blankly at Subaru's cold back, unable to react further. Subaru added one more line just to be sure. "We are not teammates, we are just moving together." Elsewhere, a red flag with a beast skull symbol was fluttering in the blue sky. The setting shifts to the gathering point for mercenaries on the outskirts of the Kunrid Kingdom. A large crowd had gathered before the massive iron gates. No one expected this cave to attract so many mercenaries. Damon, an S-rank mercenary, looked at Subka's profile with contempt. He couldn't understand why Rumund would choose an E-rank to come along. Damon approached to provoke Subaru, saying that people from other worlds like him were usually only good at throwing their lives away. He even calculated in his head whether he should turn Subaru into bait for the vultures, making the stream viewers shiver. Sensing the thick murderous intent directed at him, Subaru's eyes flashed with extreme alertness. Damon and his subordinates stood there with ferocious expressions. He looked no different from someone who had just bathed in human blood. The scene cuts to the gathering point on the outskirts of the Osman Kingdom. Two groups of hunters were standing in a tense standoff right before the city gates. The bearded hunter captain looked at the newly arrived young man with an unfriendly gaze. Polymen from the Blue Zone Guild appeared with a cocky look, demanding that half the people here get lost to save him the trouble. He even brought up Guildmaster Kyojo's name to force the captain to follow orders. Polymen patted the captain's shoulder with an incredibly insolent attitude, reminding him that he had messed up, causing the guildmaster to fly into a rage. He mocked that it was pathetic for them to be stuck on the third floor for 10 years only to lose to a rook. The spearman in the team felt his blood boil and moved to teach Polymen a lesson, but was held back. Polymen nonchalantly turned away, adding a parting jab that he hoped they would actually clear the Thunder Cave this time. The bald man irritably asked the captain if they should just shut that guy's mouth to stop the annoyance. The captain told him to just ignore him. After all, this team was full of rookies, and changing a few people wouldn't affect the overall plan. He looked ahead with determination, swearing that this time they would definitely conquer that cave no matter what. The group began to head into a dark trail. The sheer cliffs looked extremely gloomy and full of danger. Damon walked at the end of the line. He narrowed his eyes at his surroundings and felt that something about this place was off, not quite looking natural. Damon muttered a comment that these cave entrances, opening in cycles, looked like man-made products, making the stream audience start discussing. His eyes showed signs of calculation as he looked toward the entrance. Before them was the Thunder Cave, with blue lightning striking down incessantly, as if to incinerate anyone who dared to approach. Damon explained that normally the lightning strikes without end, and it's only possible to enter at certain times. Hearing Raymond ask how many times he had tried, Damon coolly said this was his third time, and he was one of the few who had made it out alive. Subaru found it strange and asked if he really wanted to try again after almost dying, but Damon said he didn't have many lives to waste like other fools. Raymond wondered why he was following then. Damon said he was only aiming for one precious thing. Damon's eyes became bloodshot. He craved the item known as the Trace of Lightning itself to change his life. He declared that if he got it, he would retire immediately, rather than risking his life going deeper inside like Subaru's group. Damon glared a warning at Hasu Subaru, saying as an E-rank he shouldn't do anything stupid, even cruelly suggesting that if he planned to die, he should just get it over with to save them the trouble. Before them was the cave entrance with continuous lightning strikes, creating an impenetrable wall of electricity. Damon explained that it would take about an hour for the lightning to stop and the door to open. In his hand, he was carrying a small squirrel to use as a test subject. The poor squirrel squeaked, trembling in the mercenary's rough hand. Without a hint of pity, Damon threw the animal into the center of the lightning zone before the whole team. Instantly, an extremely powerful bolt struck down, vaporizing the squirrel in a flash, leaving only a blinding light. Damon turned back and said if they didn't want a similar end, they'd better sit still and rest. However, Subaru didn't pay any mind to the warning and silently walked straight toward the death zone. Seeing the E-rank kid taking such a risk, Damon shouted in panic, asking if he was deaf. Subka calmly thought to himself that this game looked no different from the Millennium Mountain Challenge on the second floor that he had experienced. The group behind him gaped in shock, thinking Subaru was tired of living and was voluntarily heading to his death. The moment he touched it, the system notified him that the Heart of Thunder skill was resisting the Thunder Gate, rendering him completely immune to electric shocks. Lightning struck down violently, but Subaru stood firm as a rock. The Thunder Gate began the process of verifying his eligibility. The entire space shook as the lightning energy reacted fiercely to Subaru's presence. The electric current surrounding Subaru's body grew stronger. The system confirmed his skill was interacting directly with the gate. The wall of lightning suddenly vanished, revealing an extremely rare item called Traces of Thunder that had been hidden for so long. Subaru reached out his hand, the last sparks of electricity finally fading as he prepared to touch his reward. To everyone's astonishment, the precious item slowly appeared before the cave end. It was a shimmering fragment of a spiritual entity, radiating pure lightning energy. Damon and the other hunters stared wide-eyed as they saw the legendary item appear right before them. The Guardian stammered in disbelief, unable to comprehend how an E-ranker could achieve the impossible. Subaru picked up the item, wondering if it had been waiting a very long time for someone worthy to appear. But just as he obtained the rare loot, a devastating sneak attack struck him unexpectedly from behind. Subaru's gaze sharpened as he felt the sudden betrayal from his own teammate. The powerful blow sent Subaru flying. The system immediately warned him that he had been attacked by a member of his own raid party. Damon stood there, his face revealing his true greedy nature. The system notified Subka that since he was attacked first, he would not be penalized for retaliating. He sneered, telling Subka it was just dumb luck, and ordered him to hand over the item immediately if he wanted to live. The bearded man named Damon stepped closer, growling that Subaru's success was a fluke and that he'd better hand it over. Subaru didn't show any respect, asking why he should follow orders. These hunters claimed to be locals, asserting that everything here naturally belonged to them. Damon scoffed, saying that even if Subka came from another world, the rules here remained the same. He rested his massive axe on his shoulder, taunting Subka to see if he was trembling with the fear of death. Subaru kept a calm face behind his mask. Even though dying in a challenge isn't real death, the pain it inflicts is extremely realistic. A horrific vision appeared. The loser would suffer agonizing pain and even severe psychological trauma. Damon got right in his face, rambling about how everyone becomes pathetic when facing death. Raymond and the others turned pale as they realized the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries being murderous looters were true. Raymond tried to keep his cool, calling out Narukami's name to advise him to act rationally. He shouted for both sides to sit down and talk like civilized people so no blood would be spilled. But Subaru struck first. As blood splattered, he coldly stated that he now had a justifiable reason to deal with them. Subaru's eyes flashed behind his black mask, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. One unlucky hunter was finished off by Subaru in an instant. He declared he would turn them into actual vultures. Damon's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe an E-ranker could be this fast and powerful. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Subaru lunged at the leader with the speed of a gale. A powerful kick slammed into Damon, making him scream out in pain. Subka mocked him, asking if not being finished in a single move was the last bit of pride an S-rank hunter had left. Damon scrambled to his feet, fuming and claiming he had been tricked, then demanded to know who Subaru really was. Subaru's blade traced a bloody arc through the air, completely overwhelming his opponent. Damon's arm took a deep gash. He tremblingly blurted out, "A magic sword user," then accused Subka of being a coward for relying on his weapon. Subaru's glowing red sword tip dripped blood onto the ground, looking truly terrifying. Subka looked down on the defeated man, telling him not to lump himself in with trash of his caliber. Seeing Damon still mumbling curses, Subaru indifferently told him that if he felt so wronged, he should save up money to buy a decent sword in his next life. A decisive swing ended the one-sided match. A system notification appeared confirming that Damon had been officially defeated. The trailing hunters froze for a few seconds, only able to gasp in awe at Subaru's terrifying power. Subaru picked up the dropped item and nonchalantly asked the people behind if anyone else wanted to try and take. Raymond hurriedly waved his hands, insisting the item belonged to Lord Narukami. The stream viewers began hailing him as God tier. A massive surge of energy erupted, shaking the entire cave area. Subaru sheathed his sword and coldly ordered the team to keep moving. Purple lightning crackled along the red cliff walls, signaling the dangers ahead. The group followed Subaru in silence, heading deeper into the lightning cave under his left. Yuika acted worried, asking Raymond if it was okay to follow someone as abnormal as Subaru. Raymond reassured her that as long as they didn't do anything stupid like the previous group, they would be fine. As they walked, Raymond peeked at his phone, pridefully thinking that to be a streamer, one must know how to flatter users like. He chuckled to himself, believing that as long as his previous trash-talking posts weren't exposed, everything was under control. The atmosphere inside the cave changed completely, with lightning sparks snapping everywhere. Screams broke out as both the entrance and exit were blocked by something. Schneider appeared, reminding them all that the first thing they had to face here was the pack of thunder wolves. Large wolves with glowing eyes and electrified fur began to bare their fangs and lunged out. Subka dove into the middle of the monsters without hesitation. Schneider warned that if he just fought them one by one, he would soon be exhausted. Subaru fought alone against the fierce wolves, ignoring Raymond and the others who were crying out in confusion behind. Schneider explained that usually the biggest one is the leader, but these thunder wolves played the opposite card. The leader was actually the smallest one in the pack, a very cunning boss. Subaru threw himself into the pack, his movements incredibly agile. He activated the Cloud Step skill, allowing him to move flexibly through the air. Within 3 short seconds, Subaru could walk on the wind like a god. He leaped high and delivered a fatal blow to the snarling monsters below. Standing amidst the fray, Subaru suddenly thought of someone named Tashiya. This feeling of solitude turned out to be so familiar. The wolf pack began to gather strength, the lightning surrounding them growing denser. A sharp explosion rang out, sparks flying across the cave. Subaru shifted his body, dodging the lead wolf's bite by a hair's breadth. A massive burst of lightning energy exploded, clearing everything around him. He landed safely, but the wolves continued to growl, ready to tear him apart. Subaru channeled lightning into his magic sword, preparing for a decisive move. He coldly declared he would use lightning itself to answer lightning, as that was his way of playing. A powerful vertical slash split the boss in half, wolf blood splattering and dyeing the area red. A system notification appeared. Subaru had defeated the boss and leveled up, his strength and agility stats soared. Meanwhile, Raymond's group was still struggling, feeling desperate because the minor wolves were as numerous as ants. Schneider watched from afar, calmly noting that once the leader was gone, the battle would be decided. Subaru stood before the pack and uttered a single, powerful command. Sit. Immediately, the entire pack sat perfectly still like well-behaved puppies. The system reported that Subaru had successfully tamed. He sheathed his sword, as the wolves now completely submitted at the feet of their new master. Raymond's jaw dropped in shock, not understanding what on earth just happened. Subaru simply replied curtly to keep moving deep. Subaru walked forward, ordering the whole team to set out. The ferocious lightning wolves from moments ago now followed him silently, making everyone else shiver in fear. Raymond and the team could only watch Subaru's back, their minds filled with doubt about his true identity. Subaru stood in the middle of the cave, thoughtfully scanning the surroundings, as if calculating something. He stopped at an open space, confirming this was the optimal spot to begin his plan. His gaze was sharp as he ordered the wolf pack to prepare their howl. The howls of the thunder wolves echoed through every corner, followed by powerful, rapid flashes of lightning. The tag-along hunters panicked, not understanding what this Narukami fellow was trying to do by attracting so much attention. The wolves' howls drew out a swarm of giant insect monsters crawling from the shadows. The monsters began to surround the group, electricity crackling around their hard carapaces. The hunters began to beg Subaru to stop, fearing that too many monsters were coming. They knew they couldn't survive. Subaru coldly drew his black sword, declaring this was his style, clearing everything all at once. He nonchalantly told them not to worry about him, as he had the wolf pack protecting him. Subka's eyes were full of contempt as he reminded them that they were uninvited hangers-on from the start. Having spoken, he charged into the swarm, ignoring the desperate cries of the hunters behind him. In the surveillance room, the assistant was startled by the hunters' terrified screams on the screen. She worriedly asked the director if they should intervene, as Subaru's actions seemed too reckless. The assistant stared at the screen, feeling that Subaru's treatment of his teammates was somewhat too cruel. The stream still showed the bloody melee between the wolves and the insect monster. The director smiled, held out his tablet, and confirmed that this was a special case that had been carefully calculated. It was the post recruiting people for a tour of the Cave of Thunder with Subaru Narukami, a perfect trap for the greedy. The director noted it was like a free ride, which was why the hunters had rushed in so frantic. In reality, their abilities were far from enough to cross this harsh cave on their own. The assistant wondered if the audience would react negatively to Subaru abandoning those with him. But the director understood well. If those leeches were allowed to keep tag-geeing along, Subaru would never have a peaceful trip. Subaru was using these people as an example, a warning to anyone thinking of freeloading in the future. On the screen, Subaru was still fighting extremely efficiently, his rapid sword strike slicing through the monster. System notifications continuously appeared. Subco had leveled up. His strength, stamina, and concentration stats all spiked. He looked at the easily cleared swarm, as nonchalant as if he had just finished a daily chore. Subka turned back and asked the hunters if they still had complaints about him going solo. The chat channel erupted into a heated debate between different viewpoints. Standing among the monster corpses, he directly warned anyone still harboring thoughts of exploiting his power. Subaru's murderous gaze made the viewers feel a heavy pressure even through their screen. The image of Subaru walking alone through the fiery cave was broadcast live to thousands of stunned viewers. In the surveillance room, the director laughed heartily at the young man's incredibly mature calculations. He realized that every action and word from Subaru had been pre-programmed to create the maximum impact. One had to admit, this Narukami fellow was not simple. He knew exactly what the audience wanted to see. Just then, the director's phone vibrated. The caller was Yuika, with the humorous contact name Nagging Boss. On the other end, Yuika was walking on the street and hurriedly reporting Subaru's situation to the director. The director interrupted, wanting to confirm only one thing, whether she had shown that recruitment post to Subaru. His eyes flashed upon hearing Yuika's confirmation. Everything was going exactly as predicted. Yuika seemed a bit confused, not understanding why the director was concerned with such a minor detail at this moment. The director breathed a sigh of relief, confirming everything was ready to protect Subaru's image. He declared it was time to show the world that behind Subaru Narukami was a powerful and influential organization. Subaru's wolves roared fiercely, beginning a true purge aimed at the greedy. The hangers-on now paid dearly for their greed, as they were torn apart by the wolves amidst desperate screams. Damon furiously yelled Schneider's name, looking quite pathetic with blood on his face. In contrast to that loss of composure, Schneider stood firm with the demeanor of a seasoned hunter. Damon swung his sword to fend off the wolves, while resentfully claiming Schneider was intentionally making things difficult to retaliate for him joining the team. Schneider didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the grumbling. He focused on observing and prepared to draw a weapon from his back. Softly saying, "Found it," Schneider launched a dagger with such extreme speed that it tore through the air. The dagger, carrying a streak of blue electricity, lunged forward to the astonishment of those around. Damon was still in shock, unable to believe the precise technique he had just witnessed. The dagger thudded into the center of a thunder wolf's head, killing it instantly before it could even howl. Damon mocked Schneider, sneering that he had finally decided to take action, only to choose a small fry monster to handle. However, Schneider simply gave a calm command to the wolf pack, "Sit," as if he were merely training pets. Damon stood dazed, unable to comprehend why the ferocious pack of monsters had suddenly frozen in their tracks. The entire group of accompanying hunters was stunned into silence upon seeing the lightning wolves sit down with such strange obedience. Damon stammered, asking Schneider what on earth he had done to be able to control these beasts. Schneider replied coldly that they understood nothing about the Cave of Thunder. Even the high-ranking members of the Blue Zone were completely in the dark. He advised Damon to turn back immediately if he didn't want to be humiliated in front of his own subordinates. Leaving the bewildered crowd behind, Schneider stepped further into the depths of the lightning-filled cavern. On the other side, Subaru, in his masked hunter attire, was preparing for a massive battle. A colossal boss named Thundermaw Boss appeared, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth and venom dripping steadily. The monster lunged forward to attack, creating powerful shockwaves that shook the entire cave. Subaru quickly dodged its pounce by a hair's breadth, leaving a blue streak of light behind every movement. An earth-shattering explosion of energy occurred as Subaru began to launch a counterattack against its weak point. He landed firmly on the ground, surrounded by a thick cloud of dust following the massive impact. Schneider's voice rang out like a narrator's, recalling that it had taken him 3 long years just to be able to advance this far. Subaru stood before a giant circular gate, which Schneider asserted was the true starting point of the Cave of Thunder. The system announced that Subaru was entering the first Gate of Thunder, the boundary of life and death trial. The lightning challenge officially began, promising dangers far beyond anything he had faced before. Subka stood before the massive circular gate, where the notification announced he had entered the first gate of thunder. He thought to himself that the Cave of Thunder hadn't seemed much different from an ordinary dungeon so far. But according to Schneider's words, the real change was only just beginning. A system notification appeared, confirming the official opening of the Lightning Challenge. Subaru looked up at the giant dragon relief carved into the rock wall. He walked on under the watchful eyes of the audience, who were curious about the strange mural on the wall. In Subaru's memory, Schneider once mentioned that it took more than 5 years to overcome this place. The image of the dragon on the wall seemed more vivid than ever, prompting the viewers to raise questions. Currents of electricity ran along the cracks, as if the stone monster had just moved. The system began to evaluate Subaru's qualifications for the thunderclap power. A pair of glowing eyes appeared out of nowhere, looming right behind him. A giant electric claw reached out, enveloping the space around the hunter. Subaru felt an immense pressure, though he was still unclear on how this power would operate. The blue lightning dragon fully materialized, majestic and threatening. It was Ragnall, the judge of Thunderclap, looking down at the tiny challenger. Schneider had once reminded Subaru that defeating the wolf warrior Greg was nothing compared to this entity. He warned him never to even think about confronting Ragnall. One glance was enough to see that this was an opponent on a completely different level. Schneider explained that Ragnall's challenge changed for every person. Sometimes one had to endure millions of lightning strikes. Other times, one's 5 senses would be completely blocked in total darkness, or one would be forced to fight giant monsters summoned by him. Ragnall spoke up, asking if he was the one who wished to conquer this challenge. Subaru replied calmly, causing the livestream audience to be surprised by his attitude. The judge showed interest because Subaru had proven countless qualifications beforehand. He demanded that Subaru take out the object hidden inside. Subaru reached into his pocket, realizing Schneider had never mentioned this detail. He pulled out a brilliantly glowing object before Ragnall's watchful eyes. Ragnall recognized it as the trace of lightning and wondered if anyone else possessed such a thing. Subaru's gaze hardened behind his mask as he faced the powerful entity. He thought that since he was the only one with lightning skills, this made sense. Ragnall declared he would begin imposing the trial upon him. The requirement was simple yet extremely dangerous: devour it. The item named Trace of Lightning hovered over Subaru's hand, a priceless crystal containing lightning energy. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should actually follow the dragon's instructions. The crystal sparkled brilliantly, carrying a risk greater than any reward. Subaru thought using it now was a bit wasteful, but he was already prepared for the next challenge. He decided not to back down, as doing so would tarnish his own honor. Subaru brought the stone to his mouth, determined not to let himself be shamed before anyone. He devoured the trace of lightning, and the system immediately confirmed this action. Subaru's eyes widened as the notification appeared. The challenge would begin right inside his body. Wild currents of electricity erupted from within, turning Subaru's body into a power reactor. Elsewhere, the monitoring girl shouted in frustration upon seeing Subaru do something crazy again. The monitoring girl grumbled irritably, wondering if the guy understood how much that stone was worth. She believed Narukami was truly obsessed with money to an extreme degree. She looked at the screen showing the call with Kayaha, hoping he was still all right. She informed Kiyoharu that she was about to arrive. The other end of the line seemed surprised at how close she was. She let out a weary sigh while looking at the monitoring screen. When Kiyoharu asked what was wrong, she remained silent for a while. Finally, she offered a sincere apology. She reminded him not to forget the promise, because once a decision was made, there was no turning back. She also emphasized her own penniless state. Afterwards, she wished Kiyoharu luck with his monitoring work. She switched off the communication device, her face still full of worry. Meanwhile, in a magnificent hall, a man with blue-purple hair was following the situation. Kiyoharu couldn't hide his amazement at what he was seeing on the screen. He stood in the middle of 5th floor Buren incantation, thinking he never expected to return to this place one day. Back to Subaru, he closed his eyes to focus his entire spirit. A system notification appeared. The lightning challenge began to erupt right inside his body. A horrific electrical explosion enveloped Subka, with blue lightning illuminating the entire space. His eyes sparked with electricity as the system reported that the trace of lightning had stabilized within his body, increasing his mana. However, the price to pay was not small, as the fatigue bar constantly ticked upward. Subaru screamed in pain as electrical pulses ran through every tiny blood vessel. He realized this time was completely different from before, as if something were blocking his flow of magic power. The trace of lightning began to take control of his body, making Subaru unable to move as he wished. He discovered that the heart of lightning was violently rejecting the trace of lightning. The two powers were clashing right inside him. Fatigue had reached 81, yet Subaru still struggled to rise amidst the continuous lightning strike. He suddenly realized that while these two things looked similar, their essences were completely different. Subaru recalled the suggestion about devouring. Perhaps the true meaning lay not just in that crystal. He pulled out the Hut of Lightning, a unique item with the potential for massive growth. Subaru did not hesitate to put it in his mouth, deciding to bet everything on this action. The resistance between the two sources of lightning energy became more violent than ever. The explosion of power blew everything away, and the ground began to crack beneath his feet. Subka's entire body was now covered in a violent yellow-black electrical current, his silhouette blurring amidst the lightning. High above, the dragon spirit Ragnall took shape majestically amidst a mass of deep blue electric cloud. Rugnd looked down at the challenger and smiled meaningfully. Have you finally realized it? One look at this dragon-shaped electric current was enough to know that something big was about to happen. Subaru was standing in the middle of a giant pillar of light, surrounded by lightning as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The entire essence of lightning was converging into his chest, transforming into a flaming heart of lightning. Finally, this treasure was firmly in Subaru's hand. The previous owner was truly a waste of space, having a treasure but not knowing how to use it properly. Looking at Subaru panting like this, it's clear the price he paid to absorb it wasn't cheap at all. The young man broke into a cold sweat, telling himself he'd nearly gone to meet his ancestor. A thunder dragon spirit appeared, bearing witness to the new power of the successor. From Subaru's chest, a brilliant golden surge of electricity erupted violently, sweeping away the darkness. The system pinged with constant skill level-up notifications. His lightning skill has now reached level 5. It didn't stop there, the skill rank also shot straight up to S rank, truly top tier. In another development, a group of hunters led by a weathered captain has just stumbled upon this place. This captain looked quite experienced. He knew something was off the moment he entered. The entire party froze when they saw the dragon mural on the wall had completely vanished. The bald hunter scratched his head in confusion, feeling as if the place had just been picked clean by someone. He even naively asked if the captain had just erased the painting, but there's no way that happened. The captain asserted that someone had beaten them to it, and that person was definitely ahead of them. At that mention, everyone immediately thought of Subaru Narukami, but they couldn't fathom how he did it. The long-haired hunter started getting all worked up, fearing Subaru would snatch all their rewards. He urged everyone to hurry before they lost out, but the captain remained completely composed. He smirked, noting that after all these years, someone finally had the skill to bring about a change here. Each of his footsteps remained slow and full of authority. He shot a glance that silenced the long-haired man, who didn't dare utter another word to spoil the boss's mood. The captain recalled how he had once taken Subaru down in a heartbeat during a previous tournament. Hearing this, the subordinates were even more confused. Why show so much respect for someone the boss had already beat? But he still reminded them all to stay focused. The ultimate goal right now was simply to stay alive. The long-haired hunter began to feel a chill down his spine, wondering what was waiting for him up ahead. The group came to a halt before a massive gate, looking incredibly solemn and majestic. The captain placed his hand on the gate, certain that the end of this cave lay just beyond, and he believed that Subaru was currently right behind this very door. The moment they stepped through, the system notified them they had entered the second gate of thunder, revealing a magnificent great hall. An ancient throne appeared, along with an invitation for the conqueror to take their seat upon it. The group stepped cautiously onto the red carpet, leading straight to the throne. Their eyes darted around searching, but they couldn't find a trace of anyone. The captain once again firmly stated that Subaru was not there. The long-haired man asked in surprise, "He was clearly ahead of us. Where did he disappear to?" He speculated that Subaru might have sat on the throne and opened a secret door to move on already. The captain shook his head in disagreement. He could sense a lurking danger nearby. As soon as a stray footstep treaded deep into the throne's domain, the system immediately flashed a red warning. They had trespassed upon the forbidden zone of the throne. Instantly, a bolt of azure lightning struck down from the sky right into the center of the hall, blinding everyone. And from within that light, the Thunder Knight Peleus appeared, leaving the hunters gasping in terror. A system notification appeared, confirming the presence of the Thunder Knight. Peleus appeared with immense majesty, in silver armor, crackling with electricity. The hunters began to panic, not understanding why a boss monster would take a human form. The hunter captain stared at his opponent, knowing full well this was the barrier they had to overcome. To him, Peleus was an absolute wall, that no one had ever been able to bypass. The name Thunder Knight Peleus appeared like a grim reminder of death. The captain remembered that Peleus had never revealed his name to any previous challenger. In an old tavern, he had once speculated about the connection between the lightning trials. He was the only one who knew the knight's name, but the man's true identity remained a mystery. Peleus stood silently amidst the fiery battlefield, cold and solitary. The captain was certain that Subaru's lightning skills and this knight were closely linked. Back in the present, sweat poured down his face as he faced the suffocating pressure. The steady sound of Peleus's armored footsteps rang out, each step emitting sparks of electricity. The knight stepped forward, recognizing an old acquaintance who had returned. The captain realized that Peleus was actually waiting for someone else, not his group. He curiously asked if he had met the person he was waiting for, but the answer was still no. The captain slowly drew his weapon, preparing for the worst-case scenario. The junior hunters, eager to prove themselves, shouted and rushed forward to surround the opponent. "Stop right now," the captain screamed in desperation. He knew perfectly well that charging in blindly was nothing short of suicide. Peleus lightly swung his spear, and a brilliant red flash of light tore through the air. With just one basic move, the knight easily struck down the reckless attack. Blood splattered everywhere as Peleus contemptuously called them cheap tricks. The hunter captain turned pale as he watched his comrades fall in the blink of an eye. The long-haired hunter stubbornly charged forward anyway, refusing to listen to any more warning. He unleashed his full power, hoping he could make a difference. The sound of clashing metal shrieked as lightning erupted violently at the point of contact. The hunter's eyes contracted as he realized the massive gap in their power. He gritted his teeth to hold his ground, but his body had already begun to tremble under Peleus's pressure. The scene shifts. We return to Narukami Subaru. After a long period of unconsciousness, he slowly opens his eyes and regains awareness. Still feeling a bit dazed, he mumbles, "It's been a while. How long was I out?" Messages from the viewers appear. About 30 minutes. Fainting really is this crybaby's specialty. He receives a gift of 100 credits. It comes with a message. "I'm sick of watching you pass out. Next time you faint, just go collab with the real Narukami Subaru." After reading it, Narukami pauses for a moment and starts to think. The collab with Hawkeye created quite a buzz. If I collab with Narukami Subaru, who has a massive fanbase, it would definitely be much more effective. He looks down at his hands, gives a small nod, and says, "Fine, count me in." Immediately, a status window pops up in front of him, displaying his current level, 37. He carefully examines all his stats, and his expression gradually turns grim. The numbers are indeed worrying. He mutters something under his breath before taking a deep breath to regain his composure and says, "Forget it, push all that aside. Let's keep going." The scene shifts back to Peleus. He is preparing to deliver a finishing blow, ready to end the match. But at that exact moment, Schneider suddenly lunges forward to block the attack. The sound of the impact echoes throughout the hall. Without hesitating for even a second, the two immediately engage in direct combat. The battle erupts instantly. The intensity between the two of them skyrockets to an entirely different level. Observing from a distance, the Blue Eyes team captain watches the scene with a look of shock, mumbling, "So, this is the gap created by 10 years. Hearing this, Doncho lets out a smirk and replies, "Come on, do you really think the guild sent you because they didn't trust the captain? You're just a tool, a piece of bait meant to sting the captain's pride." Meanwhile, the fight continues to escalate. Every collision between Schneider and Peleus causes the surrounding space to tremble. Their speed and power are so terrifying that most people can't even keep up with the movements. The captain stares, unable to look away, whispering, "Narukami Subaru. He defeated Schneider, didn't he?" On the battlefield, Peleus suddenly unleashes an incredibly powerful strike toward Schneider. Schneider manages to block it, but the sheer force is so overwhelming that his body begins to tremble under the pressure. It is clear he is struggling to hold his ground. Amidst the fierce exchange, disaster strikes. One of Schneider's arms is severed. Despite this, he does not fall. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Schneider forces himself to stay upright. But deep down, he knows the truth. "I still can't do anything to him. How many minutes do I have left? 2 minutes at most. Not a single second more." Just then, several other warriors rush in to assist. They leap toward Peleus, attacking from multiple directions in hopes of overwhelming him. However, it is all in vain. With a single, effortless strike, Peleus defeats them all, swatting them away like flies. Seeing this, Schneider's thoughts turn razor-sharp. He knows there is no more time for hesitation. Then, everything will be decided with this one strike. Schneider charges forward, unleashing an all-out attack. The tip of his spear makes direct contact with Peleus. But to his horror, he discovers that the blow didn't leave so much as a scratch on his opponent's body. It was as if the attack was completely meaningless. Peleus walks forward calmly, raising his weapon for the kill and saying, you've grown quite a bit. He is about to deliver the final blow. But at that precise moment, a terrifying surge of energy explodes across the battlefield. A massive explosion occurs, throwing both of them backward. The entire area shakes violently, and everything is enveloped in a blinding light and chaos. From within the explosion, a figure slowly emerges. Narukami Subaru has appeared. His aura is now completely different than before. His power has ascended to a new level. The air around him crackles with intense energy, far surpassing anything seen previously. Narukami steps forward and signals for Schneider to retreat. Without hesitation, he summons his demon blade, releasing a horrific surge of lightning energy that spreads in all directions. Both of them unleash their full power simultaneously. Terrifying waves of energy erupt from their bodies, clashing and causing the very fabric of space to vibrate. In an instant, Peleus vanishes from his position and reappears directly in front of Narukami, launching a surprise attack. Narukami reacts just in time to block the hit, though the immense force of the collision pushes him back slightly. As the two surges of lightning energy clash violently, Peleus speaks again, his voice carrying an eerie sense of familiarity. It's been a long time, benefactor. Their weapons are forced apart, and both the protagonist and his opponent leap backward to take their stances. Narukami holds his ground and replies, "I've heard the story." Standing to the side, Don Xiao is completely bewildered and asks, "What's going on?" At this point, Peleus slowly removes his helmet, revealing his true face for the first time. He looks directly at Narukami and says in a calm, steady voice, "I don't know if you still remember this face. Therefore, allow me to greet you properly once again. It is I, Peleus. After you left, I didn't know where you went, but I believed that if I came here, we would meet again someday." Narukami looks at him, trying to process it all, and asks softly, "How much time has passed since then?" Peleus looks at him placidly and answers, "You truly are from another world. I am not certain of the time, because after more than 100 years, I stopped counting." Hearing this, Narukami Subaru is momentarily stunned. He tries to rationalize it in his head. The lightning trial was supposed to be just a virtual test that could be repeated indefinitely, so why does he still remember me? While Narukami is lost in thought, Peleus continues, his voice steady but filled with a quiet longing. "After learning of the existence of those from other worlds, I thought, perhaps you weren't from this world either." Narukami narrows his eyes and asks directly, "What happened to the villagers, and why have you become like this?" Silence hangs in the air for a moment. Then Peleus answers, his voice carrying the weight of everything he has endured. "After you left, the giant invasion continued. Eventually, the village was completely destroyed. I was the sole survivor." He pauses briefly before continuing with determination. "I swore to become strong, just like you, my benefactor. So I went in search of the power you once used. And eventually, I found my way to this cave. I found it. But the price for someone like me, someone who had no right to pursue such great power, was far heavier than I ever imagined." His voice turns darker as he reveals that price. "I lost both of my eyes. I can no longer see anything. Then I was cursed, unable to take a single step out of this cave. I could only wait, waiting for the day you might return." As he speaks, a terrifying aura erupts from his body, his power billowing uncontrollably and blanketing the entire space with a fearsome pressure. Then in a low and solemn tone, he makes his final plea. "My benefactor, this is my last wish. I beg of you, grant the pathetic soul before you eternal rest." Hearing those words, Narukami lowers his eyes slightly. He quickly assesses his own condition. "My fatigue is nearly at its limit. If I don't want this to drag on, I have to give it everything I've got." At that very moment, a massive surge of energy begins to gather within his body. A system window appears, accumulating Heart of Thunder. Another warning follows. "Your fatigue level has reached 78. Even so, the power within him continues to surge without end. Lightning explodes all around him, and his aura grows increasingly powerful. Then, looking Peleus straight in the eyes, Narukami Subaru says firmly, "Very well, I will grant your wish." In the next moment, both release their full power simultaneously. Their lightning energies collide violently, creating a horrific and overwhelming confrontation that shakes the entire domain. Its power far exceeds anything that has ever appeared before. It is truly destructive.